"Carry on," she said with relief. "Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine, Polgara. They put chains on me, but they aren't too uncomfortable." "Why did you do that? What did you do in the sanctum?" "I don't like those fires." "I don't either, but—" "I really didn't like them, Polgara. That sort of thing has got to be stopped, and we have to start somewhere."
"How did you put them out?" Belgarath asked through the barred window in the door. "Geryon was there when you did it. He says that he did not hear or feel anything."
"I'm not sure, Belgarath. I don't think I actually did anything special to make them go out. I just decided that I didn't want them to burn anymore, so I sort of let them know how I felt, and they just went out."
"That's all?"
"As closely as I can remember, yes."
Belgarath turned from the door, his face baffled. "When we get out of here, that boy and I are going to have a very long talk about this. I have meant to do that about 6 times, and every time I make up my mind I get smoothly diverted." He looked at Geryon. "The next time you talk to your friend, tell him to stop that. It irritates me."
"He already knows that, Grandfather. I think that's why he does it."
Somewhere down the corridor outside, a heavy iron door clanged open, and there came the sound of marching feet. "Grolums," Silk said quietly from the barred window. "Who else?" Belgarath asked sourly. The approaching group stopped outside, and a key grated in the lock of Erion's cell. The door creaked open. "Yo, boy," a harsh voice barked. "Come with us."
"Father,"
Polgara whispered urgently. The old man held up one hand. "Wait," he muttered. Then someone rattled a key in the lock of their cell door, and it also clanged open.
"Agachak has returned,"
the Grolem in the open doorway announced curtly.
"You will come out of there, now."
"Oh, splendid," Tzadi said with relief. "Whatever this is all about, I am sure it can be cleared up in just a few minutes."
"No talking."
The Grolem turned abruptly and started down the corridor, while a dozen of his fellows fell in behind the prisoners with drawn weapons. Agachak, the hierarch of Rakhoga, was a cadaverous-looking man with a long beard. He sat upon a throne-like chair in a large room lighted by glaring torches and hung with dark maroon drapes. The hierarch's hooded robe was blood-red, and his sunken eyes burned beneath their shaggy gray brows. Ariond, still in chains, sat calmly on a rough wooden stool before him, and the slim priestess, Chavat, her purple-lined hood pushed back and the red scars on her cheeks seeming to reflect the torchlight, stood at her master's elbow with a look of cruel triumph on her face.
"Which one of you is Usa of Stikishtar?"
the hierarch demanded in a hollow-sounding voice.
"I am Usa, Holy One,"
Tzadi said, stepping forward with an oily bow.
"You're in a great deal of trouble, Usa,"
Kavat told him, her throaty voice almost purring, her lips twisted into an ugly smirk.
"But I have done nothing."
"Here in Xtol Murgos, the master is responsible for the misdeeds of the servant."
Agachak's eyes bored into Tzadi, though his bony white face remained expressionless.
"Let us proceed,"
he commanded.
"Who is to present the evidence in this matter?"
Kabat turned and gestured to a hooded Grolem standing near the wall.
"Sochak will serve as the priest inquisitor, master,"
she replied, in the tone of one who feels fully in charge of a situation.
"I am sure you are aware of his zeal."
Yes," Agachak said in a non-committal tone.
"I might have guessed that it would be Sochak."
The faintest hint of a sardonic amusement touched his lips.
"Very well. Priest Inquisitor, you may present the charges."
The black-robed Grolem stepped forward, pushing his green-lined hood back from his tangled hair.
"The matter itself is simple, my lord,"
he declared in his strident voice.
"There were dozens of witnesses present, so there can be no question of this young villain's guilt. The implications of that guilt, however, must be pursued." "Pronounce your sentence, great hierarch,"
Kabat urged the dead-looking man on the throne.
"I will wring the whole truth from this greasy Nason and from his servants."
"I have heard talk of guilt, Kabat, but I have still not heard the charges or the evidence."
Kabat looked slightly taken aback by his words.
"I but thought to spare you the tedium of a formal inquiry, master. I am convinced of the truth of Sorchak's words. You have always accepted my judgment in such matters before."
"Perhaps," Agachak said.
"But I think that this time I might like to judge for myself."
He looked at the greasy-haired priest standing before him.
"The charges, Sorchak. Exactly what is it that the young man is accused of doing?"
There was a faint note of dislike in the hierarch's voice. Sorchak's bulging eyes grew slightly less certain as he sensed Agachak's unspoken animosity. Then he drew himself up.
"Early this evening, just as the holiest rite of our faith was about to be performed on the altar in the sanctum, this young man entered and extinguished the altar fires. That is what he did, and it is that of which I accuse him. I swear that he is guilty."
"Absurd!" Tzadi protested. "Are the fires at the altar not perpetually attended? How could this boy have gotten close enough to put them out?"
"How dare you question the sworn word of a priest of Torak?"
Kabat said angrily, her scarred cheeks writhing.
"Sorchak has sworn to his guilt. Therefore he is guilty. To question the word of a priest is death."
Agachak's sunken eyes were veiled as he looked at her.
"I think that I might like to hear the evidence that has so persuaded you and the priest inquisitor for myself, Kabat. Accusation and guilt are not always the same thing, and the question raised by Ussa is quite relevant."
A faint hope surged through Garion at the hierarch's words. Agachak knew. He was completely aware of Kabat's involvement with Sorchak, and the very eagerness with which she defended this rancid-smelling Grolem's every word affronted her master.
"Well, priest inquisitor," Agachak continued, "how did this boy manage to put out the altar fires? Has there been some laxity in guarding them?"
Sorchak's eyes grew wary as he realized that he was on dangerous ground.
"I have many witnesses, my lord. There is universal agreement by all who were present that the sanctum was desecrated by means of sorcery." "Ah, sorcery, is it? That would explain everything, of course."
Agachak paused, his dreadful eyes fixed on the now sweating Sorchak.
"I have noticed, however, that the cry, witch, or sorcerer, is frequently raised when there is a lack of solid evidence. Is there no other explanation for what happened in the sanctum? Is the priest inquisitor's case so flimsy and weak that he must fall back on so tired and worn-out an accusation?"
Kabat's expression was incredulous, and Sorchak began to tremble.
"Fortunately, The matter is easily resolved, Agachak added. The gift of sorcery has a slight drawback. Others with the same gift can clearly sense the use of the power. He paused. You did not know that, did you, Sorchak? A priest of the green, hoping for elevation to the purple, would have been more diligent in his studies, and would have known that. But you have been otherwise occupied, haven't you? He turned to the priestess at his side. I am surprised, however, that you did not instruct your protégé here more completely before you let him make this kind of a charge, Kabat. You might have prevented his making a fool of himself. And of you. Her eyes blazed, and the flame-like scars on her face went livid. Then suddenly they began to glow, as if an inner fire were running beneath her skin. Well, Kabat, he said in a calm and deadly voice, has the moment come, then? Will you finally try your will against mine? The awful question hung in the air, and Geryon found that he was holding his breath. Kabat, however, averted her eyes and turned her face away from the hierarch, the fires in her cheeks fading. A wise decision, Kabat. Agachak turned to Tzadi. Well, Usa of Stithistor, how say you to the charge that your servant here is a sorcerer? The priest of Torak is in error, my lord, Tzadi replied diplomatically. Believe me, this young dunce is no sorcerer. He spends 10 minutes every morning trying to decide which of his shoes goes on which foot. Look at him. There's not the faintest glimmer of intelligence in those eyes. He doesn't even have sense enough to be afraid. Kabat's eyes grew angry again, though there was in them now a faint hint that she was no longer so sure of herself.
What would a nice enslaver know of sorcery, master? You know the habits of the snake people. Doubtless this Usa's mind is so fuddled with drugs that one of his servants could be Belgarath himself, and he would not know it.
A very interesting point, Agachak murmured. Now, let us examine this matter. We know that the altar fires went out. That much is certain. Sorchak declares that this young man extinguished them by means of sorcery, though he has no proof to substantiate that charge. Usa of Stithistor, who may be drugged to the point of insensibility, maintains that the young man is a simpleton, and thus totally incapable of so extraordinary an act. Now, how may we resolve this dilemma?
Put them to the torment, Holy One,
Kabat suggested eagerly.
I myself will wring the truth from them, one by one.
Geryon tensed himself and looked carefully at Belgarath. The old man stood quite calmly with his short silvery beard gleaming in the ruddy torchlight. He gave no sign that he might be preparing for any kind of direct action.
Your fondness for the torture chamber is well known, Kabat,
Agachak was saying coldly.
Your skill is such that your victims usually say exactly what you want them to say, which is not always the absolute truth.
I do but serve my God, master,
she declared proudly. We all serve here, my holy priestess, he rebuked her. And you would be wise not to assert your own excessive piety in order to elevate yourself, or your underling, for that matter."
He looked at Sorchak with undisguised contempt.
"I am still hierarch here, and I will make the final decision in this matter."
The scar-faced priestess shrank back, her eyes suddenly fearful.
"Forgive me, Agachak,"
she stammered.
"This monstrous crime has filled me with righteous outrage. But as you say, the final decision is wholly yours."
"I find your acceptance of my authority gratifying, Kabat. I thought you might have forgotten."
Just then there was a stir at the back of the torch-lit room. Two burly Murgos with long, polished halberds in their hands rudely pushed aside the Grolums clustered near the door. With their dark faces impassive, they banged the butts of their weapons on the floor in unison.
"Make way!"
one of them boomed.
"Make way for Uget, High King of Tall Murgos."
The man who sauntered into the room, surrounded by guards, looked like no Murgo Geryon had ever seen before. He was short, and had a slender but wiry build. His black hair was lank, and his features narrow. His robe was carelessly open at the front, revealing the fact that, instead of the customary male shirt, he wore a Western-style doublet and hose of rich purple. His iron crown was perched somewhat rakishly on one side of his head. His expression was sardonic, but his eyes were wary.
"Agachak," he greeted the hierarch perfunctorily. "I gave some thought to the news which was brought to you at the Drogem, and I finally concluded that I might be of some use to you in sorting out the cause of this regrettable incident." "The temple is honored by the presence of the High King,"
Agachak intoned formally.
"And the High King is honored to be so kindly received by the Hierarch of Rakurga,"
Urget replied. He looked around.
"Do you have a chair handy? I have had a very long and tiring day."
"See to it," Agachak said flatly to the priestess standing beside his throne. Kabat blinked, then a slow flush mounted her cheeks.
"A chair for His Majesty,"
she commanded harshly.
"And be quick about it."
One of the Grolums near the door scurried out and returned a moment later with a heavy chair.
"Think softly,"
the king said, sinking into the chair, then looking at Agachak.
"I have a small confession to make, Holy One," he said with an apologetic cough. "As I was about to enter your presence in this room, I lingered for a time in the hallway outside, hoping to acquaint myself with the details of this affair."
He laughed shortly.
"Listening at the doors is an old habit of mine. I am afraid it comes from my anxious childhood. Anyway, I managed to hear the charges presented by the priest inquisitor. To be perfectly candid, Agachak, he's got a very shaky case."
He gave the hierarch a quick, ingratiating look.
"But of course, you have already pointed that out, haven't you?"
Agachak nodded briefly, his face unreadable.
"Now,"
Urget went on quickly,
"I most certainly would not want to interfere in what is clearly a church matter. But wouldn't you say that there are dozens of possible natural explanations for this incident?"
He looked hopefully at Agachak. Then, reassured by the look of agreement on the hierarch's face, he continued.
"I mean, we have all seen fires go out before, haven't we? Do we really need to go so far afield to come up with a reason for this really unremarkable occurrence? Isn't it more likely that the keepers of the temple fires grew careless, and that the fires just went out on their own, as fires starved for fuel are likely to do?" "Absolute nonsense," the greasy-haired Sorchak snapped.
Urget flinched visibly, his eyes going in appeal to Agachak.
"You forget yourself," Priest Inquisitor," the hierarch said. "Our guest is the High King of Tol Murgos. If you offend him, I may decide to give him your head by way of apology."
Sorchak swallowed hard.
"Please forgive me, your majesty. I spoke before I thought." "Quite all right, old boy."
Urgot forgave him with a magnanimous wave of his hand.
"Sometimes we all speak too quickly when we are excited."
He turned back to the hierarch.
"I regret this catastrophe as much as anyone. But, Agachak, this Nais enslaver was sent here by Jahab, and both you and I know how desperately urgent his mission is to the church and to the state. Don't you think that as a matter of policy, we could let this incident pass?"
"Surely you're not just going to let these charges drop?"
Kabat's voice was shrill now, as she faced the hierarch.
"Who is to be punished for the desecration of the sanctum?"
Urgot's face grew unhappy, and he once again appealed to Agachak for support with pleading eyes. Geryon clearly saw that this was not a strong king. Even the slightest resistance to his diffidently offered proposals made him instinctively retreat or seek support from someone he perceived to be stronger. Agachak turned slowly to look at the scarred priestess full in the face.
"All this shouting is beginning to weary me, Kabat. If you cannot modulate your voice, you can leave."
She stared at him in stunned disbelief.
"There is far more at stake here than the fact that some fires went out. As was foretold ages ago, the time for the final meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark is at hand. If I am not the one who is present at that meeting, you will find yourself bowing to either Irvan or Zandramas. I doubt that either one of them would find your antics amusing enough to make them decide to let you go on living. As for the charge of sorcery, there is an easy way to settle that, once and for all."
He rose from his throne, walked across to Ariand, and placed one hand on each side of his head. Aunt Pol drew in her breath sharply, and Geryon carefully began to gather in his will. Ariand looked up into the face of the dead-looking hierarch with a gentle smile on his face.
"Pah!"
Agachak said in disgust, pulling his hands quickly back.
"This beardless boy is an innocent. There's no evidence in his mind that he has ever tasted power."
He turned to look at Sorchak.
"I find your charges groundless, Priest Inquisitor, and I dismiss them."
Sorchak's face went white, his eyes bulging.
"Have a care, Sorchak,"
the hierarch said ominously.
"If you protest my decision too strenuously, I might just decide that this whole incident was your fault. Kabat is sick with disappointment that she has no one to torture to death."
His look grew sly as he glanced at the priestess.
"Would you like to have Sorchak, my dear? I have always delighted in giving you these little gifts. I will even watch with some pleasure while you slowly pull out his entrails with red-hot hooks."
Kabat's flame-marked face was filled with chagrin. Geryon saw that she had been convinced that the hierarch, as he apparently had so many times in the past, would meekly accede to her peremptory demands, and she had staked all of her prestige on the punishment of Tzadi, for whom she had developed an instantaneous dislike. Agachak's unexpected and almost contemptuous rejection of the accusations she and Sorchak had leveled struck at the very foundations of her puffed-up self-esteem, but more importantly, at her position of power here in the temple. Unless she could somehow salvage something, anything out of this, her many enemies would inevitably pull her down. Geryon fervently hoped that Sadi realized that she was even more dangerous now than she had been when she had thought she held the upper hand. Her narrowed eyes grew cautious as she assessed the hierarch's mood. Then she drew herself up and addressed King Urgot.
"There is also civil crime here, Your Majesty," she told him. "I had believed that the desecration of the sanctum was more serious. But since our revered hierarch has discovered in his wisdom that those charges were unfounded, it is now my duty to advise you of a crime against the state."
Urgot exchanged a quick look with Agachak, then slouched lower in his chair, his eyes unhappy.
"The crown is always ready to listen to the words of the priesthood,"
he replied without much enthusiasm. Kabat gave Sadi another look of smug triumph and open hatred.
"Since the founding of our nation, the vile drugs and poisons of the snake people have been forbidden in Murgos by royal decree. After this Ussa and his servants were confined in the dungeon, I had their belongings searched." "Bring in that case," she ordered.
A side door opened, and an obsequious under-priest entered carrying Sadi's red leather case. The phonetic Sorchak took it from him, his face also gleefully triumph.
"Behold the evidence that Ussa of Stithistor has violated our law, and that his life is forfeit."
He undid the latch, opened the case, and displayed Sadi's many files, and the earthenware bottle where Zith resided. Urgot's face grew even more unhappy. He looked uncertainly at Sadi.
"Is there some explanation for this, Ussa?"
he asked hopefully. Sadi's face took on an exaggerated expression of innocence.
"Surely Your Majesty could not believe that I ever intended to try to distribute those items here in Murgos," he protested.
"Well,"
Urgot said lamely,
"you have got them with you."
"Of course, but they are for trade with the Malloreons. There's quite a market for this sort of thing among those people."
"I wouldn't be surprised in the least,"
Urgot said, straightening in his chair.
"Then you had no intention of peddling your drugs to my subjects?"
"Most certainly not, Your Majesty,"
Sadi replied indignantly. Urgot's expression grew relieved.
"Well,"
he said to the glowering Kabat,
"there you have it, then. Certainly none of us could object to the fact that our niacin friend here is bent on corrupting the Malloreons. The more the better, I would say."
"What about this?"
Sorchak said, putting Sadi's case on the floor and lifting out the earthenware bottle.
"What secret is hidden in here, Ussa of Stithistor?"
He shook the bottle.
"Be careful, man,"
Sadi exclaimed, leaping forward with his hands outstretched.
"Aha!"
Kabat exclaimed triumphantly.
"It appears that there is something in that bottle that the slaver considers important. Let us examine the contents. It may yet be that some undiscovered crime lurks here. Open the bottle, Sorchak."
"I beg of you," Sadi pleaded. "If you value your life, do not tamper with that bottle."
"Open it, Sorchak,"
Kabat ordered relentlessly. The smirking Grolem took the bottle and shook it again, then began to work out the stopper.
"Please, noble priest."
Sadi's voice was anguished now.
"We'll just have a look,"
Sorchak grinned.
"I'm sure that one look won't hurt anything."
He drew out the cork and raised the bottle to his eye to peer in. Zith, of course, took immediate action. With a strangled shriek, Sorchak arched backward, flinging both arms into the air. The earthenware bottle sailed upward, and Sadi caught it just before it struck the floor. The stricken priest clapped both hands over his eye. There was a look of horror on his face, and blood spurted out from between his fingers. He began to squeal like a pig, all of his limbs convulsing. He suddenly pitched forward, threshing wildly and clawing tatters of skin from his face. He began to bang his head on the floor. His convulsions grew more violent, and he began to froth at the mouth. With a shrill shriek, he suddenly leaped high into the air. When he came down, he was dead. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Kabat suddenly shrieked,
"Sorchak!"
Her voice was filled with anguish and insupportable loss. She flew to the side of the dead man and fell across his body, sobbing uncontrollably. Urgot stared in open-mouthed revulsion at Sorchak's corpse.
"Thorax teeth,"
he swore, in a strangled whisper.
"What have you got in that bottle, Usa?"
It is a pet, Your Majesty,"
Tzadi replied nervously.
"I did try to warn him."
"Indeed you did, Usa,"
Agachak crooned.
"We all heard you. Do you suppose I might see this pet of yours?"
A cruel smile crossed his face as he looked gloatingly at the hysterically sobbing Kabat.
"Certainly, Holy One,"
Tzadi answered quickly. He carefully laid the bottle on the floor.
"Just a precaution,"
he apologized.
"She's a little excited, and I would not want her to make any mistakes."
He leaned over the bottle.
"It's all right now, dear,"
he said soothingly to the vengeful little reptile lurking inside.
"The bad man has gone away, and everything is fine now."
Zith sulked in her bottle, still greatly offended.
"Really, dear,"
Tzadi assured her.
"It's all right. Don't you trust me?"
There was a snippy little hiss from inside the bottle.
"Oh, that's a very naughty thing to say, Zith,"
Tzadi gently reproved her.
"I did everything I could to keep him from disturbing you."
He looked apologetically at Agachak.
"I really don't know where she picks up such language, Holy One,"
he declared. He turned his attention back to the bottle.
"Please, dear, don't be nasty."
Another spiteful little hiss came from the bottle.
"Now that's going entirely too far, Zith. You come out of there at once."
Cautiously, the little green snake poked her head out of the bottle, raised herself, and looked at the corpse on the floor. Sorchak's face was a ghastly blue color, and the foam was drying on his lips. Kabat, still weeping hysterically, clung to his stiffening body. Zith slithered the rest of the way out of her little house, dismissed the dead man with a contemptuous flick of her tail, and crawled to Tzadi, purring with a smug little sound of self-satisfaction. Tzadi reached down his hand to her, and she nuzzled affectionately at his fingers.
"Isn't she adorable?"
he said fondly.
"She's always so kittenish after she bites someone."
A slight movement caught Gerion's eye. Velvet was leaning forward, looking at the contentedly purring little reptile with an expression of wholly absorbed fascination.
"You've got her under control, haven't you, Usa?"
Urgot asked in a faintly apprehensive voice.
"Oh, yes, Your Majesty,"
Tzadi assured him.
"She's perfectly content now. In a little bit, I'll give her a light snack and a nice little bath, and she'll sleep like a baby."
Urgot turned back to the hierarch.
"Well, Agachak,"
he said,
"what is your decision? Personally, I see no reason to continue this investigation. The slaver and his servants appear to be quite blameless."
The hierarch considered it, his eyes hooded.
"I believe you are right, Your Majesty."
He turned to one of his grolems.
Free this idiot boy, he said, pointing at Eriond.
Kavat, her scarred face ravaged by grief, slowly raised herself from Sorchak's body. She looked first at Urgot and then at Agachak.
"And what of this?"
she demanded in a voice vibrant with her emotion.
"What of this?"
She indicated the stiffening Sorchak at her feet.
"Who is to be punished for this? Upon whom shall I wreak my vengeance?"
The man died through his own act, Kavat.
Agachak dismissed her demands.
There was no crime involved.
"No crime?"
Her voice was choked.
"No crime?"
It was rising in crescendo.
"Are Grolem lives so cheap that you will now throw them away?"
She spun and fixed Tzadi with her burning eyes.
"You will pay for this, Usa of Stithis Tor. I swear it upon the body of Sorchak, and upon that of Torak. You will never escape me. I will have my revenge upon you and all of your servants for the death of Sorchak."
Why are you so upset, Kavat?
Agachak asked with malicious amusement in his hollow voice.
There are scores of Grolems in the temple. Sorchak was one like all of the rest. Greedy, ambitious, deceitful. His death was the result of his own folly, and of yours.
A cruel smile touched his thin lips.
Could it be that your interest in this dead Grolem was personal? You have long been my favorite, Kabat. I trusted you entirely. Is it possible that you have been unfaithful to me, seeking entertainment in the arms of another?
Her face blanched, and she lifted one trembling hand to her lips as she realized that she had gone too far and revealed too much. Agachak laughed, a chilling sound.
Did you actually believe that I was so engrossed in my search for the Tardian that I was not aware of your private amusements?
He paused.
Tell me, Kabat, did you and Sorchak ever succeed in raising a demon?
She drew back, her eyes wide with sudden terror as she faced her master.
I thought not. What a shame. All that effort wasted. Perhaps you need a new partner in your midnight rites, Kabat. Sorchak's heart was never really in your attempts anyway. He was nothing more than a cheap opportunist, so your loss is not as great as you might think. Do you know what he called you in private?
He asked her, his eyes now alight. She shook her head numbly.
I have it on the very best authority that he customarily referred to you as that scar-faced hag. Does that in any way mollify your grief?
Kabat recoiled from him, her face suffused with mortification, as she realized that she had just been cruelly humiliated in public. She whirled in a rage and kicked the dead man in his unfeeling side.
"Scar-faced hag?"
she shrieked, kicking the body again.
"Scar-faced hag? Rot, Sorchak! Rot, and may the worms enjoy your stinking carcass!"
Then she spun and fled, sobbing, out of the room.
She seems a trifle distraught,
Urgot observed mildly. Agachak shrugged.
The shattering of illusions is always painful.
Urgot pulled absently at his pointed nose.
Distraction, however, raises certain risks here, Agachak, he said thoughtfully. The mission of this slaver is vital to both of us, and an hysterical woman particularly one with the kind of power that Kabat possesses, can be very dangerous. She obviously bears Usa here a certain enmity, and since he was involved in both her humiliation and the death of Sochak, I would say that right now the temple might not be the safest place in the world for him.
Akachak nodded gravely.
Your Majesty's point is well taken.
Urgot's face brightened, as if an idea had just occurred to him.
Agachak, what would you say to the notion of my keeping Usa and his servants at the Drojum until we can see him safely on his way? That would put him beyond Kabat's reach in the event that her distraction impels her into any kind of rashness.
He paused nervously.
It is entirely up to you, Holy Agachak.
There is much
to what you say, Urgot.
Agachak replied.
A small slip here could put you at the mercy of Kal-Zakath and me on my knees before either Urvan or Zandramas. Let us, by all means, avoid those disasters.
He turned to Tzadi.
You and your servants will accompany His Majesty to the Drojum Palace, Usa. I'll have your belongings sent along later. You will be safe there, and your ship will be ready in a few days.
He smiled ironically.
I hope you appreciate our tender concern for your well-being.
Tzadi bowed. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, Holy One.
I will keep the Dagashi Kabach here in the temple, however. That way, each of us will have in his hands a vital element in the mission to Rakhaga. It should encourage us to cooperate.
Of course, Urgot agreed hastily.
I quite understand.
He rose to his feet.
The hour grows late. I will return to the Drojum now, and leave you to your many religious duties, Dread Hierarch. Give my regards to the Lady Tamazan, your noble mother,
Agachak responded.
I will, Agachak. I know that she will be smothered with joy to know that you remembered her. Come along then, Usa.
He turned and started toward the door.
May the spirit of Torak go with you, Your Majesty,
Agachak called after him.
I certainly hope not,
Urgot muttered to Tzadi as they passed through the doorway.
Your Majesty's arrival came at a critical moment, Tzadi said quietly, as the two of them led the way down the hall. Things were getting a bit tense.
Don't flatter yourself. If it weren't for the absolute necessity of getting Kabak to Rakhaga, I'd never have risked a confrontation with the Grolums. I am sure you're a nice enough fellow, but I have my own skin to consider.
When they were outside the nail-studded doors of the temple, the Murgo king straightened and drew in a deep breath of the cool night air.
I'm always glad to get out of that stinking place, he declared.
He motioned to one of his guards.
Go get the horses,
he commanded. Then he turned back to the shaven-headed Nyasin.
All right, you sly fox, he said in an amused tone. Now perhaps you'd like to tell me what you were doing down here in Troll Murgos, and why you've assumed this pose. I almost fainted dead away when I discovered that the mysterious Usa of Stithistor was none other than my old friend Tzadi, chief eunuch, in the palace of Queen Salmisra.
Chapter 13. They clattered through the deserted midnight streets of Rak-Urga, with the king's torch-bearing guards drawn up closely around them.
It is all a sham, of course,
Urgot was saying to Tzadi.
I bow and scrape to Agachak, mouth pious platitudes to make him happy, and keep my real opinions to myself. I need his support, so I have to stay on the good side of him. He knows that. So he takes every possible advantage of the situation.
The bond between church and state here in Tol Murgos is well known, Tzadi noted,
as they entered a broad square where flaring torches painted the sides of nearby buildings a smoky orange. Urgot made a rather indelicate sound.
Bond,
he snorted.
more like a chain, Tzadi, and it's around my neck.
He looked up at the murky sky, his sharp features appearing ruddy in the torchlight.
Agachak and I agree on one thing, though. It's absolutely essential to get the Dagashi Kabach to Rakhaga before winter sets in. Shaharb's had his people combing all of western Tol Murgos for months, looking for a slaver to slip Kabach through Malloreon lines.
He suddenly grinned at Tzadi.
As luck had it, the one he found just happened to be an old friend of mine. I don't know that we need to let Agachak know that we are acquainted, though. I like to keep a few secrets from him.
Tzadi made a sour face. It's not too hard to guess why you are sending an assassin to the city where Kalzakath's headquarters are located.
I would not advise lingering for any sightseeing after you get him there,
Urgot agreed.
But then, Rakhaga is not a very attractive town anyway.
Tzadi nodded glumly. That's more or less what I thought. He considered it, running one long-fingered hand over his shaven scalp. The death of Zakath won't really solve your problems, though, will it? I can't really see the Malloreon generals packing up and going home just because their emperor has been killed.
Urgot sighed. One thing at a time, Tzadi. I can probably bribe the generals, or pay them tribute or something. The first step is to get rid of Zakath. You can't reason with that man.
He looked around at the bleak stone buildings harshly illuminated by flickering torchlight.
I hate this place, he said suddenly. I absolutely hate it.
Rak Urga?
Tol Murgos, Tzadi. I hate the whole stinking country. Why couldn't I have been born in Tolnedra, or maybe Sandaria? Why did I have to get stuck in Tol Murgos?
But you are the king.
That wasn't by choice. One of our charming customs is that when a new king is crowned, all other possible contenders for the throne are put to death. For me, it was either the throne or the grave. I had a number of brothers when I became king, but now I am an only child.
He shuddered.
Oh, this is a gloomy subject, don't you think? Why don't we talk about something else? Just what are you doing at Tol Murgos, Tzadi? I thought you were Sal Mishra's right hand.
Tzadi coughed. Her Majesty and I had a, slight misunderstanding, so I thought it might be better for me to leave Nyessa for a while.
Why Tol Murgos? Why didn't you go to Tol Hanath instead? He's much more civilized, much more comfortable.
Urgot sighed again.
I would give anything to be able to live in Tol Hanath.
I have made some powerful enemies in Tolnedra, Your Majesty, Tzadi replied. I know my way around Tol Murgos, so I hired these Ceylon mercenaries to protect me and came here posing as a slaver.
And then Jahar picked you up,
Urgot guessed.
Poor old Tzadi. No matter where you go, you always seem to get mixed up in politics, even when you don't want to.
It is a curse, Tzadi told him mournfully. It has been following me for all of my life. They rounded a corner and approached a vast, sprawling building surrounded by a high wall. Its domes and towers rose in barbaric, torchlit profusion, and, unlike the rest of Rakurga, it was garishly painted in half a dozen conflicting colors.
Behold the Drojum Palace,
King Urgot said extravagantly to Tzadi.
The hereditary home of the House of Urga.
A most unusual structure, Your Majesty, Tzadi murmured.
Oh, that's the diplomatic way to put it.
Urgot looked critically at his palace.
It's gaudy, ugly, and in terrible bad taste. It does, however, suit my personality almost perfectly." He turned to one of his guards. "Be a good fellow and ride on ahead," he instructed. "Tell the gatekeepers that the High King approaches, and that if I have to wait while they open the gate for me, I will have their ears cut off." "At once, your majesty." Urgot grinned at Sadi. "One of my few amusements," he explained. "The only people I'm allowed to bully are the servants and common soldiers, and all Murgos have a deep-seated need to bully somebody." They rode on through the hastily opened gate, and dismounted in a readily torchlit courtyard. Urgot looked around at the garishly painted walls of his house. "Ghastly, isn't it?" he shuddered. "Let's go inside." There was a large door at the top of a flight of stone stairs, and Urgot led them inside and down a long vaulted corridor. He stopped before a pair of polished double doors guarded by 2 scar-faced soldiers. "Well," he said to them. "Yes, your majesty," one replied. "Do you suppose that I could prevail upon you to open the door?" Urgot asked him. "Or would you prefer an immediate transfer to the war zone?" "At once, your majesty," the soldier replied quickly, yanking the door open. "Excellently done, my dear fellow. Just try not to jerk it off its hinges next time." The king strolled through the door and into the room beyond. "My throne room," he said grandiosely. "The product of whole generations of diseased imaginations." The room was larger than the Hall of the Riven King in Gerion's citadel. The ceiling was a maze of intersecting vaults, all covered with sheets of the beaten red gold from the mines of Tol Murgos. The walls and columns were ablaze with inset jewels, and the chairs lined up at the sides of the room were inlaid with more Angarak gold. At the far end of the room stood a bejeweled throne, backed by blood-red drapes. Seated in a simple chair beside that throne was a silver-haired lady, calmly embroidering. "Hideous, isn't it?" Urgot said. "The Urgos have been pillaging the treasury at Rakoska for centuries to decorate the Drojan palace. But would you believe that the roof still leaks?" He sauntered to the far end of the room and stopped before the black-gowned lady, who was still busy at her needlework. "Mother," he greeted her with a slightly mocking bow. "You're up late, aren't you?" "I don't need as much sleep as I did when I was younger, Urgot," she said, setting her sewing aside. "Besides," she added, "we usually talk over the day's events before you retire for the night." "It's the high point of my day, Mother," he replied, with a faint smile tugging at his lips. She returned his smile with good-humored affection. She was, Geryon saw, as that smile lighted her face, a remarkably attractive woman. Despite the silvery hair and the few lines at the corners of her eyes, her face still bore the signs of what had once been an extraordinary beauty. A faint movement caught his eye, and he saw Silk shrinking behind Toth's broad back and drawing up the hood of his green robe to conceal his face. "Who are your friends, Urgot?" the silver-haired lady asked her son. "Ah, forgive me, Mother. My manners must be slipping. Allow me to present Tzadi, chief eunuch to Queen Salmisra of the land of the Snake People." "Formerly chief eunuch, I'm afraid," Tzadi corrected. He bowed deeply. "I am honored to meet the Queen Mother of the Kingdom of the Murgos." "Oh," Urgot said, mounting the dais and sprawling on the throne with one leg cocked up over one of the jeweled arms. "I keep forgetting the amenities. Tzadi, this is my royal mother, the Lady Tamazin, jewel of the House of Haga, and grieving widow of my royal father, Tar Urgos the Deranged. May blessings rain down on the hand that sent him to the bosom of Torak." "Can't you ever be serious about anything, Urgot?" his mother chided him. "But you do grieve, don't you, Mother? I know that in your heart you must miss all those wonderful moments you spent with Father, watching him gnawing on the furniture, listening to his insane gibbering, and enjoying all those playful blows to the stomach and kicks to the head, with which he had demonstrated his affection for his wives." That will do, Urgot,
she said firmly.
Oh, yes, mother. Welcome to the Drojum, Daddy.
Lady Tamizin greeted the eunuch formally. She looked inquiringly at the others. My servants, Lady Tamizin, Toddy said quickly. Aelons, for the most part.
A most unusual turn of circumstances,
she murmured.
The age-old war between Murgo and Aelon has denied me the opportunity to meet very many of that race.
She looked directly then at Aunt Paul.
Surely this lady is no servant,
she said skeptically.
A temporary arrangement, my Lady Tamizin,
Polgara replied with a profoundly graceful curtsy.
I needed some time in another place to avoid some unpleasantness at home.
The Queen Mother smiled.
I do understand,
she said.
Men play at politics, and women must pay the price for their folly.
She turned back toward her son.
And how did your interview with the hierarch go?
Not bad, he shrugged.
I groveled enough to keep him happy.
That is enough, Urgot.
Her voice was growing sharp.
Agachak is in a position to do you a great service, so you must show him the proper respect.
Urgot flinched slightly at her tone.
Yes, mother,
he replied meekly.
Oh, I almost forgot. The priestess Kabat had a bit of a setback.
The Queen Mother's expression became one of disgust.
Her behavior is a public scandal. I cannot understand why Agachak tolerates her.
I think he finds her amusing, Mother.
Grolums have a peculiar sense of humor. Anyway, she had this friend, a very close friend, who had a bit of an accident. She'll need to find another playmate before she can scandalize the good people of Rak Urga anymore. Why do you persist in being so frivolous, Urgot? Why don't we just call it a symptom of my incipient madness? You are not going to go mad, she said firmly. Of course I'm going to go mad, Mother. I'm rather looking forward to it. You're impossible to talk with when you are like this. Are you going to stay up much longer? I don't think so. Toddy and I have a few things to discuss, but they can wait until tomorrow.
The Queen Mother turned back toward Polgara.
My quarters are most spacious, lady. Would you and your attendants care to share them with me during your stay here in the Drojum?
We would be very honored, my lady,
Polgara said.
Very well then,
Urgot's mother said.
Prala,
she called.
The girl who stepped from the shadows behind the throne was slender, perhaps 16 years old. She wore a black gown and had long, lustrous black hair. The dark, angular eyes that made most Murgo men look so alien were in her case very large and delicately almond-shaped, giving her features an exotic beauty. Her expression, however, was filled with a resolve uncommon in one so young. She stepped to Lady Tamizin's chair and helped her to her feet. Urgot's face darkened, and his eyes grew flinty as he watched his mother limp down the dais, leaning heavily on the girl's shoulder.
A little gift from the inestimable Tower Ugas, he said to Toddy. One evening when he was feeling playful, he knocked my mother down a flight of stairs and broke her hip. She has had that limp ever since. I don't even notice it anymore, Urgot. It is amazing how all of our minor aches and pains got better right after King Kolhag's saber slid through my father's guts.
Urgot paused.
I wonder if it is too late to send Kolhag some small token of my appreciation.
Oh, the Queen Mother said to Polgara.
This is Lady Prala, a princess of the House of Catan.
Princess?
Polgara greeted the slender girl supporting Lady Tamizin.
Milady,
Prala responded with a clear voice. Lady Tamizin, leaning on Prala's shoulder, slowly limped from the room with Polgara, Tenedra, and Velvet close behind her.
That girl makes me very nervous for some reason,
Urgot muttered to Tzadi.
My mother dotes on her, but she has something else on her mind. She never takes her eyes off me.
He shook his head as if to dismiss an unwelcome thought. "You and your people have had a very busy day, Toddy. We can talk further tomorrow, after we've both had a good night's sleep." He reached out and tugged at a silken bell pull, and there was the heavy note of a large gong somewhere outside the throne room. Urgot rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. "Why does it always have to be those great big bongs and clangs? Someday I'd like to tug on a bell pull and hear a tiny little tinkling bell." The door at the far end of the throne room opened, and a heavy-shouldered Murgo of late middle age entered. His hair was gray, and his scarred face was heavily lined. There was no hint that a smile had ever touched that grim face. "Your Majesty rang," he said in his rasping voice. "Yes, Oskatat," Urgot replied in an oddly respectful tone. "Do you suppose that you could escort my good friend Tzadi and his servants to suitable quarters?" He turned back to Tzadi. "Oskatat is Lord High Seneschal here. He served my father in the same capacity at Rakoska." There was no hint of the usual mockery as he spoke. "My mother and I were not popular in my father's house, and Oskatat was the closest thing to a friend either of us had there." "My lord," Tzadi said to the big gray-haired man with a deep bow. The Seneschal returned a bleak gaze to the king. "Has my lady Tamazan retired for the night?" "Yes, Oskatat." "Then you should also seek your bed. The hour is late." "I was just on my way," Urgot answered, getting quickly to his feet. Then he stopped. "Oskatat," he said plaintively, "I'm not a sickly little boy anymore. I don't really need to spend 12 hours in bed every night, the way I used to." "The burdens of the crown are many. You need your rest." He turned back to Tzadi. "Follow me," he said, starting toward the door. "Until tomorrow then, Tzadi," Urgot said. "Sleep well." "My thanks, your Majesty." The rooms to which the bleak-faced Oskatat took them were as garish as the rest of the Drojum palace. The walls were painted an unwholesome mustard yellow, and hung with splotchy tapestries. The furnishings were carved from rare priceless woods, and the blue Malloreon carpet was as deep as the wool on the back of a sheep. Once he had opened the door for them, Oskatat jerked his head in the briefest of nods, then turned and left them alone. "Charming fellow there," Tzadi murmured. Girion had been looking curiously at Silk, who still had his face covered by his hood. "Why are you trying so hard to hide?" The little man pulled back his hood with a rueful expression. "One of the disadvantages of being a world traveler is that one keeps running into old friends." "I'm not sure I follow you." "Do you remember that time when we were on our way to Raktal, and Tar Urgus caught me and stuck me in that pit?" "Yes." "And do you remember why he did that? Why he planned to peel off my skin inch by inch the next day?" "You said that you had been in Ratgoska once, and accidentally killed his eldest son." "Right. You have an excellent memory, Girion. Well, as it happened, I had been engaged in some negotiations with Tar Urgus himself before that unfortunate incident. I visited the palace in Ratgoska frequently, and met the Lady Tamazan several times. She's almost certain to remember me, particularly in view of the fact that she said that she knew my father." "Yes, that could cause some problems," Belgrath said. "Not if I avoid her," Silk shrugged. "Murgo women seldom socialize with men, particularly with strangers, so I don't imagine we'll be bumping into each other very often in the next few days. Oskatat could be a different matter, though. I also met him while I was there." "I think that if it's at all possible, you ought to stay here in our rooms." the old man suggested. It might even keep you out of trouble for a change. Why, Belgarath, Silk said mildly. What a thing to say. Has King Agate always been like this? Dernick asked Sadi. He seems awfully, humorous. I guess that's the word for it. I didn't think that Murgos even knew how to smile.
Oh, he's a very complex fellow,
Sadi replied. Have you known him long?
He frequently visited this store when he was younger, usually on missions for his father. I think he jumped at any excuse to get out of Ragoska. He and Salmisra got on rather well together. Of course, that was before Lady Polgra changed her into a snake.
Eunuch rubbed his hand absently over his scalp.
He's not a very strong king, he noted. His childhood in the palace of Tower Urgos made him timid, and he backs away from any sort of confrontation. He is a survivor, though. He's spent his entire life just trying to stay alive, and that tends to make a man very alert.
You'll be talking with him again tomorrow, then, Belgarath said. See if you can get him to give you some definite information about this ship they plan to give us. I want to get to the Isle of Rakat before the onset of winter, and various people in our party have been doing things that might attract attention if we have to stay here too long.
He gave Ariond a reproving look. It wasn't really my fault, Belgarath, the young man protested mildly. I didn't like the fires in the sanctum, that's all.
Try to keep a grip on your prejudices, Ariond, the old man said in a faintly sarcastic voice. Let's not get sidetracked on these moral crusades just now.
I'll try, Belgarath.
I'd appreciate that. The next morning, the Seneschal, Oscotat, summoned them all to another audience with the Murgo king in a brightly candlelit chamber that was smaller and less garish than the vast throne-room had been. Geryon noticed that Silk remained carefully hooded until the gray-haired functionary had left the room. Urget and Sadi spoke quietly together, while the rest of them sat unobtrusively in the chairs lining the wall.
It was probably the first hint that anyone really had that my father's brains were starting to come off of their hinges, the Murgo king was saying. He was dressed again in his purple doublet and hose, and was sprawled in a chair with his feet thrust out in front of him. He was suddenly seized with that wild ambition to make himself over-king of the Angarak. Personally, I think that Kluchik planted the notion in his head as a means of irritating Urvan. Anyway, he continued, twisting the heavy gold ring on one of his fingers, it took the combined efforts of all of his generals to convince my manic father that Zakath's army was about 5 times the size of ours, and that Zakath could squash him like a bug any time he chose. Once that notion had finally seeped into his head, he went absolutely wild. Oh? Sadi said. Urget grinned, threw himself on the floor, and started chewing on the carpet. After he calmed down, he decided to try subversion instead. He inundated Malloreon with Murgo agents, and Murgos are probably the clumsiest spies in the world. To keep it short, Zakath was about 19 at the time, and desperately in love with a Melsine girl. Her family was deeply in debt, so my father's agents bought up all of their obligations and started putting pressure on them. The brilliant plan that emerged from my father's diseased wits was that the girl should encourage the love-struck young Zakath, marry him, and then slip a knife between the imperial ribs at her earliest opportunity. One of the Melsines these highly intelligent Murgo spies had bought to help them in their schemes ran to Zakath with the whole sordid story, and the girl and her entire family were immediately put to death. What a tragic story, Sadi murmured. You haven't heard the best part yet. Several of the Murgo spies were persuaded to reveal the whole story. Malloreons tend to be very good persuaders. and Zakat discovered to his horror that the girl had known absolutely nothing about my father's plan. He locked himself in his room in the palace at Malzeth for an entire month. When he went in, he was a pleasant, open young man who showed much promise of becoming one of Malloria's greatest emperors. When he came out, he was the cold-blooded monster we all know and love. He rounded up every Murgo in Malloria, including a fair number of my father's relatives, and he used to amuse himself by sending bits and pieces of them in ornate containers to Rakoska, accompanied by highly insulting notes.
But didn't the two of them join forces at the Battle of Tulmardu?
Urget laughed. Ha! That may be the popular perception, Sadi. But in point of fact, the Imperial Princess Zenedra's army was just unlucky enough to get between two opposing Engrak monarchs. They didn't care a thing about her or about that dung heap that people call Mishrak Aktol. All they were trying to do was kill each other. Then my addled father made the mistake of challenging King Kohag of Bulgaria to single combat, and Kohag gave him a very pointed lesson in swordsmanship. He looked thoughtfully into the fire. I still think I ought to send Kohag some token of appreciation, he mused.
Excuse me, Your Majesty,
Sadi frowned,
but I don't altogether understand. Kalzakath's quarrel was with your father, and Taurogos is dead.
Oh, yes, quite dead. I cut his throat before I buried him, just to make sure. I think that Zakath's problem stems from the fact that he didn't get the chance to kill my father personally. Failing that, I guess he's willing to settle for me. He rose and began to pace moodily up and down. I have sent him 12 peace overtures, but all he does is send me back the heads of my emissaries. I think he is as crazy as my father was.
He stopped his restless pacing.
You know, maybe I was a bit hasty on my way to the throne. I had 12 brothers, all of the blood of Taurogos. If I'd kept a few of them alive, I might have been able to give them to Zakath. Perhaps if he had drunk enough Urga blood, it might have made him lose his taste for it.
The door opened, and a bulky Murgo with an ornate gold chain about his neck entered the room.
I need your signature on this,
he said rudely to Urget, thrusting a sheet of parchment at him.
What is it, General Craddock?
Urget asked meekly. The officer's face darkened.
All right,
Urget said in a mollifying tone.
Don't get yourself excited.
He took the parchment to a nearby table, where a quill pen lay beside a silver ink pot. He dipped the pen, scribbled his name on the bottom of the sheet, and handed it back.
Thank you, Your Majesty,
General Craddock said, then turned on his heel and left the room.
One of my father's generals,
Urget told Sadi sourly.
They all treat me like that.
He began to pace up and down again, scuffing his feet at the carpet.
How much do you know about King Bulgarian, Sadi?
He asked suddenly. The eunuch shrugged. Well, I have met him once or twice.
Didn't you say that most of your servants are Elorns?
Elorn mercenaries, yes. They're dependable and very good to have around if a fight breaks out. The Murgo king turned to Belgarath, who sat dozing in a chair.
You, old man,
he said abruptly.
Have you ever met Bulgarian of Riva?
Several times, Belgarath admitted calmly.
What kind of man is he?
Sincere, Belgarath replied. He tries very hard to be a good king.
Just how powerful is he?
Well, he has the whole Elon alliance to back him up. Technically, he is the overlord of the West, although the Tol Nedrons are likely to go their own way, and the Errans would rather fight each other.
That's not what I meant. How good of a sorcerer is he?
Why ask me, Your Majesty? Do I look like the kind of man who would know very much about that sort of thing? He managed to kill Torak, though, and I would imagine that took a bit of doing.
How about Belgarath? Is there really such a person, or is he just a myth?
No, Belgarath is a real person.
And he's 7,000 years old?
7,000 or so, Belgarath shrugged. Give or take a few centuries.
And his daughter Polgara?
She is also a real person.
And she is thousands of years old?
Something like that. I could probably figure it out if I needed to, but a gentleman does not ask questions about a lady's age.
Urgot laughed, a short, ugly, barking sound.
The words, gentlemen, and Murgo are mutually exclusive, my friend. Do you think Belgarian would receive my emissaries if I sent them to Riva?
He is out of the country just now, Belgarath told him blandly.
I had not heard that.
He does it from time to time. Every so often he gets bored with all of the ceremony and goes away.
How does he manage that? How can he just pick up and leave?
Who's going to argue with him?
Urgot began to gnaw worriedly on one fingernail.
Even if the Dagashi Kabak succeeds in killing Zakath, I am still going to have a Malloreon army on my doorstep. I'm going to need an ally if I'm ever going to get rid of them.
He began to pace up and down again.
Besides, if I can reach an agreement with Belgarian, maybe I'll be able to get Agachak's fist off my throat. Do you think he would listen to a proposal from me?
You could ask him and find out, I suppose.
The door opened again, and the Queen Mother, assisted by the girl Prala, entered.
Good morning, Mother,
Urgot greeted her.
Why are you out roaming the halls of this madhouse?
Urgot, she said firmly,
you'd be much more admirable if you stopped trying to make a joke out of everything. It keeps me from brooding about my circumstances, he told her. I'm losing a war. Half of my subjects want to depose me and send my head to Zakath on a plate. I'll be going mad soon, and I think I'm developing a boil on my neck. There are only a few things left for me to laugh about, Mother, so please, let me enjoy a joke or two while I still can. Why do you keep insisting that you are going to go mad? Every male in the Urga family for the past 500 years has gone mad before he reached 50, he reminded her. It is one of the reasons we make such good kings. Nobody in his right mind would want the throne of Thol Murgos. Was there anything special you wanted, Mother? Or did you just want to enjoy my fascinating companionship?
She looked around the room.
Which of you, gentlemen, is married to that little red-haired girl?
Geryon looked up quickly.
Is she all right, my lady? Paul, the lady with the white lock at her brow said that you should come at once. The young woman seems to be in some distress.
Geryon stood up to follow as the Queen Mother started slowly back toward the door. Just before she reached it, she stopped and glanced at Silk, who had pulled up his hood as soon as she had entered.
Why don't you accompany your friend, she suggested, just for the sake of appearances?
They went out of the room, and on down one of the garish halls of the Drojum to a dark paneled door guarded by a pair of mail-shirted men-at-arms. One of them opened the door with a respectful bow to Lady Tamazin, and she led them inside. Her quarters were decorated much more tastefully than the rest of the Drojum. The walls were white, and the decor much more subdued. Aunt Paul sat on a low divan holding the weeping Thenedra in her arms with Velvet standing nearby.
Is she all right?
Geryon's fingers asked quickly.
I don't think it's too serious,
Polgara's hands replied. A bout of nerves, most likely. But I don't want any of these fits of depression to go on for too long. She still hasn't fully recovered from her melancholia. See if you can comfort her. Geryon went to the divan and enclosed Thenedra gently in his arms. She clung to him, still weeping.
Is this young lady subject to these crying spells, Paul?
Queen Mother asked, as the two of them took chairs on opposite sides of the cheery fire that danced on the grate. Not all that frequently, Tamazin, Polgara answered. There's been a recent tragedy in her family, though, and sometimes her nerves get the best of her.
Ah,
Urgot's mother said.
Could I offer you a cup of tea, Paul? I always find tea in the morning so comforting.
Why, thank you, Tamazin. I think that would be very nice. Gradually, Tenedra's weeping subsided, though she still clung tightly to Geryon. At last she raised her head and wiped at her eyes with her fingertips.
I'm so very sorry,
she apologized.
I don't know what came over me.
It's all right, dear, Geryon murmured, his arms still about her shoulders. She dabbed at her eyes again, using a wispy little handkerchief.
I must look absolutely terrible,
she said with a teary little laugh. Moderately terrible, yes, he agreed, smiling. I told you once, dear, that you should never cry in public. You just don't have the right coloring for it, Polgara said. Tenedra smiled tremulously and stood up.
Perhaps I should go wash my face. And then I think I'd like to lie down for a bit.
She turned to Geryon.
Thank you for coming,
she said simply.
Any time you need me. Why don't you go with Lady Prala?
Lady Tamazin suggested.
Of course,
the slender Murgo princess agreed, coming quickly to her feet. Silk had been standing nervously near the door with the hood of his green robe pulled up and his head down to keep his face concealed.
Oh, do stop that, Prince Keldar,
the Queen Mother told him, after Tenedra and Prala had left the room.
I recognized you last night, so it is no good your trying to hide your face.
He sighed then and pushed his hood back. I was afraid you might have.
That hood does not hide your most salient feature anyway.
And which feature was that, my lady?
Your nose, Keldar. That long, sharp-pointed nose that precedes you wherever you go.
But it's such a noble nose, my lady,
Velvet said with a dimpled smile.
He wouldn't be nearly the man he is without it.
Do you mind? Silk asked her.
You do get around, don't you, Prince Keldar?
Lady Tamazin said to him.
How long has it been since you left Rakoska, with half of the Murgo army hot on your heels?
15, maybe 20 years, my lady, he replied, coming closer to the fire.
I was sorry to hear that you had left. You are not a very prepossessing-looking fellow, but your conversation was most entertaining, and there was very little in the way of entertainment in the house of Taurogas.
You don't plan to make a general announcement about my identity then, I take it?
It is not my concern, Keldar. Murgo women do not involve themselves in the affairs of men. Over the centuries, we have found that it is safer that way.
You're not upset then, my lady? Geryon asked her. What I mean is, I had heard that Prince Keldar here accidentally killed the eldest son of Taurogas. Didn't that offend you just a little?
It had nothing to do with me. The one Keldar killed was the child of Taurogas's first wife, an insufferable, toothless hag of the house of Gorut, who used to gloat over the fact that she had given birth to the heir apparent, and that as soon as he ascended the throne, she was going to have the rest of us strangled.
I am relieved to hear that you had no particular fondness for the young man, Silk told her.
Fondness? He was a monster, just like his father. When he was a little boy, he used to amuse himself by dropping live puppies into boiling water. The world is a better place without him.
Silk assumed a lofty expression. I always like to perform these little public services. I feel that it's a gentleman's civic duty. I thought you said that his death was accidental. Well, sort of. Actually, I was trying to stab him in the belly. Painful, perhaps, but seldom fatal. But he bumped my arm as I made the thrust, and somehow my knife went straight into his heart.
What a shame,
Tamazin murmured.
I'd be sort of careful here in the Trojum, though, Keldar. I have no intention of revealing your identity. But the Seneschal, Oskatat, also knows you by sight, and he would probably feel obliged to denounce you.
I'd already guessed as much, my lady. I'll try to avoid him.
Now tell me, Prince Keldar, how is your father?
Silk sighed.
He died, I'm afraid, he replied sadly. Quite a few years ago. It was rather sudden. As chance had it, Geryon was looking directly at the Queen Mother's face as Silk spoke, and he saw the momentary flicker of anguish touching her beautiful features. She recovered quickly, though, and her eyes still brimmed with sorrow.
"Oh,"
she said very quietly.
"I'm sorry, Keldar. More sorry than you could possibly know. I liked your father very much. The memories of the months he was in Rakoska are among the happiest of my life."
To avoid being caught staring, Geryon turned his head and his eyes fell on Velvet, whose expression was faintly speculative. She returned his look, and her eyes conveyed a world of meaning, and several unanswered questions. Chapter 14. The following morning dawned clear and cold. Geryon stood at the window of his room looking out over the slate rooftops of Rak-Urga. The low, squat houses seemed to huddle together fearfully under the twin presence of the garish Drojum Palace at one end of town, and the black temple of Torak at the other. The smoke from hundreds of chimneys rose in straight blue columns toward the windless sky. "Depressing sort of a place, isn't it?" Silk said, as he came into the room with his green robe carelessly slung over one shoulder. Geryon nodded.
"It looks almost as if they deliberately went out of their way to make it ugly."
"It is a reflection of the Murgo mind. Oh, Urgot wants to see us again." The little man caught Geryon's inquiring look. "I don't think it's anything particularly important. He's probably just starved for conversation. I imagine that talking with Murgos can get tedious after a while." They all trooped through the garish halls on the heels of the mail-shirted guard who had brought the king's summons, returning to the room where they had met with Urgot the previous day. They found him lounging in a chair by the fire with one leg cocked up over the arm and a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand.
"Good morning, gentlemen,"
he greeted them.
"Please, sit down."
He waved his breakfast at the chairs lined up against one wall.
"I'm not much of a one for formality."
He looked at Sadi.
"Did you sleep well?"
"I got a bit cold toward morning, your majesty."
"It's the slipshod construction of this place. There are cracks in the walls big enough to push a horse through. In the winter-time we have snowstorms in the corridors."
He sighed then.
"Do you realize that it is spring in Tol Hanath right now?"
He sighed again, then glanced at Belgarath, who stood smiling peculiarly at him.
"Was there something amusing, old boy?"
"Not really. Just remembering something I heard once." The old man went to the fire and held out his hands to the crackling flames. "How are your people coming on that ship?"
"I expect that it's going to be tomorrow at the earliest before it is ready. Winter is coming on, and the seas around the south tip of the Urga Peninsula are never what you would call placid, even in the best of seasons. So I ordered the shipwrights to take special pains."
He leaned forward and negligently tossed his chicken leg into the fireplace.
"It was burned," he said absently. "Every meal I get in this place is either burned or raw."
He looked peculiarly at Belgarath.
"You intrigue me, old man. You don't seem like the type to wind up his career hiring himself out to a nice enslaver."
"Appearances can be deceiving," Belgarath shrugged.
"You don't look much like a king, either.
But you do have the crown, after all." Urgot reached up and pulled off his iron circlet. He looked at it distastefully, then held it out to Belgarath.
"You want this thing? I am sure you'd look more regal than I do, and I would be very happy to get rid of it, particularly in view of the fact that Kalzakath so keenly wants to take my head out from under it."
He dropped it on the floor beside his chair with a dull clunk.
"Let's go back to something we were discussing yesterday. You told me that you know Belgarian."
Belgarath nodded.
"How well?"
"How well can any man know another?"
"You are evading my question."
"It seems that way, doesn't it?"
Urgot let that pass. He looked intently at the old man.
How do you think Belgarian would really react if I proposed that he ally himself with me to drive the Malloreons off of this continent? I'm sure their presence here worries him almost as much as it does me."
"The chances aren't very good," Belgarath told him. "You might be able to persuade Belgarian that it's a good idea, but the rest of the Elorn monarchs would probably object."
"They reached an accommodation with Drosta, didn't they?"
"That was between Rodar and Drosta. There has always been a certain wary friendship between the Drasnians and the Nadrax. The one you would need to get to accept your idea would be Quohag, and Quohag's never been exactly cordial to Murgos."
"I need allies, old man, not platitudes. What if I got word to Belgarath?"
"What would you say to him?"
"I would try to persuade him that Zakath's a much greater danger to the kingdoms of the West than I am. Maybe he could make the Elorns listen to reason."
"I don't think you would have much luck there, either." The old man looked into the dancing flames with the firelight gleaming on his short silvery beard. "You have to understand that Belgarath does not live in the same world with ordinary men. He lives in the world of first causes, primal forces. I would imagine that he looks upon Kal-Zakath as little more than a minor irritation."
"Thorax, teeth,"
Urgot swore.
"Where am I going to get the troops that I need?"
"Hire mercenaries," Silk suggested, without turning from the window where he stood.
"What?"
"Dip into the royal vaults and bring out some of the fabled red gold of Angarak. Send word into the kingdoms of the West that you need good men, and that you're willing to pay them very good gold. You would be swamped with volunteers."
"I prefer men who fight for patriotism or religion,"
Urgot declared stiffly. Silk turned with an amused expression. "I've noticed that preference in many kings," he observed. "It doesn't put such a strain on royal treasuries. But believe me, Your Majesty, loyalty to an ideal can vary in its intensity, but loyalty to money never changes. That's why mercenaries are better fighters."
"You are a cynic,"
Urgot accused. Silk shook his head. "No, Your Majesty, I'm a realist." He stepped over to Tzadi and murmured something. The eunuch nodded, and the rat-faced little Drasnian quietly left the room. Urgot raised one eyebrow inquiringly. "He's going to go start packing, Your Majesty," Tzadi explained. "If we are going to sail tomorrow, we need to start getting ready." Urgot and Tzadi talked quietly for about a quarter of an hour. Then the door at the far end of the room opened again. Polgara and the other ladies entered with the Lady Tamazin.
"Oh, good morning, Mother,"
Urgot greeted her.
"You slept well, I trust?"
"Quite well, thank you."
She looked critically at him.
"Urgot, where is your crown?"
"I took it off. It gives me a headache."
"Put it back on at once."
"What for?"
"Urgot, you don't look very much like a king. You are short and thin, and you've got a face like a weasel. Murgos are not bright. If you don't wear your crown all of the time, it is altogether possible that they will forget who you are. Now, put it back on."
"Yes, Mother."
He picked up his crown and clapped it on his head.
"How's that?"
"It is lopsided, dear,"
she said in a calm tone, so familiar that Geryon gave Polgara a quick, startled look.
"Now you look like a drunken sailor."
Urgot laughed and straightened his crown. Geryon looked closely at Tenedra to see if there were any traces left of the storm of weeping that had swept over her the previous day, but he saw no evidence that it might immediately return. She was engaged in a murmured conversation with the Ctan princess, Prala, and the Murgo girl's face clearly showed that she had already fallen under the queen's spell.
"And you, Urgot,"
Lady Tamazin said.
"Did you sleep well?"
"I never really sleep, Mother, you know that. I decided years ago that sleeping nervously is infinitely preferable to sleeping permanently."
Geryon found himself making a difficult readjustment in his thinking. He had never liked Murgos. He had always distrusted and even feared them. King Urgot's personality, however, was as un-Murgoish as his appearance. He was quick and volatile, and his moods swung from sardonic amusement to gloom so rapidly that Geryon was quite uncertain what to expect next. He was obviously not a strong king, and Geryon had been a king long enough himself to see where Urgot was making his mistakes. In spite of himself, though, Geryon found that he actually liked him, and felt a peculiar sympathy for him as he struggled with a job for which he was hopelessly unsuited. That, of course, created a problem. Geryon did not want to like this man, and this unwanted sympathy seemed wildly out of place. He rose from his chair and withdrew to the far end of the room, making some pretense of looking out the window, so that he might put himself beyond the range of the Murgo king's urbane wit. With a kind of unbearable urgency, he wanted to be on board ship and away from this ugly Murgo city, huddled on this barren coast, and from the weak, fearful man who was not really such a bad fellow, but whom Geryon knew he should regard as an enemy. "What is the trouble, Geryon?" Polgara asked quietly, coming up behind him. "Impatience, I guess, Aunt Paul. I want to get moving." "We all do, dear. But we have to endure this for one more day." "Why can't he just leave us alone?" "Who's that, dear?" "Urgot. I'm not interested in his problems, so why does he have to sit around telling us about them all of the time?" "Because he is lonely, Geryon. All kings are lonely. It comes with the crown. Most of us just learn how to endure it. We don't sit around and snivel about it. That is unkind, Geryon, and it is unworthy of you. Why are we all so concerned about a weak king with a clever mouth? Perhaps it is because he is the first Murgo we have met in aeons who shows some human qualities. Because he is the way he is, he raises the possibility that Aelorns and Murgos might someday find ways to settle their differences without resorting to bloodshed." He continued to stare out of the window, although a slow flush began to creep up his neck. "I am being childish, aren't I?" "Yes, dear. I am afraid you are. Your prejudices are running away with you. Ordinary people can afford that. Kings cannot. Go back to where he is sitting, Geryon. Watch him closely. Do not pass up this opportunity to get to know him. The time may come when that knowledge will help you." "All right, Aunt Paul," Geryon sighed, squaring his shoulders resolutely. It was almost noon when Oscotat entered the room.
"Your Majesty,"
he announced in his rasping voice,
Agachek, Hierarch of Rak Uga, craves audience with you." "Show him in, Oscotat,"
Urgot replied wearily. He turned toward his mother.
"I think I'm going to have to find another place to hide," he muttered. "Too many people know where to find me." "I have a splendid closet, Urgot. Warm and dry and dark. You could hide in there and cover yourself with a blanket. We will slip food into you from time to time." "Are you making fun of me, Mother?"
"No, dear. But like it or not, you are the king. You can either be the king or you can be a spoiled child. The choice is entirely up to you."
Geryon glanced guiltily at Polgara.
"Yes," she murmured. But he decided not to answer. The cadaverous-looking Agachak entered and bowed perfunctorily.
"Your Majesty,"
he said in his hollow voice.
"Dread Hierarch,"
Urgot responded, his voice betraying no hint of his true feeling.
"Time is passing, Your Majesty. It has a way of doing that, I have noticed. My point is that the weather is about to turn stormy. Is the ship nearly ready?" "I expect it to sail tomorrow," Urgot replied. "Excellent. I shall instruct Kabak to make ready." "Has the priestess Kabat regained her composure?" Urgot asked. "Not really, Your Majesty. She still keenly feels the loss of her paramour." "Even after she found out what his true feelings were about her? Who can ever hope to understand the workings of the female mind?" "Kabat is not that difficult to fathom, Your Majesty." Agachak shrugged. A disfigured woman has little chance to attract lovers, and the loss of even an insincere one is most painful. Her loss in this particular case goes a bit deeper, however. Sorchak assisted her in the performance of certain rites of magic. Without him, she will not be able to continue her efforts to summon up demons.
Urgot shuddered.
I thought that she was a sorceress. Is that not enough for her? Why would she want to dabble in magic too?
Kabat is not really that powerful of a sorceress, Agachak replied. She thinks that she will have a greater advantage when she finally confronts me, if she has demons to aid her.
Confront you? Is that what she is planning?
Of course. Her occasional dallying is merely an amusement. Her central goal has always been power. In time, she will have to try to wrest mine from me.
If that is the case, why did you allow her to gain so much authority in the temple?
It amused me,
Agachak said with a chill smile.
I am not as repelled by ugliness as others are, and Kabat, despite her ambition, or perhaps because of it, is very efficient.
You knew about her affair with Sorchak? Did that not offend you?
Not really,
the dead-looking hierarch answered.
That is just part of the entertainment that I am preparing for myself. Eventually, Kabat will succeed in raising a demon. Then she will challenge me. At the very instant that her triumph seems complete, I shall also raise a demon, and mine will destroy hers. Then I shall have her stripped and dragged to the sanctum. There, she will be bent backward across the altar, and I myself will slowly cut out her heart. I look forward to that moment with a great deal of anticipation, and it will be all the sweeter because it will come just when she thinks she has beaten me.
His dead face had come alive with a dreadful pleasure. His eyes burned, and there were flecks of spittle in the corners of his mouth. Urgot, however, looked faintly sick.
Golems appear to have more exotic amusements than ordinary men.
Not really, Urgot. The only reason for power is to be able to use it to destroy your enemies. And it is particularly enjoyable to be able to drag them down from a height before you destroy them. Wouldn't you like to be present when the mighty Kalzakath dies with a Dagashi knife in his heart?
Not really. I just want him out of the way. I don't particularly want to watch the procedure.
You have not yet learned the true meaning of power. The understanding may come when you and I stand in the presence of Tragsadius and witness the rebirth of the Dark God and the final triumph of the Child of Dark.
Urgot's expression grew pained.
Do not flinch from your destiny, Urgot,
Agachak continued in his hollow voice.
It is foretold that the king of Angarak will be present at the final meeting. You will be that king, just as I will be the one to make the sacrifice and thus become the first disciple of the reborn God. We are bound together by a chain of forged fate. Your destiny is to become Overking of Angarak, and mine to rule the church.
Urgot sighed in resignation.
Whatever you say, Agachek. We still have a few problems to overcome, however.
They are of little concern to me.
Well, they do concern me,
Urgot said with surprising heat.
First, we have to deal with Zakath. Then we will need to get rid of Gethel and Drosta, just to be on the safe side. I have been involved in a race for a throne before, and I think I'd be more confident if I were the only one running. Your problems, however, are a bit more weighty. Urvan and Zandramas are very serious opponents.
Urvan is a doddering old fool. And Zandramas is only a woman.
Agachak,
Urgot said pointedly.
Polgara is also only a woman. Would you care to face her? No, dread hierarch. I think that Urvan does not dodder as much as you think, and Zandramas is probably more dangerous than you'd like to believe. She has managed to spirit away Belgarian's son, and that was no mean trick. She also slipped past you and all of the other hierarchs as if you weren't even here. Let's neither of us take any of this too lightly.
I know where Zandramas is, Agachak said with a chill smile, and I will wrest Belgarian's son from her at the proper time. It is foretold that you and I and the babe who is to be sacrificed will come into the presence of the Tardian at that appointed time. There, I will perform the sacrifice, and you will witness the rite, and we shall both be exalted. It is so written.
Depending upon how you read it,
Urgot added morosely. Girion moved to Tenedra's side, trying to look casual. As the meaning of what the Grolem hierarch had just said came to her, the blood slowly drained from her face.
It's not going to happen,
he told her in a firm, quiet voice.
Nobody's going to do that to our baby.
You knew,
she accused him in a choked whisper.
Grandfather and I found it out in the Grolem prophecies in the temple library.
Oh, Girion,
she said, biting her lip to keep back the tears.
Don't worry about it, he said. The same prophecy said that Torak was going to win at Thol Mishrak. That didn't happen, and this isn't going to happen either.
But what if...
There are not any ifs. It's not going to happen.
After the hierarch had left, King Urgot's mood changed. He sat in his chair, brooding sourly.
Perhaps your majesty might prefer to be left alone, Tzadi ventured.
No, Tzadi,
Urgot sighed.
No amount of worrying at it is going to change what we have already set in motion.
He shook his head, then shrugged as if dismissing the whole matter.
Why don't you tell me the details of this little misdemeanor that made Sal Misra so vexed with you? I adore stories of deceit and dishonesty. They always seem to hint that the world's not really such a bad place, after all.
It was not long after, as Tzadi was elaborating at some length on the involuted scheme that had caused his downfall, when the Seneschal entered the room again.
A dispatch has arrived from the military governor at Taha, your majesty, he rasped. What does he want now?
Urgot muttered.
He reports that the Malloreons are mounting a major campaign in the south. Rakgorot is under siege and must inevitably fall within a week.
In the autumn? Urgot exclaimed, coming up out of his chair in dismay.
They are mounting a campaign when the summer is already over?
So it appears, Oscatat replied. I think that Karzakath is hoping to take you by surprise. Once Rakgorot falls, there won't be anything between his forces and Raktacha.
And the garrison there is virtually non-existent, isn't it?
I am afraid so. Raktacha will also fall, Urgot, and then Zakath will have all winter to consolidate his hold on the south. Urgot began to swear and moved quickly to a map tacked up on the wall.
How many troops do we have up here in Month?
He demanded, tapping the map with one finger.
A few score thousand. But by the time they had received the order to march south, the Malloreons would already be halfway to Rakhtaka.
Urgot stared in consternation at the map. Then he suddenly smashed his fist against it.
He has outsmarted me again,
he raged. He returned to his chair and collapsed into it.
I think I had better go get Craddock, Oscatat said. The general staff will need to know about this.
Whatever you think best, Oscatat, Urgot replied in a defeated tone. As the seneschal strode from the room, Geryon crossed to look at the map. Only the briefest of glances told him a solution to Urgot's problem. But he was reluctant to speak. He did not want to become involved in this. There were a dozen good reasons why he should keep his mouth shut, the most important being the fact that should he offer his solution to the Murgo king, he would, in a sense, be committed, and he firmly desired to avoid any commitment to the man, no matter how slight. An unresolved problem, however, nagged at his sense of responsibility. To turn his back on one, even one that was not his own, violated something deep within him. He muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to the stricken Urgot.
"Excuse me, Your Majesty," he said, approaching the matter obliquely. "But how well fortified is Rakhtaka?"
It's like every Murgo city,
Urgot replied abstractedly.
The walls are 70 feet high and 30 feet thick. What difference does it make?
The city could withstand a siege, then, if you had enough men there?
That's the whole problem. I don't.
Then you need to get reinforcements there before the Malloreons can reach the city.
What a brilliant observation. But if I can't get relief columns there in time, how could I possibly get reinforcements there before the streets are filled with Malloreons?
Geryon shrugged.
Send them by sea.
By sea?
Urgot suddenly looked stunned.
Your harbor is full of ships, and your city's bulging with troops. Load enough men on the ships to reinforce the garrison at Rakhtaka, and sail them around to the city. Even if Rakkarut fell tomorrow, it's still going to take the Malloreons 10 days to march overland. Your ships could be there in less than a week. Your reinforced garrison will be able to hold until the relief columns arrive.
Urgot shook his head.
Murgo armies do not move by ship. My generals would not hear of it.
You are the king, aren't you? Make them hear it.
Urgot's face grew apprehensive.
They never listen to me.
Geryon had a sudden urge to shake him. With some effort he got his irritation under control.
There's nothing holy about walking, particularly if marching your men to Rakhtaka is going to cost you the city. Tell your generals to load the men on those ships, and also tell them that the matter is not open to discussion.
They will refuse.
Then dismiss them from their posts and promote a few colonels.
Urgot stared at him aghast.
I couldn't do that.
You are the king. You can do anything you want to.
Urgot wrestled with it indecisively.
Do as he says, Urgot,
Lady Tamazin commanded abruptly.
It's the only way to save Rakhtaka.
He looked at her, a lost expression on his face.
Do you really think I should, Mother?
He asked in a small voice.
Just do it. As the young man said, you are the king. And I think it is about time that you started acting like one.
There's something else we need to consider, Your Majesty, Thuddy said, his face grave. If the Malloreons lay siege to Rakhtaka, I won't be able to land there. I am going to have to get past that vicinity before any fighting breaks out. Slavers can move around with very little interference, unless there's an actual battle going on. But once the fighting starts, the Malloreons are sure to detain us if we don't move very quickly. Your Dagashi won't reach Rakhaga until sometime next summer.
Urgot's face grew even more disconsolate.
I had not considered that,
he admitted.
I think you and your people had better get ready to leave here immediately. I will send word to the temple and tell Agachak that the plans have changed.
The door opened. Oskatat entered, and at his side was the Murgo officer who had so rudely demanded Urgot's signature the previous day.
Ah, General Craddock.
Urgot greeted the officer with an obviously feigned joviality.
So good of you to join us. You have heard about what's going on in the south?
The general nodded shortly. The situation is grave. Rakgarot and Raktaka are in great peril.
What do you advise, General?
There's nothing to advise. We will have to accept the fact that Gorut and Taka are lost and concentrate our efforts on holding Urga, Murkt, and Raga.
General, that only leaves 3 of the 9 military districts of Tol Murgos under my control. Zakat is eating my kingdom one bite at a time.
The general shrugged. We cannot reach Raktaka before the Malloreons do. The city will fall. There is nothing we can do about it.
What if we were to reinforce the garrison? Would that change things?
Certainly, but it is impossible.
Maybe not,
Urgot said, with a quick look at Geryon.
What do you think of moving reinforcements there by ship?
By ship? The general blinked. Then his face hardened. That is absurd.
Why absurd?
It has never been done in Tol Murgos before.
I imagine that there are a lot of things that have never been done in Tol Murgos before. Is there any specific reason why it won't work?
Ships sink, Your Majesty, Craddock pointed out acidly, as if speaking to a child. The troops know that, and they will refuse to go on board. Oskatat stepped forward.
Not if you crucify the first 10 or so who refuse right there on the dock, he said firmly. That sort of example should lessen the reluctance of the rest.
Craddock gave the gray-haired man a look of undisguised hatred. What would a house servant know about command? He demanded. He looked back at Urgot with a barely concealed sneer. Just stay on your throne, Urgot. Play with your crown and your scepter, and pretend that you are a real king, but keep your nose out of the business of running the war. Urgot's face blanched, and he shrank back onto his chair.
Shall I send for the headsman, Your Majesty?
Oskatat inquired in an icy voice.
It appears that General Craddock has outlived his usefulness.
Craddock stared at him incredulously.
You wouldn't dare. Your life hangs on His Majesty's pleasure just now, Craddock. One word from him, and your head will roll in the dust.
I am a general officer in the armies of Tol Murgos. Craddock clutched at the gold chain about his neck as if for reassurance. My appointment comes from Tar Urgas himself. You have no authority over me, Oskatat. Urgot straightened in his chair, an angry flush moving up into his face.
Oh, really?
He said dangerously.
Maybe it is time that we get a few things clarified.
He took off his crown and held it up.
Do you recognize this, Craddock?
The general glared at him with a stony face.
Answer me.
It is the crown of Tol Murgos, Craddock replied sullenly.
And the man who wears it has absolute authority, right?
Tar Urgas did.
Tar Urgas is dead. I sit upon the throne now, and you will obey me in the same way you obeyed him. Do you understand?
You are not Tar Urgas.
That is painfully obvious, General Craddock,
Urgot replied coldly.
I am your king, however, and I am also an Urga. When I grow agitated, I feel the madness of the Urgas creeping up on me, and it is creeping up very fast just now. If you don't do exactly as I tell you to do, you are going to be a head shorter before the sun sets. Now go give the order to load the troops onto those ships.
And if I refuse? Urgot's expression grew hesitant. For some reason he looked appealingly to Geryon. Kill him, Geryon said, in the flat, unemotional voice he had discovered immediately got people's attention. Urgot straightened again and firmly yanked his bell pull. The great gong outside the hallway clanged. 2 burly guards responded immediately.
"Is your majesty?"
one of them asked.
"Well, Craddock,"
Urgot asked.
"what's it to be? The ships or the block? Speak up, man, I haven't got all day."
Craddock's face went ashen.
"The ships, your majesty?"
he replied in a shaky voice.
"Splendid. I am so happy we were able to settle our little differences without unpleasantness."
Urgot turned to his guards.
"General Craddock is going directly to the barracks of the 3rd cohort now, and you will accompany him. He is going to order those men to board the ships in the harbor and to sail to the relief of the garrison at Raktacha."
He gave Craddock a narrow, distrustful look.
"If he gives them any other order, you will cut off his head immediately and bring it to me in a basket."
"As your majesty commands,"
the Murgos replied in unison, each banging his fist against his mail shirt. Craddock turned, trembling and suddenly broken, and went out with the grim Murgo guards flanking him closely. Urgot retained his imperious expression until the door closed. Then he threw both arms in the air and began beating his feet on the floor, whooping with delight.
"Oh, gods! I loved that. I've been waiting to do that all of my life."
The Lady Tamazin rose gravely from her chair, limped to where her son sat, and wordlessly embraced him.
"Affection, mother?"
he asked lightly, a broad grin still creasing his sharp-featured face.
"Oh, terribly un-Murgoish."
And then he laughed and caught her in a rough bear hug.
"There may be hope, after all,"
she observed calmly to Oscatat. A slow smile crept across the big Murgo's lips.
"It looks a bit more promising, my lady,"
he agreed.
"Thank you for your support, Oscatat,"
Urgot said to his friend.
"I might not have gotten through that without your help. I must say, though, that I am a little surprised that you approved of my scheme." "I don't. I think it is an absurd idea, almost certainly doomed from the start."
Urgot blinked.
"There was another issue at stake, however. One that is much more important."
There was a peculiar pride on the big man's face.
"Do you realize that this is the very first time that you have ever faced down one of your generals? They have been running through roughshod over you since the day you took the throne. The loss of a few ships and a few thousand men is a small price to pay for a real king on the throne of Kol Murgos."
"Thank you for your candor, Oscatat,"
Urgot said gravely.
"It may just be, though, that things may not turn out so disastrously as you think."
"Perhaps, but Taur Urgos would not have done this."
"It might just be that someday we will all rejoice in the fact that Taur Urgos is no longer with us, Oscatat."
A faint ironic smile crossed the king's lips now.
"As a matter of fact, I seem to feel a small surge of rejoicing coming over me already. I'm losing this war, my old friend, and a man who is losing cannot afford to be conservative. I've got to take a few gambles if I want to keep Kalzakath from parading through the streets of Rak Urga with my head on a pole."
"As your majesty commands,"
the seneschal said with a bow.
"I am also going to have to give certain orders. Have I your permission to withdraw?"
"Of course."
Oscatat turned and started toward the door. Before he reached it, however, it opened and Silk came into the room. The seneschal stopped, staring hard at the Drasnian. Silk's hand moved swiftly toward the hood of his robe, but then he let it drop with a rueful grimace. Geryon groaned inwardly. He moved carefully into position not far behind Oscatat, aware that Dernick and the gigantic Toth were also coming up on either side of him, ready to move quickly to prevent any outcry.
"You!"
Oscatat exclaimed to Silk.
"What are you doing here?"
Silk's expression grew resigned. "Just passing through, Oscatat. You've been well, I trust." Urgot looked up.
"What is this?"
"The seneschal and I are old friends, your majesty," Silk replied. "We met in Rakgoska some years ago."
"Is your majesty aware of this man's true identity?"
Oscatat demanded. Urgot shrugged.
He is one of Tzadi's servants, or so I was told.
Hardly that, Urgot. This is Prince Keldar of Dresnia, the most notorious spy in the entire world.
Oh, this seneschal is perhaps a bit lavish in his praise, Silk noted modestly.
Do you deny that you murdered the soldiers Tar Urga sent to detain you when your scheme in Rakoska was exposed?
Oskatat said accusingly. I don't know that I would use the word murdered exactly, my lord. Silk winced. Oh, I'll admit that there was a bit of unpleasantness, but that's such an awkward way to sum it up.
Your Majesty, the grim old Murgos said, this man was responsible for the death of Dorak Urgas, your eldest brother. There is a long-standing warrant for his immediate execution, so I will send for the headsman at once.
Chapter 15. Urgot's face had grown cold. His eyes were narrowed, and he chewed nervously on a fingernail.
All right, Tzadi. What is this all about?
Your Majesty, The eunuch spread his hand.
Don't try to play innocent with me, Urgot snapped. Did you know about this man?
He pointed at Silk.
Well, yes, but...
And you chose not to tell me? What is your game, Tzadi?
The eunuch hesitated, and Geryon saw beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Dornick and Toth moved casually, as if merely removing themselves from the vicinity of the confrontation. They went past Oskatat and leaned idly against the wall, one on each side of the door.
Well, Tzadi,
Urgot pressed,
I've heard about this Prince Keldar. He's not merely a spy, he's an assassin as well.
His eyes suddenly grew wide.
So that's it,
he gasped, staring at Silk.
Though Geryon sent you here to kill me, didn't he? You and these other Elorns. Don't be absurd, Urgot,
Lady Tamazin said from her chair.
You have been alone with these people for hours at a time since they arrived here. If they were here to kill you, you would already be dead.
He thought about that.
All right. You, Prince Keldar, speak up. I want to know exactly what you are doing here. Now talk.
Silk shrugged. It is as I told my lord Oskatat, your Majesty. I am merely passing through. My business is in another part of the world.
Which part?
Oh, here and there, Silk said evasively.
I am going to get some straight answers here,
Urgot declared.
Should I send for the headsman, your Majesty?
Oskatat asked ominously.
Perhaps that might not be a bad idea,
Urgot agreed. The seneschal turned, but found Dornick and the impassive Toth barring his way from the room. Urgot, perceiving the situation at once, reached quickly for the bell-pull, which would fill the room with armed Murgos.
Urgot,
Lady Tamazin snapped.
No.
He hesitated.
Do as I say. What is this?
He asked.
Look around you, she told him. If you even touch that cord, one of these people will have a knife against your throat before you can tug it even once.
His expression grew suddenly frightened, and he slowly lowered his hand. Tzadi cleared his throat.
Your Majesty, I believe that the Queen Mother has seen directly to the heart of the matter here. We are both in positions to greatly inconvenience each other. Would it not be wiser for us to discuss things rationally before we resort to any unpleasantness?
What is it that you want, then, Tzadi?
Urgot asked him in a slightly quavering voice.
Only what you had intended all along, your Majesty. As Keldar said, our business is in another part of the world, and does not directly concern you. Give us the ship that you were going to give us anyway, and in return we will deliver your Dagashi to Rakhaga as we promised. After that, we will proceed with our own affairs. Now what could be fairer than that?
Listen to him, Urgot,
Lady Tamazin urged.
He makes a great deal of sense.
Urget's expression was filled with doubt.
Do you really think so, Mother? What harm can they do you once they have crossed the Malloreon lines? If you are nervous about them, then get them out of Rock Uga as quickly as possible.
I'll accept this one.
Oscatat pointed at Silk.
We really need him, my lord, Tzadi said politely. He killed Dorak Ugas, the Seneschal said stubbornly.
We can give him a medal for that later, Oscatat,
Urget said. Oscatat stared at him.
Oh, come now, my friend. You despised Dorak as much as I did.
He was a Murgo prince, your majesty. His murder cannot go unpunished.
You seem to forget that I murdered a dozen of my other brothers, also Murgo princes, on my way to the throne. Were you planning to punish me as well?
Urget looked back.
I think, however, Tzadi, that it might not hurt for me to keep Keldar here in Drojim, sort of as a performance bond. As soon as you deliver Kabak to Rakhaga, I will release him. He can catch up with you later.
Tzadi's expression grew pained.
You are overlooking something important here, Urget,
Lady Tamazin said, leaning forward intently.
Oh? And what is that, Mother? Prince Keldar of Drasnia is reputed to be one of King Belgarian's closest friends. You have there the perfect envoy to convey a message to the Riven King.
He looked sharply at Silk.
Is that true? Do you really know Belgarian?
Oh, quite well, actually, Silk replied. I've known him since he was a little boy.
That old man over there said that Belgarian isn't at Riva just now. Do you have any idea where you might be able to find him?
Your Majesty, Silk answered, with a perfectly straight face. I can honestly tell you that I know exactly where Belgarian is at this very moment. Urget scratched at one cheek, his eyes suspicious.
I don't like this. Let's say that I give you a message to deliver to Belgarian. What's to prevent you from just throwing it away, then circling around to rejoin your friends?
Ethics, Silk shrugged. I always do the things I am paid to do. You were planning to pay me, weren't you? Urget stared at Silk for a moment, and then he threw back his head and laughed.
You are absolutely outrageous, Keldar. Here you are about 2 steps from the headsman's block, and you have the nerve to try to extort money from me?
Silk sighed and looked around tragically. Why is it that the word pay always brings that same look of consternation into the eyes of kings the world over? Surely your Majesty would not expect me to perform this truly unique service for you without some small recompense, would you?
Wouldn't you say that keeping your head is more than adequate payment?
Oh, I'm fairly safe, I think, since I'm the only one in the world who can guarantee delivery of your message. I'm far too valuable to kill, wouldn't you say? Lady Tamazin suddenly laughed, a whimsical expression on her face as she looked at the two of them.
Something amusing, Mother? Nothing, Urget. Nothing at all.
The king's eyes were still indecisive. He looked hopefully at his seneschal.
What do you think, Oscatat? Can I trust this little knave?
It is your Majesty's decision,
the big Murgo replied stiffly.
I'm not asking you as your king. I'm asking as a friend.
Oscatat winced.
That is cruel, Urget. You are forcing me to decide between duty and friendship.
All right, then. Let's put it on that basis. What should I do?
As king, you should obey the law, even if it means flying in the face of your own best interests. As a man, however, you should seize every opportunity that presents itself to avert a disaster.
Well, what should I do? Should I be a king or a man? Which do you advise?
It hung there in the air between them. The seneschal refused to meet Urget's eyes. Instead, he cast one quick, appealing look at Lady Tamazin.
"Hey, Torak, forgive me,"
he muttered finally. He straightened and looked his king full in the face.
Save yourself, Urget. If this Draznian can arrange an alliance with Belgarian, then pay him whatever he demands, and send him on his way. Belgarian may deceive you at some later date, but Kalzakath seeks your head now. You need that alliance, no matter what the cost.
Thank you, Asketat, the king said with genuine gratitude. He turned back to Silk. How quickly do you think you could reach Belgarian with my message? Your Majesty, I can have your message in Belgarian's hands more quickly than you could possibly imagine. Now, shall we talk about money? His long, pointed nose began to twitch in a manner Garion recognized at once. How much do you want? Oh, Silk pretended to think about it. I suppose 100 Tonedran gold marks ought to cover it. Urget gasped at him. 100 marks? You're insane. Silk casually examined the fingernails of one hand. The figure is open to negotiation, Your Majesty. I just wanted to establish a general price range, sort of to get things off to a smooth start. Urget's eyes took on a strange light. He leaned forward, tugging absently at his nose. I might be able to see my way clear to pay you 10 or so. I don't really have all that much Tonedran coin in my vaults. Oh, that's all right, Your Majesty, Silk said magnanimously. I'd be willing to accept Angrak coin, at a slight discount, of course. Discount? Angrak gold is obviously adulterated, King Urget. That's why it's red instead of yellow. Urget eyed him narrowly. Why don't you draw up a chair, old boy? This might take a while. Strangely enough, his nose had also begun to twitch. What followed was a display of astonishing virtuosity on the part of both negotiators. Garion had seen Silk in this sort of a situation many times before, and had always believed that his sharp-nosed friend was without peer when it came to getting the best of every bargain he struck. Urget, however, quickly demonstrated that he too was an expert at this game. When Silk pointed out in suitably exaggerated terms the dangers he would have to face on his way to deliver the message, Urget countered by offering an escort of Murgo soldiers rather than increasing compensation. Silk dropped that line of attack and concentrated for a time on the unusual expenses he would incur, fresh horses, food, lodging, bribes, and the like. In each case, the Murgo king proposed assistance rather than money, horses, food, lodging at Murgo embassies or trade missions, and the good offices of Murgo officials to step around the necessity for bribes. Silk made some pretense at considering that, his watchful eyes never leaving his adversary's face. Then he fell back to his previously prepared position, re-emphasizing his friendship with the Raven King, and the fact that he, perhaps better than any man in the world, could present the proposed alliance to Belgarian in the most favorable light. After all, he concluded, what it finally comes down to is how much the alliance is worth to you, doesn't it? It is worth a very great deal, Urget admitted, with deceptive candor. But although I would be first to admit that you are probably the perfect messenger, there's no guarantee that Belgarian will agree to an alliance now, is there? He paused, his expression announcing that a notion had just struck him. I will tell you what, he said then, with an artfully feigned enthusiasm. Why don't we set a relatively modest figure for the actual delivery of the message? Let's say the 10 marks I suggested previously. Silk's face grew flinty, but Urget lifted one hand. Hear me out, Your Highness. As I suggested, we agree on that figure as a payment for carrying the message. Then if Belgarian agrees to an alliance, I would be more than happy to pay you the rest of the money you asked for. Oh, that's hardly fair, Your Majesty, Silk protested. You're putting the entire question into the hands of a third party. I can guarantee delivery, but not acceptance. Belgarian is a sovereign king. I can't tell him what to do, and I have no way of knowing how he would react to your proposal. Didn't you say that you were his oldest friend? Surely you know him well enough to have at least some idea of how he would view the matter. You're shifting the entire basis of the negotiations, Your Majesty.
Yes, I know,
Urgot smirked. The payment for actually cementing an alliance between you and Belgarion would have to be much, much higher. What you propose is extremely hazardous, after all.
Hazardous? I don't follow you, old boy.
Belgarion is not entirely a free agent. Even though he's the overlord of the West, he's still answerable to the other kings, particularly the Aelons, and let's be honest about it, Aelons despise Murgos. If I persuade him to accept an alliance with you, those other Aelon kings might very well believe that I'm a traitor. I could find myself dodging their assassins for the rest of my life.
I find that very hard to believe, Geldar.
You don't know them. The Aelons are a fearfully unforgiving race. Even my aunt, who would give orders to have me hunted down if she thought that I had betrayed a basic Aelon concept of the world. What you propose is absolutely out of the question, unless we start talking about really significant amounts of money, of course.
Just how significant?
Oh, well, now let's see. Silk pretended to consider the matter. Naturally, I'd have to abandon all of my enterprises in the kingdoms of the West. If the Aelon kings declare me an outlaw, all of my assets would be expropriated anyway. My commercial ventures are far-flung, and it's going to take some time to establish their fair value. And then, of course, I'll have the expense of setting up operations in a part of the world where the Aelons can't track me down.
That is simplicity in itself, Geldar. Come to Tol Murgos, I would protect you.
Oh, no offense, Your Majesty, but Tol Murgos doesn't suit me. I was thinking perhaps of Melzeth, or maybe Melcine. I could probably do quite well in Melcine.
Silk,
Belgarath said abruptly. What is the point of all of this? I know what you are doing. You can amuse yourself some other time. Right now we have got a ship to catch.
But,
Silk caught himself abruptly, with a quick sidelong glance at Urgot.
You are not in a position to be giving orders, old man,
the Murgo king said. Then he looked around suspiciously.
There is something going on here that I don't like. I don't think anybody's going anyplace today. I'm not going to turn any of you loose until I get to the bottom of all of this.
Don't be absurd, Urgot,
his mother interrupted him.
These people must leave at once.
Don't interfere, mother.
Then stop acting like a child. Tadi must get past Raktacha before the fighting starts there. And Kelda must be on his way to Belgarion within the hour. Don't throw away this opportunity out of sheer pique.
Their eyes locked. Urgot's face was suddenly angry and his mother's unrelenting. After a long moment, his eyes dropped.
This isn't like you, mother. Why are you deliberately trying to humiliate me in public?
I'm not, Urgot. I'm just trying to bring you to your senses. A king must always bow to reality, even if it injures his pride.
He gave her a long, penetrating look.
The time isn't really all that pressing, mother. Toddy has time to spare, and Kelda really doesn't have to leave for a day or so. If I don't know better, I would say that you have some personal reason for not wanting me to talk to them anymore.
Nonsense.
But her face had grown quite pale.
You are upset, mother. Why is that?
She can't tell you,
Arion said suddenly. The young man was seated on a bench in front of a nearby window, with the autumn sun streaming golden on his pale hair.
What?
Your mother can't tell you,
Arion repeated.
There's a secret she's had locked in her heart since before you were born.
No,
Lady Thomasin gasped involuntarily.
You mustn't.
What is this secret?
Urgot demanded, his eyes flickering suspiciously from face to face. A slow flush crept up Arion's cheeks.
I'd really rather not say,
he replied, in a slightly embarrassed tone. Velvet had been watching the exchange with wholly absorbed fascination. Even as a startling suspicion dawned in Gerion's mind, she suddenly began to laugh. "What's so funny, young lady?" Murgot asked irritably.
"A peculiar thought just occurred to me, your majesty,"
she replied. She turned to Lady Tamizin.
"Didn't you say that you knew Prince Keldar's father, my lady?"
Tamizin's chin lifted suddenly. Her face was still deadly pale, and she did not answer.
"How long ago would you say that was?"
Velvet asked. Tamizin's lips remained tightly closed. Velvet sighed, then looked at Silk.
"Keldar," she said, "quite a long time back your father visited Rakoska, didn't he? I think it had something to do with some trade negotiations on behalf of King Rodar. Do you happen to recall just how many years ago that was?"
He looked puzzled. "I don't know. Oh, it must have been—" He thought about it. "I remember that my mother and I stayed at the palace in Boktor while he was gone. I think I was 8 or so at the time. That would make it about 40 years, I guess. What is this all about, Lyselle?"
"Interesting," she murmured, ignoring his question. "My Lady Tamizin," she said, "you keep telling your son that he is not going to go mad. But doesn't every male in the Urga line fall prey to that hereditary affliction? What is it that makes you so positive that he's somehow going to escape the family curse?"
Tamizin's face grew even paler, and her lips were resolutely sealed.
"My Lord High Seneschal,"
Velvet said to Oscatat,
"just out of curiosity, how old is His Majesty?"
Oscatat's face had also gone deadly pale. He looked at Lady Tamizin with a stricken expression, and then his lips also clamped shut. "I am 39, Murgot snapped. "What difference does it—" Then he suddenly stopped, his eyes going very wide. He turned with a look of stunned incredulity. "Mother!" he gasped. Tzadi began to laugh.
"I just adore happy endings, don't you?"
Velvet said brightly to Tenedra. She looked impishly at Silk.
"Well, don't just sit there, Keldar. Go, embrace your brother."
The Lady Tamizin rose slowly from her chair, her face proud.
"Summon the executioner, Oscatat. I am ready."
"No, my lady. I won't do that."
"It is the law, Oscatat. A Murgo woman who dishonors her husband is to be put to death immediately."
"Oh, sit down, mother," Murgot said, abstractedly gnawing at one of his knuckles. "This is no time for histrionics." Silk's eyes were a bit wild.
"You're very quick, Lyselle,"
he said with a strained voice.
"Not really. I should have guessed quite some time ago. You and His Majesty could almost use each other for shaving mirrors, and he negotiates almost as shrewdly as you do."
She looked at the stunned Murgo king, her cheeks dimpling.
"If your Majesty ever grows weary of the throne, I am certain that my uncle could find work for you."
"This alters things quite a bit, Urget," Belgarath said. "The prejudices of your subjects are well known. If they find out that you are not a real Murgo, it might agitate them just a bit, wouldn't you say?" Urget had been staring at Silk. "Oh, just shut up, old man," he said absently. "Let me think my way through this."
"I am sure that your Majesty realizes that you can rely totally on our discretion," Tzadi said smoothly.
"Of course," Murgot replied dryly. "Just as long as I do exactly what you tell me to do."
"Well, there's that, naturally."
Murgot looked at his seneschal.
"Well, Oscatat, will you now dash to the highest window of the Drojum to proclaim this to the entire city?"
"Why should I?" Oscatat shrugged.
"I have known since you were a little boy that you were not the son of Tar Urgas."
Lady Tamizin gasped, her hand going suddenly to her lips.
"You have known, Oscatat? And you have kept my shame a secret?" "My lady," he said with a stiff bow, "I would not have betrayed you, even on the rack."
She gave him a peculiar look.
"And why is that, Oscatat?"
she asked him gently.
You are of the house of Haga, as am I. Loyalty to blood is very strong in Tol Murgos.
And is that all, Osgotat? Is that the only reason you befriended me and protected my son?
He looked her full in the face.
No, my lady. It is not,
he said almost proudly. She lowered her eyelashes.
There were other reasons for my keeping your secret, however. Less personal, perhaps, but just as compelling. The Aga dynasty has brought Tol Murgos to the brink of disaster. I saw in young Urget the best hope for the kingdom. I might have wished him to be stronger, but his agility of mind showed much promise. In the long run, a clever king is often preferable to a strong one without any brains.
Belgarath rose from his chair. I hate to break up these festivities, but it is time for us to leave. Too many secrets are starting to come out into the open. He looked at Urget. Did you send that messenger to the temple? If Agachak's Dagashi wants to go along with us, he's going to have to get down to the harbor at once. Urget started to rise from his chair, his face angry. Then he stopped, his eyes narrowing.
Just who are you, old man? You look like a vagabond, but you have been throwing commands around here like an emperor.
Lady Tamazin, however, had been looking at Belgarath with eyes suddenly gone wide. Then she turned to stare in awe at Aunt Paul.
Urget,
she said in a half-strangled whisper.
What is it, mother? Look at him. Look very closely. Then look at his daughter here. His daughter? I didn't know they were related. Neither did I, until just now.
The Queen Mother looked directly at Polgara.
He is your father, isn't he, Lady Polgara?
Polgara straightened, and the white lock at her brow caught the candlelight.
I think this has gone far enough, father,
she said to the old man, with a wry expression.
There's not much point in trying to hide things any more, is there?
Old friend, Silk said lightly. You really ought to do something about your appearance, you know. Your description has been noised about the world for all of these centuries, so people are bound to recognize you every so often. Have you ever considered shaving off your beard? Urget was staring at the old man with an expression of near terror. Oh, don't do that, Belgarath said in disgust. Urget flinched. And don't do that either. No matter what you've been told, I don't make a practice of biting off the heads of Murgo babies just for amusement. He tugged thoughtfully at one ear, looking first at Urget, then at Lady Tamazin, and finally at Osgotat and Prala. I think there's going to have to be a small change of plans. I believe that you people are all going to develop an irresistible craving for sea travel, just as a precaution. You have some secrets you want to keep, and so do we. This way we can sort of keep an eye on one another.
You're not serious,
Urget burst out. Yes, as a matter of fact I am. I don't like leaving loose ends behind me. The door opened, and Geryon spun quickly, but stopped, his hand halfway to his sword hilt. The Murgo officer who had just entered looked curiously at the people in the room, sensing the tension.
Excuse me, Your Majesty, he said a bit warily.
Urget looked at him, a swift flash of hope fleeting across his face. Then he cast a quick, fearful glance at Belgarath.
Yes, Colonel,
he replied in a carefully neutral voice.
A message has just arrived from the Hierarch, Your Majesty. I am directed to advise you that the Dagashi Kabak will be at the harbor within the hour.
Durnik and Toth, moving in unison, had carefully sidled up until one of them stood on each side of Osgotat, and Polgara had crossed to Lady Tamazin's chair. Urget's face was faintly sick with fright.
Very good, Colonel. Thank you for your trouble.
The officer bowed, then turned toward the door.
Colonel?
Prala's clear voice stopped him. He turned back, his face respectful.
Yes, Princess?
Velvet was moving toward the Murgo girl with a deceptive casualness. Geryon inwardly flinched at the potential for sudden, awful violence that hung heavily in the air, even as he measured the distance to the unsuspecting colonel.
Have you had any reports about the weather conditions along the coast to the south?
Bella asked calmly.
There's some wind, Your Highness, the colonel replied. And there are almost always rain squalls around the tip of the peninsula.
Thank you, Colonel.
He bowed and quietly left the room. Geryon let his breath out explosively.
Lord Belgarath?
Prella's voice was crisp now.
You cannot expose the Lady Tamizon to that kind of weather. I will not permit it.
Belgarath blinked. Will not permit? He asked incredulously.
Absolutely not. If you persist, I will scream the roof down.
She turned coolly to Velvet.
Don't come one step closer, Lyselle. I can scream at least twice before you can kill me, and that will bring every guard in the Drojum to this room on the run.
She's right, you know, Father,
Polgara said very calmly.
Tamizon could not possibly endure the rigors of the voyage.
Couldn't we?
No, Father. It is absolutely out of the question.
He muttered a sour curse and jerked his head toward Sadi. The two of them moved down to the far end of the room for a brief murmured conversation.
You've got a knife under your doublet, haven't you, Keldar?
Urgot asked. Two, actually. And one in my boot, and another on a string at the back of my neck. I like to be prepared for little emergencies when they arise. But why dwell on unpleasantness that never happened?
You are a dreadful man, Keldar.
Why, no. Belgarath came back from his low-voiced conference with Sadi. Lady Tamizon.
The Queen Mother's chin lifted.
Yes?
Under the circumstances, I believe we can rely on your discretion. You've already proved that you know how to keep a secret. You do realize that your life, and your son's, depends on your not revealing what you have learned here, don't you?
Yes, I suppose I do.
We are going to need to leave someone ostensibly in charge here anyway, so things will work out, I suppose.
What you propose is quite impossible, Lord Belgarath.
I do wish people would stop using that word. What's the problem now?
Murgos will not take orders from a woman.
Belgarath grunted sourly. Oh, yes. I had forgotten about that peculiar Murgo prejudice.
My lord Oscatat,
Sadi said. The seneschal's face was stony as he glanced briefly at Dernick and Toth, standing one on each side of him.
Wouldn't you be the logical one to attend to the affairs of state during His Majesty's absence?
It is possible.
Just how far does your loyalty to your kinswoman, the Lady Tamizon, go?
Oscatat scowled at him.
Eriand?
Tinedra said.
Yes? Can the seneschal be trusted not to send a fleet after us as soon as we leave?
Geryon looked up sharply. He had forgotten his young friend's peculiar ability to see directly into the minds and hearts of others.
He won't say anything,
Eriand replied confidently.
Are you sure?
Tinedra asked him.
Absolutely. He would rather die than betray Tamizon.
A dull flush crept up into the big Murgo's scarred cheeks. He turned his face so that he could avoid the Queen Mother's eyes. All right, then. Belgarath's tone was decisive. Urgot will go with us. He looked at the seneschal. We will drop him off not far from Rakthaka. You have my word on that. You stay here with Tamizon. It's up to you, but I'd recommend that you follow through on the plan to send reinforcements to the city by sea. Otherwise, your king may have to hold off the Malloreons all by himself.
What about Prala?
Tinedra asked. Belgarath scratched at his ear. There's no real point in taking her along. I'm sure that if she stays here, Tamizon and Oscatat can keep her from blurting out any secrets.
No, my lord Belgarath,
the slender Clan princess said firmly.
I will not stay behind. If His Majesty is going to Raktacha, then so am I. I will not give you my word to remain silent. You have no choice but to take me along, or to kill me.
What's this? Urgot asked, puzzled. Silk, however, had already guessed. If you want to start running right now, Urgot, I'll try to hold her until you get a good head start.
What are you talking about, Keldar?
If you're very, very lucky, my brother, Kal Zakath won't get you. But I'm afraid that your chances of escaping this young lady are far more slender. Take my advice and start running right now. Chapter 16. A heavy bank of gray cloud had moved in off of the great western sea, and a stiff offshore breeze tugged at their garments as they mounted their horses in the courtyard of the drogem.
You know what to do, Oscotat?
Urgot asked his seneschal. The big Murgo nodded.
The ships carrying the reinforcements will depart within 2 days, Your Majesty. You have my word on that. Good. I'd rather not fight this battle all by myself. Try not to use any more of those warrants than you absolutely have to. Trust me.
Oscotat's face creased into a bleak smile. Urgot's quick answering grin was wolfish.
And look after my mother. I have done that for many years without her even being aware of it.
Gravely, the Murgo king leaned down from his saddle and shook hands with his friend. Then he straightened resolutely.
All right,
he said to the officer in charge of the guard detachment.
Let's go.
They clattered out of the courtyard, and Silk drew in beside his brother.
What was that business about warrants?
Urgot laughed.
The generals might want to refuse to obey Oscotat's orders. So I signed warrants for the execution of every one of them, and left them with him to use as he sees fit.
Oh, clever.
I should have thought of it years ago.
Urgot looked up at the racing clouds overhead, with his robe flapping in the rising wind.
I'm not a very good sailor, Keldar. I tend to throw up a lot in rough weather.
Silk laughed. Oh, then just remember always to stand at the leeward rail. The murky sky seemed somehow to Geryon to be suited to the bleakness of Rak-Urga. A city so devoid of any kind of beauty seemed unnatural when the sky was clear and the sun shining. Now, however, it squatted under the roiling clouds like some torpid stone toad. The black-robed Murgos in the narrow streets stood aside for their king. Some of them bowed, others stood stony-faced and unbending as the party passed. They rode through a square, and then on down the stone-paved street that led to the temple.
"Captain,"
Urgot called to the officer in the lead,
"have one of your men stop by and tell the hierarch that we are leaving. He has someone in the temple that he wants to send along with us." "As your Majesty commands," the officer replied.
The cobbled street they were following rounded a corner, and they were able to see into the harbor. It lay in a sheltered bay behind the headland, standing at the narrow mouth of the Gulf of Urga, and was dotted with black-painted Murgo ships. The familiar smell of the meeting of sea and land, a mixture of brine, seaweed, and dead fish, rose to meet Geryon's nostrils, and his blood began to race at the prospect of once again going to sea. The black ship moored at the side of the stone quay onto which they rode was larger than most of the other vessels in the harbor. It was a squat, broad-beamed scow with slanting masts and tarred planking. Silk eyed it distrustfully.
"Do you really call that thing a ship?" "I warned you about Murgo boats," his brother replied.
There was a brief disagreement about the horses when they reached the ship.
"Totally out of the question, Your Majesty,"
the ship captain, a huge, evil-looking man, declared adamantly.
"I don't carry livestock on board my ship."
He stood towering over his king with a self-important expression, slightly tinged with contempt. Urgot's expression became one of distress.
"I'd say that it's time for another exercise of the royal assertiveness,"
Silk murmured to him. Urgot gave him a quick look, then squared his shoulders. He turned back to the hulking ship's master. "Load those horses on your ship, Captain," he repeated his command in a firmer tone. "I just told you that I don't—" "Did I say it too fast for you? Listen carefully this time. Put the horses on the boat. If you don't do exactly what I tell you to do, I will have you nailed to the prow of your ship in place of the figurehead. Do we understand each other?" The captain stepped back, his look of arrogance becoming one of doubt and apprehension. "Your Majesty—" "Do it, Captain," Urgot barked. "Now!" The captain drew himself up sharply, saluted, and then turned to his crew. "You heard the king," he said harshly. "Load those horses." He stalked away, muttering to himself. "You see," Silk said, "it gets easier every time you do it, doesn't it? All you have to remember is that your commands are not subjects for debate." "You know," Urgot said with a tight grin, "I could actually get to like that." The sailors began to push the skittish horses up the narrow gangplanks, and then down a steeply slanting ramp into the hold of the vessel. They had loaded perhaps half of the animals, when Geryon heard the sound of a sullen drum coming from the narrow cobbled street leading down to the quay. A double file of black-robed Grolums in polished steel masks marched down the hill toward the water, moving with that peculiar swaying gait Geryon had seen in the temple. Polgarath took Urgot by the sleeve and drew him out of earshot of his guards and the busy sailors. "We don't need any surprises here, Urgot. So let's get through the formalities with Agachak as quickly as possible. Tell him that you are going to Raktacha to take personal command of the defense of the city. Let's get your Dagashi on board ship and get out of here." "I don't really have any choice about this, do I?" "No, not very much at all." The cadaverous Agachak rode in a litter carried by a dozen Grolums. At his side, her head erect, came the scarred priestess, Kabat. Her eyes were ravaged from weeping, and her face was dreadfully pale. The look she directed at Sadi, however, was filled with implacable hatred. Behind Agachak's litter there came a hooded figure that did not walk with the stiff-legged, swaying gait of the Grolums in the hierarch's entourage, and Geryon surmised that this man was the mysterious Kabach. He looked at the man curiously, but could not see the face concealed beneath the hood. As the litter reached the gangway, Agachak signaled his bearers to halt. "Your Majesty," he greeted Urgot hollowly, as his litter was lowered to the stones. "Dread Hierarch?" "I received your message. Is the situation in the south as grave as I was led to believe?" "I'm afraid so, Agachak. I am going to take advantage of the ship to go to Raktacha and take personal command." "You, your Majesty?" Agachak looked startled. "Is that altogether wise?" "Perhaps not, but I am sure I can't do much worse than my generals have done. I have left orders that reinforcements are to be sent to the city by ship." "By ship? A daring innovation, your Majesty. I am surprised that your generals agreed to it." "I did not ask them to agree. I finally realized that their duty to advise me does not give them the authority to order me around." Agachak looked at him, his eyes thoughtful. "This is a new side of you, your Majesty," he noted as he stepped out of the litter to stand on the stones of the quay. "I thought it was time for a change." It was at that point that Geryon felt a warning tingle, and an oppressive kind of weight that seemed centered just above his ears. He glanced quickly at Polgara, and she nodded. It did not appear to be emanating from the hierarch, who seemed wholly engrossed in his conversation with Urgot. Kabat stood to one side, with her burning eyes fixed balefully on Sadi, but there was no hint of any mounting of her will. The quiet probing was coming from somewhere else. "We should be able to reach Raktacha in 5 or 6 days, Urgot was saying to the red-robed hierarch. "As soon as we arrive,
I will get Usa and his people started toward Rakhaga with our Dagashi. They might have to swing south a bit to avoid the Malloreon advance, but they won't lose too much time. You must be very careful at Rakhtaka, Your Majesty. It is not only the fate of Thor Murgos that you carry on your shoulders. It is the fate of the entire world. I don't concern myself too much with fate, Agachek. A man whose main concern has always been staying alive for the next hour does not have much time to worry about next year. Where is Kabach?
The man in the hooded robe stepped out from behind the litter.
I am here, Your Majesty,
he said in a deep, resonant voice. There was something familiar about the voice, and a warning prickle ran up between Gerion's shoulder blades.
Good, Urget said. Have you any final instructions for him, Agachek?
I have said to him all that needs to be said, Your Majesty.
Well, that covers everything, then. All right, let's get aboard ship, Urget said as he looked around.
Perhaps not just yet, Your Majesty,
the black-robed Dagashi said to him, stepping forward and pushing back his hood. Gerion suppressed a start of surprise. Although his black beard had been shaved off, there was no question about the man's identity. It was Herakan.
There is one last thing Your Majesty should know before we board,
Herakan declared in a voice clearly intended to be heard by everyone on the quay.
Were you aware of the fact that the man with the sword over there is Belgerion of Riva?
Urget's eyes went very wide as a ripple of amazement went through the priests and the soldiers standing on the slippery stones of the quay. The Murgo king, however, was quick to recover.
That's a very interesting thing to suggest, Kabak. I would be interested to know what makes you so sure.
It's absolute nonsense, Tzadi spluttered.
Agachak's sunken eyes were boring into Gerion's face.
I have seen Belgerion myself,
he intoned hollowly.
He was much younger then, but there is a resemblance.
A resemblance, certainly, dread hierarch, Tzadi agreed quickly. But that is all. The young man has been in my service since he was a young boy. I admit that there are some superficial similarities of features, but I can assure you that this most definitely is not Belgerion.
Silk was standing just behind Urget, and his lips were moving very fast as he whispered to his new-found brother. The Murgo king was a skilled enough politician to control his expression, but his eyes darted nervously this way and that, as he began to realize that he stood at the very center of an incipient explosion. Finally, he cleared his throat.
You still have not told us what makes you believe that this is Belgerion, Kabach.
I was in Tulhunnath some years ago,
Herakan shrugged.
Belgerion was there at the same time, for a funeral, I think. Someone pointed him out to me.
I think the noble Dagashi is mistaken, Tzadi said. His identification is based entirely on a fleeting glance from a distance. That hardly qualifies as definitive proof. I tell you this is not Belgerion.
He lies,
Herakan said flatly.
I am of the Dagashi. We are trained observers.
That raises an interesting point, Agachak,
Urget said, his eyes narrowing, as he looked at Herakan.
In spite of everything, the Dagashi are still Murgos, and every Murgo alive slashes his face as a blood offering to Torak.
He turned and pointed at two faint, thin white lines on his cheek. The king's scarcely visible scars gave mute evidence that his self-mutilation had been none too fervent.
Look at our Dagashi there. I don't see a single mark on his face, do you?
I was instructed by my elder Not to make the customary blood offering, Hurricane said quickly. He wanted me unmarked, so that I could move around freely in the kingdoms of the West.
I am sorry, Kabak, Urgot said with heavy skepticism, but that story does not hold water at all. The blood offering to Torek is part of the rite of passage into manhood. Were you so precocious as a child that your elder decided to make you a spy before you were 10 years old? And even if he had, you would still have been required to go through the rite before you could marry or even enter the temple. The scars may not be on your face, but if you are a Murgo, you have got scars on you someplace. Show us your scars, noble Dagashi. Let us see the proof of your fidelity to Torak and your uncontaminated Murgo blood.
Dread Hierarch, Tzadi said with a thoughtful expression on his face. This is not the first accusation leveled at one of my servants. He looked meaningfully at Kabat. Is it possible that there is a faction among your Grolums that does not want this mission to succeed? Some group hiding behind false beards?
Beard? Silk exclaimed, snapping his fingers. That's why I couldn't face him. He has shaved off his beard.
Urgot turned to look inquiringly at him.
What are you talking about?
Oh, excuse me, Your Majesty, Silk said with exaggerated humility.
I just realized something, and it surprised me. I think I can clarify things here. Well, I certainly hope someone can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. Silk looked around with a beautifully feigned expression of nervousness.
I'm an Elon, Your Majesty, he said as he held up one hand. Please hear me out, he begged, half of the king and half of the surrounding Murgos. I am an Elon, but I'm not a fanatic about it. The way I look at it, there's plenty of room in the world for Elons and Murgos. Live and let live, I always say. Anyway, last year I hired myself out as a soldier in King Belgarian's army, the one that he raised to lay siege to the Berkholt at Rechon in northeastern Trasnia. Well, to make it short, I was present when Belgarian and his friend from Sundaria, Dernik, I think his name is, captured the cult leader, Ulfgar. He had a beard then, but I swear to you that this Kabak is the self-same man. I ought to know. I helped to carry him into a house after Dernik knocked him senseless. What would a Dagashi be doing in Trasnia? Urgot asked with an artfully puzzled expression on his face. Oh, he's not a Dagashi, Your Majesty. When King Belgarian and his friends questioned him, it came out that he's a Malloreon Grolum. Hurricane, I think his name is.
Hurricane?
Agachak said, turning quickly to fix the counterfeit Dagashi with his suddenly smoldering eyes.
Ridiculous, Hurricane scoffed. This little weasel is one of Belgarian's servants. He is lying to protect his master.
Is the name Hurricane in any way significant, Agachak? The hierarch straightened, his eyes intent.
Hurricane is Irvan's underling, he replied. And I have heard that he has been seen here in the West.
I think we've got a problem on our hands then, Agachak. These charges, both of them, are too serious to be ignored. We have got to get the truth here. The priestess Kabat's eyes were narrowed, and her expression cunning.
Finding that truth is a simple matter, Your Majesty. My master Agachak is the most powerful sorcerer in all of Skrull Murgos. He will have no difficulty in probing the minds of all who are here to find out who is speaking truth and who is lying.
Can you really do that, Agachak?
Agachak shrugged.
It is a simple matter.
Then by all means do it. I am not going on board that scow over there until I find out exactly who my shipmates are going to be.
Agachak took a deep breath and began to draw in his will.
Master, a Grolum said with a purple satin lining on the hood of his robe, leaping forward with one hand outstretched. Beware!
How dare you?
Kabat shrieked at him, her eyes blazing. The Grolem ignored her.
Master,
he said to Agachak,
there is great danger in what the priestess proposes. Should either of these men be telling the truth, you will be probing the mind of a powerful sorcerer, and your own mind will be totally vulnerable. A single thought could erase your entire consciousness.
Agachak slowly relaxed his will.
Ah, yes,
he murmured.
I had not considered that danger.
He turned to Kavat, catching the brief flicker of disappointment that crossed her face.
How curious that my holy priestess did not think of that before she suggested the probing. Or did you, Kabat? Have you given up the notion of raising a demon to destroy me then? Will you now fall back on so commonplace a thing as simple deceit? I am terribly disappointed in you, my beloved.
She shrank back, her scar-laced face frightened.
This matter has to be settled, Agachak. I am not going to go near that ship until I find out the truth here. I have not succeeded in staying alive for all of these years by being foolhardy.
The question is largely academic now anyway,
Agachak replied.
None of these people will be leaving.
Agachak, I have to get to Raktacha immediately.
Then go. I will find another party of slavers and hire another Dagashi.
That could take months. Personally, I am inclined to believe these slavers. Osa has been very honest with me, and the young man over there has none of the bearing of a king. This one who calls himself Kabach, however, is highly suspect. If you were to look along the trail between here and Mount Kasha, I think you might find the real Kabach in a shallow grave someplace. This man, whoever he is, has come very close to forestalling the mission to Rakhaga with his accusation. Would that not be exactly what Urvan would want?
There is a logic in what you say, Your Majesty, but I don't think I want any of them going on board that ship until I find out the truth.
Why not let them settle it for us then?
I don't follow you.
One of them, possibly both, is a sorcerer. Let them fight each other, and we will see which one tries to destroy the other by sorcery.
Trial by combat?
Why not? It is a bit antique, but the circumstances here seem to be appropriate.
There is merit in your plan, Your Majesty.
Urget suddenly grinned.
Why don't we clear a space? We would not want to get singed when these two start hurling thunderbolts at each other.
He came over and took Gerion's arm.
Just stay calm, he whispered. And don't do anything conspicuous. Try to force him to use sorcery.
Then he pushed Gerion forward into the circle that had quickly been formed on the stone quay.
Here is the supposed King of Riva, he said to Agachak. Now, if the ostensible Malloreon Grolem will be so good as to step forth, we will find out who has been telling the truth.
I have no sword,
Hurricane said sullenly.
Simplicity in itself. Somebody give him a sword.
Several were offered at once.
I think you are in deep trouble, Hurricane,
Urget smirked.
If you so much as twitch one finger, you will reveal yourself as a Malloreon Grolem, and my soldiers will shoot you full of arrows. On the other hand, if this is really Belgarian, and you do not use sorcery to defend yourself, he will burn you right down into a little pile of cinders. All in all, I think you are in for a very bad afternoon.
Gerion ground his teeth together and began talking fervently to the orb, telling the stone over and over again not to do anything out of the ordinary. Then he steeled himself and reached back over his shoulder. The great blade made a steely hiss as it came out of the scabbard. Hurricane handled his borrowed sword nervously, but the way he held it and his stance clearly indicated that he was a competent swordsman. A sudden anger filled Gerion. This was the man who had been responsible for the attempt on Sinedra's life and for the murder of Brand. He dropped into a half-crouch with iron-gripped sword extended in front of him. Harrican desperately tried to slap that great blade away with his own sword, and there was a steely ring as the two swords came together. Implacably, Geryon stalked his enemy. His anger was so great that he had even forgotten the reason for the duel. He was no longer interested in an unmasking of Harrican. All he wanted to do was to kill him. There was a rapid exchange of thrusts and parries, and the entire harbor rang with the steel song of the swords. Step by step, Harrican retreated. His eyes began to fill with fear. But finally, Geryon lost all patience with fencing. With his eyes ablaze, he seized the hilt of his huge sword in both hands and swung it back over his shoulder. Had he delivered that blow, nothing could have stopped it. Harrican's cheeks blanched as he looked directly into the face of death. "Curse you!" he shouted at Geryon, then flickered and vanished, to reappear briefly at the far end of the quay. He shimmered and swooped away in the form of a swift sea-hawk.
"That sort of answers the question, doesn't it, Agachak?"
Urgot said quite calmly. Agachak, however, his eyes ablaze with hate, also flashed into the form of a hawk. With two powerful strokes of his pinions, he drove himself into the air, shrieking for blood as he raced after the fleeing Harrican. Geryon's hands were shaking. He turned and stalked toward Urgot, with a scorching fury rising in his throat. With a great effort he restrained his sudden desire to take hold of the front of the smaller man's doublet and hurl him far out into the harbor.
"No, don't be hasty,"
Urgot said, backing fearfully away. Geryon spoke from between clenched teeth in a dreadfully quiet voice.
"Don't ever do that again."
"Naturally not,"
Urgot agreed hastily. He stopped, a curious expression suddenly crossing his rat-like face.
"Are you really Belgarian?"
he asked in a hoarse whisper.
"Would you like some proof?" No, that's quite all right."
Urgot's words came tumbling out. He stepped quickly around the still infuriated Geryon and crossed the quay to where Kabat stood.
"Let us pray that your hierarch succeeds in capturing that impostor. Give him my regards upon his return. I would wait, but I must board ship and depart at once."
"Of course, your majesty,"
she replied in a voice that was nearly a purr.
"I will take charge of these slavers until the hierarch's return."
He stared at her.
"Since the entire purpose of this mission was to convey the Dagashi assassin to Rakhaga, there's no point in their going now, is there? They will have to remain here while we send to Kasha for another Dagashi."
She looked at Sadi with an unconcealed smirk.
"I will place them under my personal protection."
Urgot looked at her narrowly.
"Holy Priestess, to be quite candid about it, I don't think you can be trusted. Your personal enmity toward this Naisin is painfully obvious, and he's far too important to risk. I don't think that you would be able to restrain yourself once both Agachak and I are gone from Rak-Urga. I think I will just take Ussa and his people with me, just to be on the safe side. When the Dagashi arrives from Mount Kasha, send him along."
Kabat's eyes hardened, and her face grew angry.
"The purpose of this mission to Rakhaga is to fulfill a prophecy, and the fulfillment of prophecy is clearly in the domain of the Church."
Urgot drew in a deep breath. Then he straightened from his usual slouching posture.
"The mission is also a state matter, Holy Priestess. Agachak and I have been cooperating in this affair, and in his absence, I assert the authority of the crown. Osa and his people will go with me, and you will take your Grolums back to the temple to await the return of your hierarch."
Kabat seemed taken aback by his sudden show of strength. She had obviously expected to brush aside any feeble objections he might raise, but this seemed to be a new Urgot. Her face hardened, and the flame-like scars writhed on her pale cheeks.
"So, it appears that our king is finally maturing. I think, however, that you will come to regret your passage into manhood at this particular time. Watch closely High King of Tol Murgos.
She bent, holding something in her hand, and began to mark symbols on the stones of the quay, symbols that glowed with an unholy light. "Geryon!" Silk cried in alarm. "Stop her!" But Geryon had also seen the glowing circle Kabat had drawn on the wet stones, and the burning 5-pointed star she was inscribing in its center. He recognized the meaning of those symbols immediately. He took a half-step toward Kabat, even as she stepped into the protection of the circle, and began muttering words in some unknown language. As fast as he was, however, Polgara was even faster. "Kabat," she said sharply, "stop! This is forbidden."
"Nothing is forbidden to one who has the power,"
the priestess replied, her scarred and beautiful face filled with an overwhelming pride.
"And who here can prevent me?"
Polgara's face grew grim. "I can." She raised her hand in a curious lifting gesture, and Geryon felt the surge of her will. The sullen swells washing against the stones of the quay slowly rose until they broke across the top, to swirl about the ankles of those who stood there. The burning symbols Kabat had marked on the stones vanished as the water washed over them. The Grolem priestess drew in her breath sharply and stared at Aunt Paul, realization slowly dawning in her eyes.
"Who are you?"
"One who would save your life, Kabat. The punishment for raising demons has always been the same. You might succeed once or twice, or even a few more times. But in the end, the demon will turn on you and tear you to pieces. Not even Torak, in all of his twisted madness, would have dared to step across that line."
"But I do dare. Torak is dead, and Agachak is not here to prevent me. No one can stop me."
"I can, Kabat. I will not permit you to do this."
"And how will you stop me? I have the power."
"But mine is greater."
Polgara let her cloak fall to the stones at her feet, bent, and removed her shoes.
"You may have been able to control your demon the first time you raised him, but your control is only temporary. You are no more than the doorway through which he enters this world. As soon as he feels his full strength, he will destroy you, and be loosed upon this world to raven as he chooses. I beg of you, my sister, do not do this. Your life, your very soul, are in deadly peril."
"I have no fear, not of my demon and not of you."
"Then you are a fool, on both counts."
"You challenge me?"
"If I must. Will you meet me on my own ground, Kabat?"
Polgara's blue eyes were suddenly like ice, and the white lock at her brow flamed incandescently as she gathered in her will. Once again she raised her hand, and the lead-gray swells again raised obediently to the edge of the quay. With that same dreadful calm, she stepped out onto the surface of the water and stood there, as if what lay under her feet was firm earth. A sudden moan rose from the Grolems as she turned to look at that awe-stricken priestess.
"Well, Kabat, will you join me here? Can you join me?"
Kabat's scarred face grew ashen, but her eyes clearly showed that she could not refuse Aunt Paul's challenge.
"I will,"
she rasped through her clenched teeth. Then she, too, stepped off of the quay, but floundered awkwardly as she sank to the knees in the dirty waters of the harbor.
"Is it so very difficult for you, then?"
Polgara asked her.
"If this little thing takes all of your will, how do you imagine that you will have enough power to control a demon? Abandon this desperate plan, Kabat. There is still time to save your own life."
"Never!"
Kabat shrieked, with flecks of froth coming to her lips. With an enormous effort she lifted herself until she stood on the surface, and laboriously strode out several yards. Then, with her face once again twisted into that overwhelming triumph, she drew the symbols on the face of the water, inscribing them with sooty orange flame. Her voice rose again in the evil incantation of the summoning, rising and falling in its hideous cadences. The red scars on her cheeks seemed to grow pale, then suddenly glowed with a burning white light as she continued to recite the spell.
"Keldar, what is happening?"
Murgot's voice was shrill as he stared at the impossibility that was occurring before his eyes. "Something very unpleasant," Silk told him. Kabat's voice had risen to a shriek, and the surface of the harbor suddenly erupted before her in a seething cauldron of steam and fire. Out of the midst of those flames there arose something so hideous that it was beyond comprehension. It was vast and clawed and fanged, but the worst of all were its red, glowing eyes.
"Kill her!"
Kabat cried, pointing at Polgara with a trembling hand.
"I command thee to kill this witch!"
The demon looked at the priestess standing safely within the flaming circle of her protective symbols. Then, with the still boiling water surging around his vast trunk, he turned and started toward Polgara. But, with her face still calm, she raised one hand. "Stop!" she commanded, and Geryon felt the enormous jolting force of her will. The demon suddenly howled, his fanged muzzle lifted toward the gray clouds in a sudden agony of frustration.
"I said to kill her!"
Kabat shrieked again. The monster slowly sank into the water, extending his two huge arms just beneath the surface. He began to turn, rotating slowly in that seething water. Faster and faster he spun, while the water sizzled around him. A vortex began to appear around him as he whirled, a sudden maelstrom very nearly as dreadful as the Kerek boar. Kabat howled her triumph, dancing on the surface of the water in an obscene caper, unaware that the flames with which she had drawn her symbols had been suddenly whirled away by the surging vortex. As the spinning waters reached the spot where Polgara stood, she began to be drawn toward the deadly whirlpool and the slithering demon, still whirling in the center. "Pol!" Dernick shouted. "Look out!" But it was too late. Caught in that inexorable maelstrom, she was carried around and around, slowly at first, but then faster and faster, as she was pulled in long spirals toward the center. As she neared it, however, she once again raised her hand, and very suddenly she disappeared beneath the surging surface. "Pol!" Dernick shouted again, his face suddenly gone deathly white. Struggling to pull off his tunic, he ran toward the edge of the quay. Belgarath, however, his face grimly set, caught the smith's arm. "Stay out of it, Dernick," he snapped, his voice cracking like a whip. Dernick struggled with him, trying to pull himself free. "Let me go," he yelled. "I said not to interfere." Beyond the edge of the demon-created vortex, a single rose bobbed to the surface. It was a curiously familiar flower, its petals white on the outside, and a deep, blushing crimson in the center. Geryon stared at it, a sudden wild hope springing up in him. At the center of the swirling vortex, the monstrous demon suddenly stopped, his burning eyes filled with bafflement. Without any warning, he rose, arched forward, and plunged head-first into the seething water. "Find her!" the flame-marked Kabat screamed after her enslaved fiend. "Find her and kill her!" The leaden waters of the harbor boiled and steamed as the huge demon surged this way and that beneath the surface. Quite suddenly, the movement stopped, and the air and the water grew deadly calm. Kabat, still standing on the water, with the glowing light still illuminating the cruel scars on her cheeks, lifted both arms above her head in a gesture of exultation. "Die, witch!" she shouted. "Feel the fangs of my servant rending your flesh!" Suddenly, a monstrous, scaly claw came up out of the water directly in front of her. "No!" she shrieked. "You cannot!" Then she looked in horror at the water upon which she stood, realizing at last that her protective symbols had been swept away. She took a faltering step backward, but the huge hand closed on her, its needle-sharp claws biting deep into her body. Her blood spurted, and she screamed with agony, writhing in that awful grasp. Then, with a huge bellow, the demon rose from the depths with his great fanged muzzle agape. He lifted the struggling priestess aloft with a howl of hellish triumph. The Grolums and the Murgos soldiers on the quay broke and fled in terror as the monster started toward them. The single rose that had floated to the surface of the harbor, however, had begun to glow with a strange blue light. It seemed to grow larger as the glow intensified. Then, her face calm, Polgara appeared in the very center of that coruscating incandescence. A few feet to her left there also appeared a nimbus of flickering light. Before the stunned eyes of those on the quay, the nimbus suddenly coalesced, and there, standing beside Polgara, Geryon saw the glowing form of the god Aldur. "Must it be so, master?" Polgara asked in a voice that clearly revealed her reluctance.
"It must, my daughter,"
Aldur replied sadly. Polgara sighed. "Then, so be it, master." She extended her left hand, and the god enclosed it in his. The gathering of her will roared in Geryon's mind like a tornado, and the force of it pushed against him with an awful power. Enclosed in the blue light and linked by their touching hands, Polgara and Aldur stood side by side on the surface of the water, facing the hideous demon who still held the weakly struggling Kabat high in the air. "I abjure thee, creature of darkness," Polgara said in a great voice. "Return to the hell that spawned thee, and never more corrupt this world by thy foul presence. Begone, and take with thee the one who summoned thee." She raised her hand, and the force of her will combined with the will of the god Aldur blazed forth from her palm. There was a vast thunderclap as the demon suddenly exploded in a huge ball of fire, and the waters of the harbor geysered up around it. Then he was gone. With him disappeared the priestess, Kabat. When Geryon looked back, Aldur no longer stood at Polgara's side. She turned and slowly walked back across the waves toward the quay. As she approached, Geryon clearly saw that her eyes were filled with anguish. Part 3. The Isle of Verkat. Chapter 17. The barren coast of the Urga Peninsula slid by on their left the following morning, as the Murgos scow beat steadily southward with a good following breeze. Cliffs rose sharply out of the crashing surf, and there was only the scantiest of vegetation to break the monotony of the desolation of rust-colored rock. The autumn sky was a deep, chill blue, but the sun stood far to the north, for winter came early to these extreme southern latitudes. Geryon, as he always did when he was at sea, had risen at the first light of day and gone up on deck. He stood at the rail amidships, half bemused by the sparkle of the morning sun on the waves, and by the steady creak and roll of the vessel under his feet. The slanting door that opened onto the short flight of steps leading down to the aft companionway creaked, and Dernick came out on the deck, bracing himself against the awkward roll of the ship, and squinting into the bright sunlight. The smith wore his usual plain brown tunic, and his face was somber. Geryon crossed the deck to his friend's side.
"Is she all right?"
"Well, she's very tired,"
Dernick replied wearily. His own nearly exhausted face clearly showed that he had slept very little himself.
"She tossed and fretted for a long time, before she finally went to sleep last night. That was a terrible thing she had to do."
"Did she talk to you about it at all?"
Some. The demon had to be sent back to where he came from. Otherwise he'd have spread horror and death across the whole world. Since Kabat summoned him, he could have used her as a doorway to come into this world any time he wanted to. That's why Kabat had to go with him, to close the doorway."
"Exactly where do they come from? Demons, I mean."
Well, she didn't say very much about that, but I got the feeling that I really wouldn't want to know about it.
"Is she sleeping now?"
Dernick nodded.
"I'm going to go talk with the ship's cook. I want to have something hot for her to eat when she wakes up."
"You'd better get some sleep yourself."
Perhaps. But you excuse me, Geryon. I don't want to stay away too long, just in case she wakes up and needs me, you know."
He went on forward toward the ship's galley. Geryon straightened and looked around. The Murgos sailors worked with fearful looks on their faces. What had taken place the previous afternoon had washed away all traces of the stiff arrogance that usually marked a Murgos expression, and they all cast frightened, sidelong glances at every one of their passengers, as if expecting them to turn into ogres or sea monsters without any warning. Silk and Urgot had emerged from the companionway door while Geryon and Dernick had been talking, and stood at the rail near the stern, idly watching the bubbling wake tracing its path across the dark green swells, and the white-winged gulls screeching and hovering in a greedy cloud behind them. Geryon moved a bit closer, but did not actually join them. "Uninviting sort of place," Silk observed, looking at the stark cliffs rising from the sea. The little man had discarded the shabby clothing he had worn when they had began this journey, and he now wore a plain, unadorned grey doublet. Urgot grunted morosely. Idly he tossed chunks of stale bread into their wake, watching without much interest as the squawking gulls trailing the ship swooped down to fight over them.
"Keldar, does she do that all the time?"
"Who's that?"
"Polgara,"
Urgot shuddered.
"Does she obliterate everybody who displeases her?"
"No," Silk replied. "Polgara doesn't do that. None of them do. It's not allowed."
"I'm sorry, Keldar. Allowed or not, I know what I saw yesterday."
"Now, I talked to Belgarath about it," Silk told him, "and he explained it. Kabat and the demon weren't actually destroyed. They were just sent back to the place where the demon came from. The demon absolutely had to be sent back. Unfortunately, Kabat had to go with him."
"Unfortunately? I didn't feel all that much sympathy for her."
"I don't think you quite understand, Urgot. Killing somebody is one thing, but destroying someone's soul, that's quite something else. That is what has made Polgara miserable. She was forced to condemn Kabat to eternal pain and horror. That is the most terrible thing anybody can be forced to do."
"Who was that? Who came up out of the water with her?"
"Aldur."
"You're not serious?"
"Oh, yes. I've seen him once or twice. It was Aldur, all right."
"A god? Here? What was he doing?"
"He had to be here. No human, however powerful, can face a demon unaided. When the magicians of the Morindom raise a demon, they always are very careful to set rigid limits on him. Kabat just unleashed hers without any limits at all. Only a god can deal with a demon with that kind of freedom. And since the gods work through us, Polgara had to be involved as well. It was a very tricky business."
Urgot shuddered. "I don't think I'm going to be able to deal with this."
They stood side by side, leaning on the rail, and looking out at the long waves, rolling in off of the great western sea to crash against the barren cliffs. As Geryon looked at the two of them, he wondered how it had been possible for anyone to miss the relationship. Although they were not exactly identical, their features were so much alike that there could be no doubt that they were brothers.
"Keldar,"
Urgot said finally,
"what was our father really like?"
"Oh, he was taller than either of us," Silk replied, "and very distinguished-looking. His hair was sort of iron-gray, and this nose we've all got made him look more like an eagle than a rat."
"We do look a bit like rodents, don't we?"
Urgot agreed with a brief smile.
"That's not what I meant, though. What was he really like?"
"Polished. He had exquisite manners, and he was very civilized and urbane. I never heard him use a harsh word to anyone." Silk's face was melancholy.
"But he was deceitful, wasn't he?"
"And what makes you say that?"
"He did cheat, after all. I am not a product of any sort of lasting fidelity."
"You don't exactly understand," Silk disagreed. He looked thoughtfully out of the green swells, topped by an occasional whitecap. For all of his polish, our father was very much an adventurer. He would accept any challenge just for the fun involved. And he had an insatiable wanderlust. He was always looking for something new. I think that when you put the two of those traits together, you might begin to understand exactly why he was attracted to your mother. I visited the palace in Rakoska when Tar Urgos was still alive. His wives were all either closely guarded or kept under lock and key. It was the sort of thing our father would have viewed as a challenge. Urgot made a sour face. "You're not bolstering my ego very much, Kaldar. I'm here because a Drasnian gentleman like to pick locks." "Oh, not entirely. I didn't have much chance to talk with your mother about it. But I gather that she and our father were genuinely fond of each other. Tar Urgos was never fond of anyone. At least our father and your mother were having fun." "Maybe that explains my sunny disposition." Silk sighed. "He didn't have too much fun after my mother's illness, though. It put an end to all of the wandering and adventurous." "What kind of illness was it?" "A pestilence that broke out in Drasnia from time to time. It disfigures its victims horribly. My mother was blinded by its effects, fortunately." "Fortunately?" "She could not look into a mirror. Our father stayed by her side for the rest of her life, and never once gave any hint about what he saw whenever he looked at her." Silk's face was bleak. His jaws were tightly clenched together. "It was the bravest thing I've ever seen any man do. And it was all the worse, because it went on and on and on until the day he died." He looked away quickly. "Do you suppose we could talk about something else?" "I'm sorry, Kildar," Urgot said sympathetically. "I did not mean to open any old wounds." "What was it like, growing up in Rakoska?" Silk asked after a moment. "Grim. Tar Urgos had begun to show signs of his madness much earlier than was usual in the Urga family. There were all kinds of rituals we had to observe." "I've seen some of them." "Oh, not just the ones in the temple, Keldar. Although there were plenty of those as well. I am talking about his personal peculiarities. No one was ever supposed to stand to his right, and it was worth a man's life to let his shadow fall on the royal person. My brothers and I were taken from our mothers at the age of 7 and set to training, military exercises for the most part, involving a great deal of grunting and swearing. Lapses of any kind were punished with flogging, usually at the supper table." "That might tend to cool one's appetite." "Oh, it does indeed. I don't even eat supper anymore. Too many unpleasant memories. My brothers and I all started plotting against each other very early. Tar Urgos had many wives and whole platoons of children. Since the crown falls to the eldest surviving son, we all schemed against our older brothers and tried to protect ourselves against the plots of the younger ones. One charming little fellow ran a knife into one of the others when he was 9. "Oh, how precocious," Silk murmured.
"Oh, he was indeed. Tar Urgos was delighted, of course. For a time, the little backstabber was his favorite. That made me and my older brothers quite nervous, since it was entirely possible that our insane sire might have seen fit to have us all strangled to make room for the little monster. So we took steps."
"Oh?"
We caught him alone in the upper floors of the palace one day, and threw him out a window."
Urgot looked somberly out over the long swells, sweeping in off of the great western sea.
"From the day we were taken from our mothers, we lived a life of constant fear and senseless brutality. We were supposed to be perfect Murgos, strong, brave, insanely loyal, and absolutely dedicated to Torak. Each of us had a Grolem for a tutor, and we had to listen to hours of gibberish about the god of Engrak every day. It was not what you might call a pleasant childhood. Tar Urgas never showed any kind of affection. Not to me, he didn't. I was always the smallest, and he had a great deal of contempt for me. Murgos are supposed to be big and muscular. Even after I'd managed to work my way up to the point where I was his heir apparent, he never had a civil word for me, and he encouraged my younger brothers to try to murder me. How did you manage to survive? By my wits, and by using a key I managed to steal. A key? To the palace strong room. You would be amazed at how much help a man with unlimited funds at his command can get, even in Tol Murgos. Silk shivered. It is getting definitely chilly out here on this deck. Why don't we go inside and share a flagon of spiced wine? I don't drink, Galdar. You don't? Silk sounded amazed. I need to keep my wits about me. A man with his head stuck in a wine barrel can't see someone creeping up behind him with a knife. No, can he? Oh, you're quite safe with me, my brother. I am not safe with anyone, Galdar. Particularly not a brother. Nothing personal, you understand, just the result of a very nervous childhood. All right, Silk said amiably. Let's go inside, and you can watch me drink. I'm very good at it. I can imagine. You are an Elon, after all. Oh, so are you, dear brother, Silk laughed. So are you. Come along, and I'll introduce you to all of the fun that goes with your heritage. Geryon was on the verge of turning to follow them, but at that moment Belgarath came out onto the deck, stretching and yawning.
Is Paul up yet?
He asked Geryon. Geryon shook his head. I talked with Durnik a little while ago. He said that she's very tired after what she did yesterday.
Belgarath frowned slightly. It really shouldn't have tired her all that much. It was spectacular, I'll admit, but hardly exhausting.
I don't think it's that kind of exhaustion, Grandfather. Durnik said she was troubled for about half of the night.
The old man scratched at his beard. Oh, sometimes I lose sight of the fact that Paul's a woman. She can't seem to put things behind her. Sometimes her compassion gets the better of her.
That's not necessarily a bad trait, Grandfather.
Not for a woman, perhaps.
I seem to remember something that happened in the Fens once, Geryon told him. Didn't you sort of go out of your way to do something for Vordai? More or less out of compassion?
Belgarath looked around guiltily. I thought we agreed that you were not going to mention that.
You know something, Grandfather, Geryon said with a faint smile. You are a fraud. You pretend to be as cold as ice and as hard as rock, but underneath you've got the same emotions as all of the rest of us.
Please, Geryon, don't bandy that about too much.
Does it bother you being human?
Well, not really. But after all, I do sort of have a reputation to maintain.
By late afternoon, the coastline they had been following had grown even more jagged, and the surf boiled and thundered against the rocks. Silk and Urgot came up out of the aft companionway, and Geryon noted that both were a trifle unsteady as they walked.
"Hello there, Geryon," Urgot said expansively. "How would you like to join us? Galdar and I have decided that we would like to sing for a bit."
Thanks all the same, Geryon replied carefully. But I don't sing very well.
Oh, that doesn't matter, old boy. It doesn't matter in the slightest. I might not be very good at it myself. I can't say for sure because I've never sung a note in my whole life. He giggled suddenly. Did a lot of things I'd never done before. And I think it might be time that I tried a few. Tenedra and the Murgo girl Prala came up on deck. Instead of her customary black, Prala was dressed in a stunning gown of pale rose, and her jet-black hair was caught in an intricate coil at the nape of her neck. "My ladies," Urgot greeted them with a formal bow, marred only slightly by an unsteady lurch. "Oh, careful, old boy," Silk said, catching him by the elbow. "I don't want to have to fish you out of the sea." "You know something, Keldar," Urgot said, blinking owlishly. "I don't think I've ever felt quite this good." He looked at Tenedra and the dark-haired Prala. "You know something else? Those are a couple of awfully pretty girls there. Do you think they might like to sing with us?" "We could ask them." "Why don't we?" The pair of them descended on Tenedra and her Murgo companion, imploring them outrageously to join them in song. Prala laughed as the Murgo king lurched forward and back with the roll of the ship.
"I think you two are drunk,"
she declared. "Are we drunk?" Urgot asked Silk, still swaying on his feet. "Oh, I certainly hope so," Silk replied. "If we aren't, we have wasted a great deal of very good wine." "I guess we're drunk, then. Now that that's been settled, what shall we sing?"
"Ailons,"
Tenedra sighed, rolling her eyes skyward. It was raining the following morning when they awoke, a chill drizzle that hissed into the sea and collected to run in heavy droplets down the tarred ropes of the rigging. Polgara joined them for breakfast in the larger cabin at the extreme aft end of the companionway, though she seemed silent and withdrawn. Velvet looked around brightly at the cabin, where stoutly constructed windows, instead of portholes, stretched across the stern in heavy beams, holding up a ceiling which was actually the deck above. She looked pointedly at the two conspicuously empty chairs at the breakfast table.
"What's become of Prince Keldar and his wayward royal brother? I think they lingered a little bit too long over their wine cups yesterday,"
Tenedra replied, with a slightly malicious smirk.
"I'd imagine that they are feeling just a bit delicate this morning." "Would you believe that they were singing?"
Prala said.
"Oh?"
Velvet asked.
"Were they doing it well?"
Prala laughed.
"They frightened away the seagulls. I've never heard such a dreadful noise."
Polgara and Durnick had been talking quietly at the far end of the table.
"I am perfectly fine, Durnick," she assured him. "You go right ahead."
"I don't want to leave you alone, Paul."
"I won't be alone, dear. Tenedra, Prala, Lizelle, come here. They'll all be with me. If you don't find out for yourself, you'll wonder about it for the rest of your life and always regret the fact that you passed the opportunity by."
"Well, if you're sure, Paul."
"I am certain, dear,"
she said, laying her hand fondly on his and kissing his cheek. After breakfast, Geryon pulled on a cloak and went out on deck. He stood squinting up into the drizzle for a few minutes, then turned as he heard the companionway door opening behind him. Durnick and Toth emerged with fishing poles in their hands. "It only stands to reason, Toth," Durnick was saying. "With that much water, there's almost got to be fish." Toth nodded, then made a peculiar gesture, extending both his arms out as if measuring something. "I don't quite follow you." Toth made the gesture again. "Oh, well, I'm sure they wouldn't be all that big," the smith disagreed. "Fish don't get that big, do they?" Toth nodded vigorously. "Well, I don't mean to doubt you," Durnick said seriously. "I'd have to see that." Toth shrugged. "Quite a beautiful morning, isn't it, Geryon?" Durnick said, smiling up at the dripping sky. Then he went up the 3 steps to the aft deck, nodded pleasantly to the steersman at the tiller, and made a long, smooth cast out onto the frothy wake. He looked critically at his trailing lure. "I think we're going to need some weight on the lines to hold them down, don't you?" he said to Toth. The giant smiled slightly, then nodded his agreement.
"Have Silk and Urgot managed to get up yet?"
Geryon called up to them. "Huh?" Dernick replied, his eyes fixed intently on his brightly colored lure bobbing back in the wake.
"I said, are Silk and his brother up yet?"
Yes. I think I heard them stirring around in their cabin. Toth, we're definitely going to need something to weight down these lines."
Belgarath came up on deck just then, his shabby old cloak pulled tightly around his shoulders. He looked sourly out through the drizzle at the half-concealed coast sliding by to the port, and went forward to stand amidships. Geryon joined him there. "How long do you think it's going to take to get to Verkat, grandfather?"
"A couple of weeks," the old man replied, "if this weather doesn't get any worse. We're a long way south, and we're coming up on the stormy season."
"There's a faster way, though, isn't there?" Geryon suggested.
"I don't quite follow you."
"You remember how we got from Jarviksolm to Riva? Couldn't you and I just do it that way? The others could catch up later."
"I don't think we're supposed to. I think the others are supposed to be with us when we catch up with Xandromos."
Geryon suddenly banged his fist on the rail in frustration. "Supposed to? I don't care about what we're supposed to do. I want my son back. I'm tired of creeping around trying to satisfy all the clever little twists and turns of the prophecy. What's wrong with just ignoring it and going right straight to the point?"
Belgarath's face was calm as he looked out at the rust-colored cliffs half hidden in the grey drizzle. "I have tried that a few times myself," he admitted, "but it never worked. It usually put me even further behind. I know that you are impatient, Geryon. Sometimes it's hard to accept the idea that following the prophecy is really the fastest way to get where you want to go. But that is the way it always seems to work out." He put his hand on Geryon's shoulder. "It is sort of like digging a well. The water is at the bottom, but you have to start at the top. I don't think anybody has ever had much luck digging a well from the bottom up."
"What's that got to do with it, grandfather? I don't see any connection at all."
"Maybe you will, if you think about it for a while."
Dernick came running forward. His eyes were wide in stunned amazement, and his hands were shaking.
"What's wrong?" Belgarath asked him. "That was the biggest fish I've ever seen in my life," the smith exclaimed. "He was as big as a horse." "He got away, I take it." "Snapped my line on the second jump." Dernick's voice had a peculiar pride in it, and his eyes grew very bright. "He was beautiful, Belgarath. He came up out in the water as if he'd just been shot out of a catapult. He actually walked across the waves on his tail. What a tremendous fish." "And what are you going to do?" "Well, I'm going to catch him, of course. But I'm going to need a stouter line. Maybe even a rope. What a fish! Excuse me."
He hurried toward the bow to talk to the Murgos ship captain about some rope.
Belgarath smiled. "I love that man, Geryon. I really love him."
The door to the aft companionway opened again, and Silk and his brother emerged. Although Geryon was usually the first one on deck, he had noticed that sooner or later during the course of any day, everyone came out to take a turn or two in the bracing sea air. The two weasel-faced men came forward along the rain-slick deck. Neither of them looked particularly well. "Are we making any headway?" Silk asked. His face was pale and his hands were trembling noticeably.
"Some,"
Belgarath grunted.
"You two slept late this morning."
"I think we should have slept longer,"
Urgot replied with a mournful look.
"I seem to have this small headache in my left eye."
He was sweating profusely, and there was a faintish greenish cast to his skin.
I feel absolutely dreadful. Why didn't you warn me about this, Keldar?
Oh, I wanted to surprise you.
Is it always like this the next morning?
Oh, usually, Silk admitted. Sometimes it's worse.
Worse? How could it possibly get any worse? Excuse me.
Urgot hurried to the rail and leaned over it, retching noisily. He's not handling this too well, is he? Belgarath noted clinically. It's inexperience, Silk explained.
I honestly believe I'm going to die,
Urgot said weakly, wiping at his mouth with a shaking hand.
Why did you let me drink so much?
Oh, that's a decision a man has to make for himself.
You seemed to be having a good time, Geryon added.
I really wouldn't know. I lost track of several hours. What did I do?
You were singing.
Singing? Me?
Urgot sank onto a bench and dropped his face into his trembling hands.
Oh, dear,
he moaned.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Prowla came out of the aft door, wearing a black coat and a smug little smile. She carried a pair of tankards forward through the drizzle to the two suffering men.
"Good morning, my lords,"
she said brightly with a little curtsy.
"Lady Pogora says that you're to drink this?"
What's in it?
Murgot asked suspiciously.
"I'm not sure, your majesty. She and the Naisin mixed it up."
Hey, maybe it's poison,
he said hopefully.
I would sort of like to die quickly and get this over with.
He seized a tankard and gulped it down noisily. Then he shuddered and his face went deathly pale. His expression was one of sheer horror, and he began to shake violently.
That's terrible,
he gasped. Silk watched him closely for a moment, then took the other tankard and carefully dumped it out over the side.
Aren't you going to drink yours?
I don't think so. Pulgora has a peculiar sense of humor sometimes. I'd rather not take any chances until I see how many fish come floating to the top.
"How are you feeling this morning, your majesty?"
Prowla asked the suffering Urgot, with a faint look of sympathy on her face.
I'm sick.
"It's your own fault, you know."
Please don't.
She smiled sweetly at him.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
"Why, yes, your majesty,"
she replied, with a little toss of her head.
"As a matter of fact, I am."
Then she took the two tankards and went back along the rail toward the stern.
Are they all like that?
Urgot asked miserably.
So cruel?
Women? Belgarath shrugged.
Of course. It's in their blood.
Somewhat later that gloomy morning, after Silk and Belgarath had returned aft to seek refuge from the weather in one of the cabins, and Geryon suspected for a touch of something to ward off the chill, Urgot sat miserably on a rain-wet bench with his head in his hands, while Geryon moodily paced the deck not far away.
Well, Geryon,
the Murgo king said plaintively,
do you have to stomp your feet so hard?
Geryon gave him a quick, amused smile.
Silk really should have warned you about this.
Why do people call him Silk?
It's a nickname he picked up from his colleagues in Trasnian intelligence.
Why would a member of the Trasnian royal family want to be a spy?
It's their national industry.
Is he really any good at it?
Oh, he's just about the best there is.
Urgot's face had definitely grown green.
Oh, this is dreadful. I can't be sure if it's the drink or seasickness. I wonder if I'd feel better if I stuck my head in a bucket of water.
Only if you held it down long enough.
Well, that's a thought.
Urgot laid his head back on the rail to let the rain drizzle into his face.
Belgarian, what am I doing wrong?
You drank a little too much.
That's not what I'm talking about. Where am I making my mistakes? As a king, I mean.
Geryon looked at him. The little man was obviously sincere, and the sympathy for him which had welled up back in Rak-Urga rose again. Geryon finally admitted to himself that he liked this man. He drew in a deep breath and sat down beside the suffering Urgot. You know part of it already. You let people bully you.
It's because I'm afraid, Belgarian. When I was a boy, I let them bully me because it kept them from killing me. I guess it's just gotten to be a habit.
Everybody's afraid.
You aren't. You faced Torak at Tol Mishrek, didn't you?
It wasn't altogether my idea. And believe me, you can't even begin to guess how frightened I was when I was on my way there for that meeting.
You?
Oh, yes. You're beginning to get some control over that problem, though. You handled that General Craddock, wasn't it? Fairly well back at the Drojum. Just keep remembering that you are the king and that you're the one who gives the orders.
I can try, I guess. What else am I doing wrong?
Geryon thought about it.
You are trying to do it all yourself. Nobody can do that. There are just too many details for one man to keep up with. You need help. Good, honest help.
Where am I going to find good help in Tol Murgos? Whom can I trust?
You trust Uskatat, don't you?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Well, that's a start, then. You see, Urgot, what's happening is that you've got people in Rak-Urga who are making decisions that you should be making. They are taking it upon themselves to do that because you've been too afraid to, or too busy with other things to assert your authority.
You're being inconsistent, Belgarian. First you say that I should get some people to help me, then you turn around and tell me that I shouldn't let other people make my decisions.
You weren't listening. The people who are making your decisions for you aren't the people you might have chosen. They've just stepped in there on their own. In a lot of cases, you probably don't even know who they are. That simply won't work. You have to choose your people rather carefully. Their first qualification has to be the ability. Right behind that comes personal loyalty to you, and to your mother.
Nobody's loyal to me, Belgarian. My subjects despise me.
Oh, you might be surprised. I don't think there's any question about Uskatat's loyalty or his ability. That's probably a good place to start. Let him pick your administrators. They'll start out by being loyal to him, but in time, they'll come to respect you as well.
I hadn't even considered that. Do you really think it might work?
It won't hurt to try. To be perfectly honest with you, my friend, you've made a mess of things. It's going to take you a while to straighten them out, but you've got to start somewhere.
You have given me quite a bit to think about, Belgarian.
Urgot shivered then and looked around.
It is really miserable out here. Where did Keldar go?
Back inside. I think he's trying to get well.
You mean there's actually something that will cure this?
Some Aelorns recommend some more of what made you sick in the first place.
Urgot's face went pale.
More?
He said in a horrified voice.
How can they?
Aelorns are notoriously brave people.
Urgot's eyes grew suspicious.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't that just make me feel exactly the same way tomorrow morning?
Probably, yes. That could explain why Aelorns are usually so foul-tempered when they first get up.
That's stupid, Belgarian.
I know. Murgos don't have an absolute monopoly on stupidity.
Geryon looked at the shivering man.
I think you'd better go inside, Urgot. You don't want to chill on top of all your other problems.
The rain let up by late afternoon. The Murgo captain looked up at the still threatening sky, and then at the cliffs and the jagged reefs jutting out of the turbulent water. He prudently ordered his crew to lower the sails and drop anchor. Durnick and Toth rather regretfully rolled up their stout fishing lines and stood looking proudly at the dozen or so gleaming silver fish lying on the deck at their feet. Geryon drifted back to where they stood and looked admiringly at their catch. "Not bad," he said. Durnick carefully measured the biggest fish with his hands. About 3 feet. But they're minnows compared to that big one that got away."
"It always seems to work out that way," Geryon said. "Oh, one thing, Durnick. I would clean them before I showed them to Aunt Paul. You know how she feels about that."
Durnick sighed. "You're probably right," he agreed. That evening, after they had all dined on some of the catch, they sat around the table in the aft cabin conversing idly. "Do you think Agachak's caught up with Harrigan yet?" Durnick asked Belgrath. "I sort of doubt it. Harrigan's tricky. If Belden couldn't catch him, I don't think Agachak's going to have much luck either."
"Lady Polgara," Sadi suddenly protested in a tone of outrage. "Make her stop that." "What's that, Sadi?" "The Margravine Lizelle. She is subverting my snake." Velvet, with a mysterious little smile on her face, was delicately feeding Zith fish eggs, taken from one of the large fish that Durnick and Toth had caught. The little green snake was purring contentedly, and was half raised in anticipation of the next morsel. Chapter 18. The wind came up during the night, a raw and gusty wind, smelling strongly of dusty old ice, and the drizzle which had fallen for most of the previous day turned to a sheet rattling against the rigging and clattering on the deck like handfuls of pebbles. As usual, Geryon rose early and tiptoed on unshod feet from the tiny cabin he shared with his sleeping wife. He made his way down the dark companionway, past the doors to the cabins where the others slept, and entered the aft cabin. He stood for a time at the windows, running across the stern of the ship, looking out at the wind-tossed waves and listening to the slow creak of the tiller post running down through the center of the cabin to the rudder that probed the dark water beneath the stern. As he sat down to put on his boots, the door opened and Durnick came in, brushing the pellets of the sleet squall chattering on the deck from the folds of his cloak. "It's going to be slow going for a while, I'm afraid," he said to Geryon. "The wind swung around, and it's coming directly up out of the south. We're running straight into it. The sailors are breaking out the oars." "Could you get any idea of how far it is to the tip of the peninsula?"
"Well, I talked to the captain a bit. From what he said, it's only a few leagues. There's a cluster of islands that runs from the south end of it, though. He wants to let this blow over before he tries to thread his way through that passage. Not much of a sailor. This isn't much of a boat. So I guess he's a little timid."
Geryon leaned forward, put his hands on the sill of one of the stern windows, and looked out again at the stormy sea. "This could blow for a week," he observed. He turned to look at his friend. "Has our captain recovered his composure at all? He was a little wild-eyed when we sailed out of Rak-Urga."
Durnick smiled. "I think he's been talking to himself very hard. He's trying to convince himself that he didn't really see what happened back there. He still tends to cringe a lot when Paul goes out on deck."
"Good. Is she awake?"
Durnick nodded. "I fixed her morning tea for her before I went out on deck."
"How do you think she'd react if I asked her to bully the captain for me, just a little bit?"
"I don't know that I'd use the word bully, Geryon. Try talk to or persuade instead. Paul doesn't really think of what she does as bullying."
"Well, it is, though."
"Well, of course. But she doesn't think of it that way."
"Well, let's go see her."
The cabin Polgara shared with Durnick was as tiny and cramped as all of the rest aboard this ungainly vessel. 2/3 of the space inside was given over to the high-railed bed, built of planks and seeming to grow out of the bulkheads themselves. Polgara sat in the center of the bed in her favorite blue dressing gown, holding a cup of tea and gazing out the porthole at the sleet-spattered waves.
"Good morning, Aunt Paul,"
Geryon greeted her.
"Good morning, dear. How nice of you to visit." "Are you all right now? I mean, I understand that you were quite upset about what happened back at the harbor.
She sighed.
I think the worst was that I had no choice in the matter. Once Kabat had raised the demon, she was doomed. But I was the one who had to destroy her soul.
Her expression was somber, with a peculiar overtone of a deep and abiding regret.
Could we talk about something else? All right. Would you like to speak to someone for me? Who's that? The ship's captain. He wants to drop his anchor until this weather clears, and I'd rather not wait. Why don't you talk with him yourself, Geryon? Because people tend to listen to you more attentively than they do to me. Could you do it, Aunt Paul? Talk to him, I mean. You want me to bully him? I wouldn't exactly say bully, Aunt Paul. But that's what you mean, Geryon. Always say what you mean. Will you? All right. If you want me to. Now, will you do something for me? Anything, Aunt Paul. She held out her cup. Do you suppose that you could fix me another cup of tea?
After breakfast, Polgara put on her blue cloak and went out on deck. The Murgo captain changed his plans almost as soon as she began to speak to him. Then he climbed the mainmast and spent the rest of the morning with the lookout in the wildly swaying crow's nest high aloft. At the southern tip of the Urga Peninsula, the steersman swung his tiller over, and the ship heeled sharply to port. It was not hard to understand why the captain had originally wanted to avoid the passage through the islands in anything remotely resembling rough weather. The currents and the tides swirled through the narrow channels, the wind tore the tops of the dark rolling waves to tatters, and the surf boomed and crashed on the knife-edge rocks rearing up out of the sea. The Murgo sailors rowed fearfully, casting wild-eyed looks at the looming cliffs on all sides of them. After the first league or so, the captain clambered down the mast to stand tensely beside the steersman as the ship cautiously crawled through the gale-lashed islands. It was mid-afternoon when they finally passed the last of the rocky islets, and the sailors began to row away from the land toward open water, where the wind-driven sleet sizzled into the whitecaps. Belgarath and Geryon, with their cloaks pulled tightly about them, stood on the deck watching the oarsmen for a few minutes. Then the old man went to the companionway door.
"Erget,"
he shouted down the narrow hall.
"come out here."
The Murgo king stumbled up the stairs and out onto the deck, his eyes fearful.
"Don't your people know how to set the rigging so that they can quarter into the wind?"
Belgarath demanded. Erget looked at him blankly.
"I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about."
"Dernek!"
Belgarath shouted. The smith, standing with Toth at the stern of the ship, was intently watching his trailing lure, and did not answer.
"Dernek!" "We have to reset this rigging. Come, show the captain how it's done." "In a minute. Now, Dernek."
The smith sighed and began to coil up his line. The fish struck without warning, and Dornick's excited whoop was whipped away by the rising wind. He seized the line and set the hook hard. The great silver-sided fish came boiling up out of the water, shaking his head angrily, and threshing his way across the wind-driven chop. Dornick's shoulders bowed as he pulled hard on his line, struggling manfully to haul the huge fish in hand over hand. Belgarath started to swear. "I'll show the captain how to set the rigging, grandfather," Geryon said.
"How much do you know about it?"
"I have been on at least as many ships as Dernek has. I know how it's done."
He went toward the bow to talk to the Murgo captain, who now stood staring ahead at the tossing sea.
"You want to slack off your lines on this side over here," Geryon explained to him, "and draw them in on the other. The idea is to angle your sails so that they catch the wind. Then you put your rudder over to compensate."
"Nobody has ever done it that way before,"
the captain declared stubbornly.
"The Alorns do, and they are the best sailors in the world."
"The Alorns control the wind by sorcery. You cannot use your sails unless the wind is behind you."
"Just try it, Captain,"
Geryon said patiently. He looked at the heavy-shouldered sailor and saw that he was wasting his time.
"If you'd rather not do it because I ask you to," he added, "I could probably persuade Lady Polgara to ask you, as a personal favor."
The captain stared at him. Then he swallowed hard.
"How was it you said you wanted the rigging reset, my lord?"
he asked in a much milder tone. It took perhaps a quarter of an hour to set the lines to Gerion's satisfaction. Then, with the dubious captain in tow, he went aft and took the tiller from the steersman. "All right," he said. "Raise the sails."
"It's not going to work,"
the captain predicted under his breath. Then he lifted his voice to bellow, "Hoist the sails!" The pulleys began to creak, and the sails, flapping in the wind, crawled up the masts. Then they boomed and bellied out, angled sharply to catch the wind. Gerion pulled the tiller over as the ship heeled sharply to leeward. The prow knifed sharply through the heaving waves. The Murgo captain gaped up at his sails.
"I don't believe it. Nobody's ever done that before."
"You see how it works now, don't you?"
"Of course. It is so simple that I can't understand why I didn't think of it myself."
Gerion had an answer, but he decided to keep it to himself. The captain had already had a bad enough day. He turned to the steersman.
"You have to keep your tiller over like this to compensate for the force of the wind coming in on your starboard beam."
"I understand, my lord."
Gerion relinquished the tiller and stepped back to watch Dernick and Toth. They were still hauling at their line, and the great fish, no longer dancing on the sleet-swept surface, swept back and forth in long arcs across the boiling wake. The stout rope, connecting his jaw to the two fishermen, sizzled through the water as if it were hot.
Nice fish,"
Gerion called to the struggling pair. Dornick's quick answering grin was like the sun coming up. They quartered into an increasingly stiff wind for the remainder of the day. As the light began to fade, they were far from land. Gerion was by now certain that the captain and the steersman could manage, and he went forward to join the little group, standing amidships around Dernick's huge fish.
"Now that you have got him, where are you going to find a pan big enough to cook him?"
Silk was asking the smith. A brief frown crossed Dernick's face, but then he smiled again. "Paul will know how to take care of it," he said, and he went back to admiring the monster lying on the deck. "Paul knows how to take care of everything." The sleet had abated, and the dark rolling waves stretched sullenly to the faintly luminous line of the horizon that divided the black waves from an even blacker sky. The Murgo captain came forward in the windy twilight with a worried look on his face. Respectfully, he touched Urgot's sleeve.
"Yes, Captain?" "I'm afraid there's trouble, Your Majesty." "What kind of trouble?"
The captain pointed toward the line of the southern horizon. A half-dozen ships were running before the wind, coming directly toward them. Urgot's face grew slightly sick.
"Malloreons?"
The captain nodded.
"Do you think they've seen us?" "Almost certainly, Your Majesty."
"We'd better go talk to Belgrath," Silk said. "I don't think any of us counted on this."
The conference in the aft cabin was tense.
"They're making much better time than we are, Grandfather. We're quartering the wind, and they're running with it dead astern. I think we're going to have to turn north, at least until we can get out of their sight."
The old man was staring at a tattered map the captain had brought with him. He shook his head. "I don't like it. This gulf we're in right now funnels into the mouth of the Goran Sea. I do not want to get trapped in there." He turned to Silk. "You have been to Malloreon a few times. How good are their ships?" Silk shrugged.
"About the same as this one. I'm not trying to be offensive, Captain, but Angaraks aren't the same kind of sailors or shipbuilders that the Carricks are."
He considered it.
"There might be a way to escape them. Malloreons are timid sailors, so they will not spread all sail at night. If we turn north and put up every ounce of canvas that we can, we could be a long way ahead of them. No more than a blinking light on the horizon once it gets dark. Then we drop the sails, reset the rigging, and put out every light on board ship."
"But we can't do that," the captain objected. "It's against the law." "I will write you an excuse, Captain," Urgot said dryly. "It's too dangerous, Your Majesty. If we run without lights, we could collide with another ship out there in the dark. We could be sunk."
"Captain," Urgot said in a patient tone,
"there are 6 Malloreon ships chasing us. What do you imagine they are going to do if they catch up with us?" "They'll sink us, of course." "Then, what difference does it make?
At least if we put out the lights, we will have a chance. Go ahead, Keldar. Silk shrugged. There isn't much more. After we blow out the running lights, we hoist sail and run east again. The Malloreons won't be able to see us, and they'll charge right on across our wig. By tomorrow morning, they won't have any idea about where we are. It might just work, Belgarath conceded. It is dangerous, the captain said disapprovingly. Sometimes even breathing is dangerous, Captain, Urgot told him. Let's try it and see what happens. What I can't understand, though, is what the Malloreon ships are doing this far west. It's possible that they are marauders sent to harry the coastlines, Zadi suggested. Perhaps, Urgot said dubiously. They ran due north before the rising wind that swept up from the south polar ice cap. The deck lantern swung and bobbed in the wind, filling the storm-whipped rigging with wildly dancing shadows. The 6 Malloreon vessels, running cautiously under half-sail, dropped behind until their running lights looked no larger than tiny twinkling stars on the horizon far astern. Then, about midnight, the captain gave the order to drop sails. The sailors quickly reset the rigging, and the ship's master came aft to where Geryon stood beside the steersman. "Everything's ready, my lord." "All right, then. Let's blow out all of the lights and see if we can sneak out of here." The Murgos' stiff face creased uncertainly into a rueful grin. "When we get out of this, if we get out of it, I think I'll take to my bed for a month." He raised his voice to a shout. "Extinguish all the deck lights!" The resulting blackness was so intense as to be very nearly palpable. "Hoist the sails!" the captain shouted. Geryon could hear the creaking pulleys and the flapping of canvas. Then there was the heavy boom of the sails catching the wind, and the ship heeled over as she swung to starboard. "There's no way to be sure of our direction, my lord," the captain warned. "We have not got a fixed point of any kind to refer to." "Use those," Geryon suggested, pointing at the winking deck lights on the Malloreon vessels trailing far behind. "We might as well get some use out of them." Their darkened scow moved eastward with her sharply angled sails cracking in the wind. The deck lights of the Malloreon ships that had been pursuing them continued their cautious northward course, crossing far behind and winking out of sight. "May Torak guide them to a reef," the captain muttered fervently. "It worked," Urgot said delightedly, clapping the seaman on the shoulder. "By the gods, it actually worked." "I just hope that nobody catches me running at night without any lights," the captain brooded. Dawn came, smudged and bleary to the murky eastern horizon, rising slowly up out of a now low-lying shadow some 10 leagues or so ahead. "That is the coast of Tacha," the captain said. "Is there any sign of the Malloreon ships?" Urgot asked, peering around at the heavy sea. The captain shook his head. "They passed astern of us during the dog watch, Your Majesty. They are halfway up by the Goran Sea by now." The seaman looked at Geryon. "You wanted to get closer into shore and then swing around to starboard again?" "To starboard, of course." The captain squinted at the sails. "We'll have to reset that rigging again, I suppose." "I'm afraid not," Geryon told him regretfully. "When we turn south, we'll be sailing directly into the wind. You'll have to furl your sails and break out the oars." He noted the disappointed expression on the seaman's face. "I'm sorry, Captain, but there are limits. Your sails are the wrong shape, and when you get right down to it, rowing in this case will actually be faster. How far north were we swept last night?" "A goodly way, my lord," the captain replied, peering at the indistinct coastline lying ahead. "You can put a lot of water behind you moving under full sail before a wind like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see the mouth of the Goran Sea somewhere ahead." "We do not want to go in there. Let's not start playing tag with those Malloreon ships again, particularly in tight quarters. I'm going below for a bite of breakfast and some dry clothes. Send someone down if anything happens." "I will, my lord." They had fish for breakfast that morning. At Polgara's suggestion, Dernick's huge catch had been cut into steaks and then delicately broiled over a low flame. "Oh, delicious, isn't he?" Dernick asked proudly.
"Yes, dear,"
Polgara agreed.
"He's a very nice fish."
"Did I tell you how I caught him, Paul?"
"Yes, dear, but that's all right. You can tell me again if you'd like."
As they were just finishing their meal, the Murgo captain entered wearing a tarred cape and an anxious expression.
"There's more of them, my lord," he blurted to Geryon.
"More of what?"
"Malloreons. There's another squadron coming up the Taka coast."
Urgot's face blanched and his hands started trembling.
"Are you sure they aren't the same ones who were chasing us last night?"
Geryon asked and got quickly to his feet.
"There's no way that they could be, my lord. It's a different group of ships."
Silk was looking narrowly at the ship's master.
"Captain, have you ever been in business for yourself?"
The captain threw a brief, guilty glance at Urgot.
"I don't know what you're talking about," he mumbled.
"Oh, this is no time for false modesty, Captain.
We are charging headlong into the midst of a Malloreon squadron. Are there any coves or inlets around here where we could get out of sight?"
"Not along this coast, your highness, but right after you go through the channel into the Goran Sea. There is a small bay to the starboard. It's well hidden by some reefs. If we were to unstep the masts and tie bushes along the sides, I think we could escape notice."
"Well, let's do it then, Captain," Belgoroth said shortly. "What's the weather look like?"
"Not very pleasant. There's a heavy cloud bank coming up from the south. I think we can expect a gale before noon."
"Good."
"Good?"
"We are not alone in these waters. A nice gale ought to give the Malloreons something to do besides lining the rails of their ships looking for us. Go, give the orders, Captain. Let's turn around and make a run for it."
"How were you so sure that the captain knew about a secluded cove or bay?"
Urgot asked Silk after the seaman had left. Silk shrugged.
"You levy taxes on merchandise. That gets moved from one place to another, don't you?"
"Of course, I need the revenue."
"A resourceful man with his own boat can sort of forget to stop by the customs dock at the end of a voyage, or he can locate some quiet place to store things until he finds customers for them."
"That's smuggling."
"Why, yes, I believe some people do call it that. Anyway, I would guess that every sea captain in the world has dabbled in the business at one time or another."
"Not Murgos,"
Urgot insisted. "Then how is it your captain knew of a perfect hiding place not 5 leagues from our present location, and probably knows hundreds of more?"
"You are a corrupt and disgusting man, Keldar."
"Oh, I know. Smuggling is a very profitable business, though. You ought to give some thought to it yourself."
"Keldar, I am the king. I would be stealing from myself."
"Oh, trust me," Silk said. "It is a bit complicated, but I can show you how to set things up so that you can make a very handsome profit." The ship rolled then, and they all looked out through the windows along the stern to watch the waves sweeping by as the steersman pulled his tiller over hard, and the ship came about. Far astern they could see a half-dozen red sails looking tiny in the distance.
"Are there any Grolums on board those ships, Paul?" Belgoroth asked his daughter.
Her lavender eyes became distant for a moment. Then she passed one hand over her brow. "No, father. Just ordinary Malloreons."
"Good. We shouldn't have too much trouble hiding from them, then." "What storm the captain mentions coming up behind them," Dernick said.
"Won't it just hurry them along?"
Urgot asked nervously.
Probably not," the smith answered. "Most likely they'll come about to head into the wind. Why, it's the only safe way to ride out a storm."
"Won't we have to do the same thing?"
"We're outnumbered 6-1, my brother," Silk pointed out.
"We're going to have to take a few chances, I think." The advancing wave of darkness that marked the leading edge of oncoming storm engulfed the red sails far astern, then came racing up the coast. The waves grew higher. The Murgo ship bucked and plunged as the wind picked up. The timbers shrieked and groaned in protest as the heavy seas wrenched at their vessel. High overhead there was the heavy booming of the sails.
Geryon actually listened to that booming sound for several minutes before the significance of it began to dawn on him. It was an ominous grinding noise from amidships that finally alerted him. "That idiot!" he exclaimed, leaping to his feet and snatching up his cloak. "What's the matter?" Sadi asked with alarm. "He's carrying full sail. If his mainmast doesn't break, he will be driven under." Geryon whirled, dashing out of the cabin and staggering along the lurching companionway to the 3 steps leading up to the deck. "Captain!" he shouted, as he dashed out into the rain-swept deck. He caught one of the hastily strung lifelines as a wave broke over the stern and came rushing knee-deep down the deck, sweeping his feet out from under him. "Captain!" he shouted again, hauling himself hand over hand up the rope toward the aft deck. "Aye, lord," the captain shouted back with a startled look. "Shorten your sail. Your mainmast is starting to tear free." The captain stared aloft, his face filled with sudden chagrin. "Impossible, my lord," he protested as Geryon reached him. "The men cannot furl sail in this storm." Geryon rubbed the rain out of his eyes and looked back up over his shoulder at the tautly bellied mainsail. "They'll have to cut it away, then." "Cut it? But, my lord, that's a new sail." "Right now, it's the sail or the ship. If the wind uproots your mainmast, it's going to tear your ship apart, and if it doesn't, we'll be driven under. Now get that sail off the mast, or I will." The captain stared at him. "Believe me," Geryon told him, "if I have to do it, I'll sweep your deck clean, masts, rigging, sails, and all." The captain immediately began giving orders. Once the mainsail had been cut free and allowed to kite off into the storm, the dreadful shuddering and grinding eased, and the vessel ran before the wind more smoothly, propelled only by a small foresail. "How far is it to the mouth of the Gorand Sea?" "Not far, my lord," the captain replied, mopping his face. He looked around at the storm-lashed morning, and the low, nearly invisible coast sliding by on their right. "There it is," he said, pointing at a scarcely visible hillock, jutting up a mile or so ahead. "You see that headland, the one with the white bluff facing us? The channel's just on the other side of that." He turned to the sailors clinging to the aft rail. "Drop that sea anchor," he commanded. "What's that for?" Geryon asked. "We've got too much headway, my lord. The channel is a little difficult. We have to turn sharply to get through it. We've got to slow down. The sea anchor drags behind, keeping us from going quite so fast." Geryon thought about it, frowning. Something seemed wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He watched as the sailors rolled what appeared to be a long canvas sack on a heavy rope over the stern rail. The sack streamed out behind them. The rope went taut, and the ship shuddered and slowed perceptibly. "Hey, that's better," the captain said with some satisfaction. Geryon shielded his eyes from the icy rain being driven into his face, and peered back behind them. The Malloreons were nowhere in sight. "Just how tricky is this channel you mentioned?" "There are some reefs in the center, my lord. You have to hug the coast on one side, or on the other, to avoid them. We will stay close to the south shore, since that bay I mentioned is on that side." Geryon nodded. "I'll go warn the others that we're about to make a turn to the right. A sudden change of direction might toss them around a bit down there." "Starboard," the captain said disapprovingly. "What?" "Oh, no, to most of them it's to the right." Geryon started forward, peering out through the rain at the low coast sliding past them. The bluff and the rounded headland looming above was almost dead amidships now. He could see the channel just ahead cluttered with jagged, up-thrusting rocks. He swung down into the narrow, dark companionway and shook as much of the water out of his cloak as possible as he stumbled aft. He opened the main cabin door and poked his head inside. "We're at the mouth of the Gorand Sea. We'll be turning to starboard here." Then he cursed at forgetting.
"Which way is starboard?"
Sinedra asked him.
"To the right."
"Why didn't you just say to the right, then?"
He let it pass.
"When we come about, we could bounce around a bit, so you had better all hang on to something. There's a reef in the center of the channel, so we're going to have to swing in tight to the south shore to avoid—"
And then it came to him. Even as the ship heeled over and plunged into the channel. "Balar!" he swore. He spun, reaching over his shoulder for Iron Grip's sword. He plunged down the companionway, banging out through the slanting companionway doors and jumping up to the rain-swept aft deck with the great blade held aloft. "Cut it!" he screamed. "Cut the rope to the sea anchor!" The captain gaped at him, uncomprehending. "Cut that cursed rope!" Geryon bellowed. Then he was on them, and they stumbled clumsily over each other, trying to get out of his way. The ship had already swept in a tight curve close in to the headland, avoiding the reefs and up-thrusting boulders in mid-channel. The submerged sea anchor, however, pulled up by the force of the waves running before the wind, continued on across the mouth of the channel. The rope that had slackened until it was lost in the whitecaps suddenly snapped taut, jerking the Murgos scow askew. The force of that sudden sideways jerk threw Geryon off of his feet, and he crashed into the tangle of arms and legs at the rail. "Cut it!" he shouted, struggling to free himself. "Cut that rope!" But it was too late. The heavy sea anchor, pulled up by the irresistible force of the storm-driven waves, had not only jerked the Murgo vessel to a halt, but was now pulling her inexorably backward, not toward the safe channel through which she had just passed, but instead directly toward the jagged reefs. Geryon staggered to his feet, kicking the floundering sailors out from under his ankles. Desperately, he swung a massive blow at the tautly thrumming rope, shearing away not merely the rope itself, but the stout windlass to which it was attached. "My lord," the captain protested. "Get that tiller," Geryon shouted. "Turn starboard! Turn! Turn! Turn!" He pointed at the deadly reefs foaming directly in their path. The captain gaped at that huge knife-edged rock standing in his vessel's course. Then he whirled and tore the tiller from the hands of his frozen steersman. Instinctively, he swung the tiller hard over for a turn to port. "Starboard!" Geryon shouted. "Turn to starboard!" "No, my lord," the captain disagreed. "We have to turn to port, to the left." "We're going backward, you jackass! Turn right!" "Starboard!" the captain corrected absently, still wrestling with an idea he was not yet fully prepared to grasp. All the while still firmly holding the tiller locked into the fatal course he had originally set. Geryon began to clamber over the still floundering sailors, desperately trying to reach the bemused captain. But there came a sudden tearing sound from below the waterline, and a lurching jolt as their ship crashed stern first into the reef. Timbers shrieked and snapped as the sharp rocks knifed into the vessel's bottom. Then they hung there, impaled on the rocks, while the waves began the deadly pounding that would soon break the ship to pieces. Chapter 19. Geryon struggled to his feet, shaking his head to clear it of the ringing sound and to chase the dancing sparks from before his eyes. The sudden jolt of the ship striking the reef had tumbled him headlong into the aft rail, and there was a great stinging welt across the top of his scalp. The air around him was filled with sound. There were shouts from the deck, cries for help coming from the water. The ship groaned and shook as she hung on the reef, and the surging waves pounded her splintered bottom on the unseen rocks beneath her keel. Wincing, Geryon shook his head again and began to slip and slide his way across the heaving aft deck toward the companionway door. As he reached it, however, Belgarath and Durnick came crashing out. "What has happened?" the old man demanded. "We hit a reef," Geryon said. "Is anybody down there hurt?"
"Oh, they're all right. A little tumbled about is all."
Geryon touched the welt on top of his head, wincing at the sharp sting. Then he looked at his fingers, noting that there did not seem to be any blood.
"What's the matter?"
"I hit my head."
"I thought we had all decided that you were not going to do that any more."
A deadly jarring boom came from under their feet, and with it the sound of splintering timbers.
"Belgarath,"
Durnick said with alarm.
"we're caught on this reef. The surf's going to pound this ship to pieces."
Belgarath looked around quickly.
"Where is the captain?"
he demanded. Geryon turned to look aft. "He was right there at the tiller, grandfather." He clambered up the short incline to the aft deck and caught a hold of the steersman, who was stumbling forward. "Where's the captain?"
"Lost. He was thrown over the aft rail when we hit the reef."
The steersman's eyes were filled with shock and fright.
"We're all doomed,"
he cried, clinging to Geryon. "Oh, stop that," Geryon snapped. "The captain's gone, grandfather," he shouted over the noise of the storm and the confusion on the deck. Belgarath and Durnick came quickly up the 3 steps to the aft deck.
"We'll have to take care of it ourselves, then. How much time do you think we have got, Durnick?"
"Not much.
There's a lot of timbers breaking down in the hold. You can hear the water pouring in already. We've got to get her off this reef, then, before the rocks break any more holes in the bottom. Well, the reef's the only thing that's keeping us upright now, Belgarath." If we lift her off, she'll sink in minutes. Then we'll have to beach her. Come along, both of you.
He led them aft and took hold of the tiller bar. He jiggled it back and forth a couple of times, then swore.
This rudder's gone.
He drew in a deep breath to calm himself, and then turned to Geryon and Dernick.
We'll do this all at one time and all together. If we start heaving and hauling and bouncing her around, we will just tear her up all the more.
He wiped the rain and spray out of his face and peered toward the shore, perhaps a mile distant. He pointed at the upthrusting headland with a white bluff on one side, dropping straight down into the thundering surf.
There's a beach just to the left of that bluff. We'll try for that. It's not too well sheltered, and there are a lot of rocks sticking up out of the sand, but it is the closest.
Dernick leaned far out over the aft rail and peered down.
She's badly broached, Belgrath.
He squinted across the intervening water toward the beach.
I only hope there's speed. Once she's clear of this reef, she'll start to go down. We're going to have to push her toward the beach as fast as we can, and without a rudder it's going to be very hard to control our direction. Do we have any other options? Belgrath asked him.
Not that I can think of, no.
Well, let's do it then. Are we ready?
Geryon and Dernick both nodded, then straightened, concentrating hard as each of them drew in and focused his will. Geryon began to tingle all over and clenched himself tightly, holding in the pent-up force.
Now, Belgrath barked. Lift,
the three of them said in unison. The battered stern of the ship came sluggishly up out of the churning waves, with her shattered timbers shrieking as the hull pulled free of the jagged reef.
There,
Belgrath snapped, pointing at the half-obscured beach. Geryon thrust, bracing his will astern at the boiling reef. The ship settled sickeningly as she came free, going down rapidly by the stern, then slowly at first but quickly gaining speed, she surged forward. Even over the sound of the howling wind, he could hear the rushing wash of water along her sides as she raced toward the safety of the beach. When they hit the currents in the main channel, however, the rudderless ship began to veer and yaw, threatening to swing broadside.
"Keep her straight!"
Belgrath shouted. The veins were standing out in his forehead, and his jaws were tightly clenched. Geryon labored at it. As long as their broken ship moved fast enough, they could keep the water from pouring in through the shattered stern. But if she went broadside to the waves, the loss of momentum would be fatal. The sea would inexorably drag her under. Geryon gripped the bow with the force of his will, holding the ship rigidly on course, even as he continued to drive toward the beach with all of his strength. 300 more yards. Sweating and straining, Geryon could see the foaming surf seething on the sandy boulder-strewn beach. 200 yards. He could hear the thunder of the waves. 100 yards. He could feel the ponderous, upward-heaving swell of the great wave that rose beneath them and rushed toward the safety, only scant yards away. And then, even as the prow touched the froth-covered sand, the great swell that had driven them up onto the beach subsided, and there was a dreadful, shocking crash from amidships as they came down onto a submerged boulder lurking beneath the surf. Again Geryon was thrown face down on the deck and half stunned by the impact. The surf still boomed about them, and the snapping and splintering of timbers amidships was deafening. But they were safe. The prow of the stricken vessel was firmly embedded in the wet sand of the beach. As Geryon painfully hauled himself to his feet, he felt drained and weak from his effort. Then the deck beneath his feet gave a peculiar sickening lurch, and there were more cracking and splintering noises coming from amidships.
"I think we broke the keel when we hit that rock,"
Dernick said shakily. His face was gray with exhaustion, and he was shaking visibly.
"We'd better get everyone off this ship and onto that beach."
Belgrath rose from the scuppers. There was a ruddy contusion on his cheek, rain and spray streaming down his face, and a vast anger in his eyes. He was swearing so furiously, then his rage suddenly vanished.
"The horses! They are down in the hold, Dernick."
But the smith was already running forward toward the sprung hatchway amidships.
"Get Toth to come and help me," he shouted back over his shoulder. "We'll have to get those horses out." "Geryon," Belgrath barked. "Let's get everyone out of the cabins and onto dry land. I don't think we've got a lot of time before this wreck starts to break apart."
They started forward, moving carefully on the slanting deck of the broken ship, with the wind-whipped spray and driving rain stinging at their faces. They ducked into the slanting aft door and down the companionway. The narrow hall echoed and rang with the noise of cracking timbers coming from amidships. The aft cabin was total shambles. The shock of striking the reef and the even worse one that had broken the ship's back had torn most of the bolted-down furniture loose. Sprung timbers flopped and clattered. The windows across the stern had all been broken and wrenched from their casings. Spray and rain were splashing in through those gaping holes. Zenedra and Prala looked frightened as they clung to each other. Urgot held tightly to the keel post as if expecting yet another crashing impact, and Thawdy half lay in a corner with his arms protectively wrapped around his red leather case. Polgara, however, looked dreadfully angry. She was wet. The water pouring in through the shattered stern had drenched her clothes and her hair, and her expression was that of one who has been enormously offended. "Exactly what did you do, old man?" she demanded of Belgarath, as he and Geryon entered through the broken door. "We hit a reef, Paul. We were taking on water. We had to beach the ship." She considered that for a moment, obviously trying to find something wrong with it. "We can talk about it later." He looked around. "Is everyone all right? We've got to get off of this wreck immediately." "We are as well as can be expected, Father. What's the problem? I thought you said we were on the beach." "We hit a submerged rock and broke the keel. This part of the ship's still in the water, and about the only thing that's holding this tub in one piece right now is the pitch in her seams. We have got to get forward and off of this ship at once." She nodded. "I understand, Father." She turned to the others. "Gather up whatever you can carry. We have to get ashore." "I'll go help Dernick with the horses," Geryon said to Belgarath. "Toth, Ariond, come with me." He turned toward the door, but paused a moment to look at Zenedra. "Are you all right?"
"I think so,"
she replied, sounding frightened and rubbing at an ugly bruise on her knee. "Stay with Aunt Paul," he instructed curtly, then went out. The scene in the ship's hold was even worse than he had expected. Knee-deep water swirled and sloshed in the half-light coming in through the splintered hull. Boxes, bags, and bales floated everywhere. The top of the sloshing bilge smelling water was littered with splinters from the broken timbers. Dernick had herded the wild-eyed horses forward, and they were bunched together in the ship's bow, where the water was the shallowest. "We lost 3 of them, 2 with broken necks, 1 drowned."
"Horse?"
Ariond asked quickly. "He's all right, Ariond," Dernick assured him. He turned back to Geryon. "I've been trying to gather up the packs. Everything's pretty wet, I'm afraid. The food packs were all back in the stern, though. No way to get to them."
"We can deal with that later," Geryon said. "The main thing now is to get these horses out."
Dernick squinted at the jagged edges of the 2-foot square keel grinding together as the aft end of the ship swung sluggishly in the surging waves. "Too dangerous. We'll have to go out through the bow. I'll get my axe."
Geryon shook his head. "If the aft end breaks loose, the bow section's likely to roll. We could lose another 4 or 5 horses if that happens. We might not have too much time left."
Dernick drew in a deep breath and squared his broad shoulders. His face was not happy.
"I know," Geryon said, putting his hand on his friend's arm. "I'm tired, too. Let's do it up forward. No point in breaking out the hole someplace where we'll have to jump into deep water."
It was not quite as difficult as they had expected. The assistance of Toth made a noticeable difference. They selected a space in the ship's side between a pair of stout ribs and went to work. As Dernick and Geryon began carefully to break out the ship's timbers between the ribs with the force of concentrated will, Toth attacked the same area with a large iron pry bar. The combination of sorcery and the mute's enormous physical strength quickly opened a low, narrow opening in the ship's bow. Silk stood on the beach, out of range of the splinters their efforts had sent flying. His cloak was whipping wildly in the wind. The surf was swirling about his ankles. "Are you all right?" he shouted over the noise of the storm.
"Good enough," Geryon shouted back. "Give us a hand with the horses."
It eventually took blindfolds. Despite the best efforts of Dernick and Ariond to calm them, the terrified horses could be moved only if they could not see the dangers and the sloshing water surging around their knees. One by one, they had to be led and coaxed through the litter, lying half awash in the shattered hold, and then out into the foaming surf. When the last of their animals was clear and stood flinching on the sand with the driving rain lashing at the flanks, Geryon turned back to the sluggishly heaving wreck. "Let's get the packs out," he shouted to the others. "Save what you can, but don't take any chances." The Murgo sailors, after leaping from the bow of the ship to the sand, had retreated up the beach and had taken dubious shelter on the leeward side of a large up-thrusting rock. They stood clustered together, sullenly watching the unloading. Geryon and the others heaped up the packs above the frothy line that marked the highest point reached by the waves. "We lost 3 horses and all of the food packs," Geryon reported to Belgarath and Polgara. "I think we got everything else, except what we had to leave behind in the cabins." Belgarath squinted upward into the rain. "We can redistribute the packs, but we are going to need food." "Is the tide going in or out?" Silk asked as he deposited the last pack of their heap of belongings. Dernick squinted at the storm-tossed channel leading into the Goran Sea. "Oh, I think it's just turning." "We don't really have too much of a problem, then," the little man said. "Let's find some place out of the wind, wait for the tide to go out. Then we can come back and ransack the wreck at our leisure. She ought to be completely out of the water at low tide." "Oh, there's just one thing wrong with your plan, Prince Skeldar," Zadi told him, squinting toward the upper end of the beach. "You're forgetting those Murgos sailors. They're stranded on a deserted coast, with at least a dozen Malloreon ships cruising up and down the shoreline looking for them. Malloreons enjoy killing Murgos almost as much as Aelorns do, so those sailors are going to want to get far away from here. It might be wise to get these horses quite some distance away. If we want to keep them—" "Let's load the pack horses and get mounted," Belgarath decided. "I think Sadi is right. We can come back and pick over what's left of the ship later." They broke down the packs and redistributed the weight to make up for the 3 lost animals, and then began to saddle their mounts. The sailors, led by a tall, heavy-shouldered Murgo with an evil-looking scar under his left eye, came back down the beach. "Where do you think you're taking the horses?" he demanded. "I can't really see where that's any of your business," Zadi replied. "We're going to make it our business, aren't we, mates?" There was a rumble of agreement from the rain-soaked sailors. "The horses belong to us," Zadi told him. "We don't care about that. There are enough of us so that we can take anything we want." "We waste time with talk," one of the sailors behind the scar-faced man shouted. "Right," the big Murgo agreed. He drew a short, rusty sword from the sheath at his hip, looked back over his shoulder as he raised it aloft, then shouted, "Follow me!" Then he fell writhing and bellowing in pain to the wet sand, clutching at his broken right arm. Toth, without any change of expression, and with an almost negligent sidearm flip, had sent the iron pry-bar he still held in one hand spinning through the air with a whirring flutter that ended with a sharp crack as the sword-wielding Murgo's arm snapped. The sailors drew back, alarmed by their leader's sudden collapse. Then a stubble-cheeked fellow in the front rank lifted a heavy boat-hook. "Wash them," he bellowed. "We want those horses, and we outnumber them." "I think you might want to count again," Polgara said in a cool voice. Even as Geryon stepped forward, drawing his sword out of its sheath, he felt a peculiar shadowy presence to his left. He blinked unbelievingly. As real as if he were actually there, the huge red-bearded shape of Berak stood at his side. A clinking sound came from the right, and there, his armor gleaming wet in the rain, stood Mandoralan, and somewhat beyond him, the hawk-faced Hetar. "Now, what thinkest thou, my lords?" the figure that appeared to be the invincible Baron of Vomander said gaily. "Should we afford these knaves the opportunity to flee ere we fall upon them and spill out their lifeblood?" "It seems like the decent thing to do," the apparition of Berak rumbled its agreement. "What do you think, Hetar?" "They are Murgos," the shade of Hetar said in his quiet, chilling voice, as he drew his saber. "Kill them all right here, and now. That way we won't have to waste time chasing them down
one by one, later.
Somehow, I knew that you were going to look at it that way. Beric laughed then. All right, my lords, let's go to work. He drew his heavy sword. The three images, larger actually than they were in life, advanced grimly on the shrinking sailors. In their midst, painfully aware that he was in fact quite alone, Geryon moved forward, his huge sword held low. Then, on the far side of the apparition of Beric, he saw Toth advancing with his huge staff. Beyond him, Tzadi held a small poisoned dagger. At the opposite end of the line, Dernick and Silk moved into place. The image of Beric glanced over at Geryon.
"Now, Geryon,"
Polgara whispered, her voice coming from those bearded lips. Instantly, he understood. He relaxed the restraints he usually kept on the orb. The great sword he held leaped into flame, spurting blue fire from its tip, almost into the faces of the now terrified Murgos. "Will all of you who would like to die immediately, and save yourselves the inconvenience and discomfort of being chased down and slowly hacked to pieces, please step forward?" The red-bearded shadow at Geryon's side roared in tones more grandiose than Beric himself could ever have managed. "We can have you in the arms of your one-eyed god in the blinking of an eye." It hung there for a moment. Then the sailors fled.
"Oh, gods!"
Geryon heard Polgara's ringing voice coming from behind him.
"I have wanted to do that for 1,000 years."
He turned and saw her, standing with a raging sea and racing black clouds behind her, and the wind tearing at her blue cloak. The rain had plastered her hair to her face and neck, but her glorious eyes were triumphant. "My Paul!" Belgarath exulted, catching her in a rough embrace. "Gods, what a son you would have made!"
"I am your daughter, Belgarath," she replied simply. "But could any son have done better?"
"No, Paul," he laughed suddenly, crushing her to him and soundly planting a kiss on her rain-wet cheek. "Not one bit." They stopped, startled and even a little embarrassed that the enormous love they had each tried to conceal for millennia had finally come out into the open on this storm-swept beach, here at the bottom of the world. Almost shyly they looked at each other, and then, unable to hold it in, they began to laugh. Geryon turned away, his eyes suddenly brimming. Urgot was bending over the sailor with the broken arm.
"If you wouldn't mind taking some advice from your king, my man, might I remind you that the sea out there is crawling with Malloreons, and Malloreons take a childlike delight in crucifying every Murgo they come across. Don't you think it might be prudent for you and your shipmates to remove yourselves from the vicinity of all of that scrap lumber?"
He looked meaningfully at the wreck. The sailor cast a sudden, frightened glance at the storm-tossed channel, and scrambled to his feet. Cradling his broken arm, he scurried back up the beach to rejoin his frightened mates.
"He shows a remarkable grasp of the situation, doesn't he?"
Urgot said to Silk.
"He does seem uncharacteristically alert,"
Silk agreed.
He looked at the rest of them.
"Why don't we mount up and get off of this beach?" he suggested. "That wreck stands out like a beacon, and our injured friend and his companions might decide to give horse wrestling another try." He looked appraisingly at the hulking images Polgara had conjured up. "Just out of curiosity, Polgara, could those apparitions of yours actually have done any good if it had gotten down to a fight?" Polgara was still laughing, her lavender eyes alight.
"To be perfectly honest with you, my dear Silk,"
she replied gaily,
"I haven't got the faintest idea."
For some reason, her answer sent them all off into helpless gales of laughter. Chapter 20. The slope leading to the top of the headland was covered with rank grass, drooping under the rain that swept in from the south. As they started up from the beach, Geryon looked back. The Murgo sailors had swarmed over the wreck to salvage whatever they could, stopping often to look fearfully out at the storm-racked channel. At the top of the headland, the full force of the gale struck them, tearing at their clothes and raking them with sheets of rain. Belgarath pulled to a halt, held one hand above his eyes to shield them, and surveyed the treeless expanse of grassland, lying sodden and wind-whipped ahead. "This is totally impossible, Father," Polgara declared, drawing her wet cloak more tightly around her. "We are going to have to find shelter and wait this out."
"That might be difficult, Paul."
He gazed out over the grassland that showed no signs of any sort of human habitation. The broad valley, lying below them, was laced with deep gullies where turbulent creeks had cut down through the turf, exposing the rounded boulders and beds of gravel lying beneath the thin topsoil and its tenacious cover of grass. The wind sheeted across that grass, tossing it like waves. The rain mingled with icy sleet raked at it.
"Urget,"
the old man said,
"are there any villages or settlements hereabouts?"
Urget wiped at his face and looked around.
"I don't think so,"
he replied.
"The maps don't show anything in this part of Tacha, except the high road leading inland. We might be able to stumble across some isolated farmstead, but I doubt it. The soil here is too thin for crops, and the winters are too severe for cattle."
The old man nodded gloomily.
"That's more or less what I thought."
"We might be able to pitch the tents, though," Dernick said. "But we would be right out in the open. There's no firewood anywhere out there." Ariond had been patiently sitting astride his stallion, staring out at the featureless landscape with a peculiar look of recognition.
"Couldn't we take shelter in the watchtower?"
"What watchtower?"
Bilgarath asked him, looking around again.
"I don't see anything."
"Oh, you can't see it from here. It's mostly all tumbled down. The cellar's still all right, though."
"I don't know of any watchtowers on this coast,"
Urget said.
"It hasn't been used for a long time." "Where, Ariond?" Polgara asked. "Can you show us where it is?" "Well, of course, it's not too far." The young man turned his stallion and angled up toward the very top of the headland. As they climbed the hill, Geryon looked down and saw a fair number of stone blocks protruding up out of the grass. It was difficult to say for sure, but at least some of those blocks bore what looked vaguely like chisel marks. When they reached the top, the gale shrieked around them, and the tossing grass whipped at the horses' legs. "Are you sure, Ariond?" Polgara shouted over the wind. "We can get in from the other side," he replied confidently. "It might be better to lead the horses, though. The entrance is fairly close to the edge of the bluff." He slid out of his saddle and led the way across the grassy rounded top of the hill. The rest of them followed him. "Be careful here," he warned, moving around a slight depression. "Part of the roof is sagging a bit." Just past that grass-covered depression was a bank that angled steeply downward to a narrow ledge. Beyond that, the bluff broke away sharply. Ariond picked his way down the bank and led his horse along the ledge. Geryon followed him. When he reached the ledge, he glanced over the edge of the bluff. Far below, he saw the wreck lying on the beach. A broad line of footprints stretched away from it at the water's edge to disappear into the rain. "Here it is," Ariond said. Then he disappeared, leading his horse, it seemed, directly into the grass-covered bank. The rest of them followed curiously and found a narrow arched opening that had quite obviously been built by human hands. The long grass above and on each side of the arch had grown over it until it was barely visible. Gratefully, Geryon pushed his way through that grass-obscured opening into a calm, musty-smelling darkness. "Did anyone think to bring any torches?" Teddy asked.
"They're worth the food packs, I'm afraid," Dernick apologized. "Here now, let's see what I can do."
Geryon felt a light surge and heard a faint rushing sound. A dimly glowing spot of light appeared balanced on the palm of Dernick's hand. Gradually the dim light grew, until they could see the interior of this ancient ruin. Like so many structures that had been built in antiquity, this low-ceilinged cellar was vaulted. Stone arches supported the ceiling, and the walls were solidly buttressed. Geryon had seen precisely the same construction in King Onheg's aeons-old palace in Val Alorn, in the ruins of Owahun, in the lower floors of his own citadel at Riva, and even in the echoing tomb of the one-eyed god in Tol Mishrak. Silk was looking speculatively at Eriond. "I'm sure you have an explanation," he said. "How did you know that this place was here?"
"I lived here for a while with Zadar. It was while he was waiting until I'd grow old enough to steal the orb."
Silk looked slightly disappointed. "Oh, how prosaic," he said.
"I'm sorry,"
Eriond said, as he led the horses over to one side of the vaulted room.
"Would you like to have me make up some kind of story for you instead?"
"Oh, never mind, Eriond," the little man told him. Urgot had been examining one of the buttresses.
"No Murgo ever built this. The stones fit too closely."
"It was built before the Murgos came to this part of the world."
"By the slave race?"
Urgot asked incredulously.
"Oh, they know how to make our mud huts."
"That's what they wanted you to think. They were building towers and cities when Murgos were still living in goatskin tents." "Could somebody please make a fire?"
Sinedra asked, through chattering teeth.
"I'm freezing."
Geryon looked at her closely and saw that her lips had a bluish tinge to them.
"Oh, the firewood's over here,"
Eriond said. He went behind one of the buttresses and emerged with an armload of white bleached sticks.
"Zadar and I used to carry driftwood up from the beach. There's still quite a bit left."
He went to the fireplace in the back wall, dropped the wood, and bent over to peer up the chimney.
"It seems to be clear."
Durnick went to work immediately with his flint, steel, and tinder. In a few moments, a small curl of orange flame was licking up through the little pile of roof splinters he had built on the bed of ash in the fireplace. They all crowded around that tiny flame, thrusting twigs and sticks at it in their eagerness to force it to grow more quickly. "All that won't do," Durnick said with an uncharacteristic sternness. "You'll only knock it apart and put it out." They reluctantly backed away from the fireplace. Durnick carefully laid twigs and splinters on the growing flame, then small sticks, and finally larger ones. The flames grew higher and began to spread quickly through the bone-dry wood. The light from the fireplace began to fill the musty cellar, and Geryon could feel a faint warmth on his face.
"All right, then,"
Polgara said, businesslike as usual. "What are we going to do about food?"
"The sailors have left the wreck,"
Geryon said.
"And the tide has gone out enough that all but the very aft end of the ship is now out of the water. I can take the pack horses and go back down there to see what I can find."
Durnick's fire had begun to crackle. He stood up and looked at Eriond. "Can you manage here?" he asked. Eriond nodded and went behind the buttress for more wood. The smith bent and picked up his cloak. "Toth and I'll go with you, Geryon, just in case those sailors decide to come back. But we're going to have to hurry. It's going to start getting dark before too long." The gale still howled across the weather-rounded top of the headland, driving rain and sleet in front of it. Geryon and his two friends picked their way carefully down the slope again toward the forlorn-looking ship, lying twisted and broken on the boulder that had claimed its life.
"How long do you think this storm is going to last?"
Geryon shouted to Durnick. "It's hard to say," Durnick shouted back. "It could blow over tonight, or it could keep it up for several days."
"I was afraid you'd say that."
They reached the wreck, dismounted, and entered the hold through the opening they had previously made in the bow. "I don't think we'll find too much down here," Durnick said. "Our own food's all spoiled. I don't think the sailors stored anything perishable in the hold."
Geryon nodded. "Can we get Aunt Paul's cooking things? She'll want those, I think."
Durnick peered aft at the bilge-soaked bags and bales lying in a tumbled heap in the shattered stern. The surf was sloshing over them through the holes rent in the hull at that end of the ship. "I think so. I'll go take a look."
"And as long as we're here, we might as well pick up the rest of the things we had in the aft cabins," Geryon said. I'll go gather them up while you and Toth see what the sailors left behind at the galley. He climbed carefully over the splintered timbers at the point where the keel had broken. Then he went up the ladder to the hatch above. He slipped and slid down the deck to the aft companionway. It took him perhaps a quarter of an hour to gather up the belongings they had left behind, when they had fled the wreck. He wrapped them all in a sheet of sailcloth and went back up onto deck. He carried his bundle forward and dropped it over the side onto the wet sand of the beach. Dernick poked his head out of the forward companionway.
There isn't much, Geryon. The sailors picked it over pretty thoroughly.
Well, we'll have to make do with whatever we can find, I guess. Geryon squinted up through the rain. The sky was growing noticeably darker. And we'd better hurry. They reached the top of the headland in a gale-torn twilight and carefully led their horses along the edge of the bluff to the entrance of the cellar as the last tatters of daylight faded out of the sky. The inside of the vaulted chamber was warm now, filled with the light of the fire dancing on the hearth. The others had strung lines from the arches during their absence, and their blankets and clothing hung dripping and steaming along the walls. "Any luck?" Silk asked as Geryon led his horse inside. "Well, not much. The sailors cleaned out the galley pretty thoroughly." Dernick and Toth led in the other horses and lifted down a number of makeshift packs.
"We found a bag of beans, though," the smith reported, "and a crock full of honey. There was a sack of meal back in a corner, and a couple of sides of bacon. The sailors left the bacon behind. It seemed mouldy, but we ought to be able to cut most of that mould away."
"That's all?" Polgara asked.
"Well, I'm afraid so, Paul," Dernick replied. "We picked up a brazier and a couple of bags of charcoal, since there doesn't seem to be any firewood in this part of the world." She frowned slightly, running over the inventory he had just given to her. "Well, it's not very much, Paul, but it was the best we could do."
I can manage with it, dear," she said, smiling at him. "I picked up the clothes that we left in those aft cabins, too," Geryon said as he unsaddled his horse. "A few of them are even dry." "Good," Polgara said. "Let's all change into whatever dry clothing will fit. I'll see what I can do about something to eat." Silk had been looking suspiciously at the sack of meal. "Gruel?" he asked, looking unhappy. "Beans would take much too long to cook," she replied. "Porridge and honey, and a bit of bacon. That will get us through the night." Silk sighed. The following morning, the rain and the sleet had let up, although the wind still tore at the long grass atop the headland. Geryon, wrapped in his cloak, stood on the ledge outside the entrance to the cellar, looking out over the froth-tipped waves in the gulf and the surf pounding on the beach far below. Off to the southeast, the clouds seemed to be growing thinner, and patches of blue raced along through the dirty-looking murk covering the rest of the sky. Sometime during the night, the tide had once again washed over the wreck of the ship, and the aft end had broken away and been carried off. A number of huddled lumps bobbed limply at the edge of the surf, and Geryon resolutely kept his eyes away from those mute remains of the Murgos sailors who had been washed overboard and drowned when the ship had crashed into the reef. Then, far up the coast, he saw a number of red-sailed ships beating their way along the south shore of the Goran Sea, toward the broken remains of the ship lying on the beach below. Belgarath and Eriond pushed their way past the sailcloth door Dernick had hung across the arched entrance to the cellar the night before, to join Geryon on the ledge. "It quit raining, at least," Geryon reported. "And the wind seems to be dropping. There's that problem, though." He pointed at the Malloreon ships coming up the coast.
Belgarath grunted. "They're certain to come ashore when they see the wreck. I think it's time for us to leave here."
Eriond was looking around with a strange expression on his face. "It hasn't changed much," he noted. He pointed toward a small grassy bench at the far end of the ledge. "I used to play there, when Zadar let me come outside anyway."
"Did he talk to you very much while you were staying here?"
"Oh, not very often," Eriond shrugged. He kept pretty much to himself. He had some books with him, and he used to spend most of his time with them.
It must have been a lonely way to grow up, Geryon said.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. I used to spend a lot of my time watching the clouds and the birds. In the springtime, the birds nest in holes in the face of the bluff. If you lean out over the edge, you can see them coming and going. I always used to like watching the fledglings when they first tried out their wings.
Do you have any idea of how far it is to the high road that leads inland?
It used to take us about a day to get there. Of course, I was small then, and I couldn't walk very fast.
Belgarath nodded.
He shaded his eyes with one hand and looked at the Malloreon ships laboring up the coast.
I think we had better go tell the others. We won't accomplish too much by trying to hold this place against several shiploads of the Malloreon sailors.
It took perhaps an hour to gather up their still wet clothing and their meager food supply, and load the pack-horses. They pushed their way out past the sailcloth door and led their horses to the far side of the headland. Geryon noticed that Eriond looked back once with a faintly regretful expression, then resolutely turned his back on his childhood home, and faced the grassland lying ahead.
I sort of know the way. Those creeks out there are running bank full, though, so we'll have to be careful.
He swung lightly up into the saddle.
I'll go on ahead and pick the best route.
He leaned forward and stroked his stallion's neck. Then he smiled.
Horse wants to run a bit anyway.
He moved off down the hill at a rolling gallop.
That is a very strange boy,
Urgot said as he mounted.
Did he really know Zadar?
Oh, yes, Silk replied.
And also Tuchik.
He gave Polgara a sly look.
He's been consorting with strange people all of his life, so his peculiarities aren't really all that hard to understand.
The small patches of blue that had touched the southeastern sky when Geryon had first awakened had spread now, and columns of bright morning sunlight streamed down through the misty air, stalking ponderously across the stream-laced grassland below. The wind had abated to little more than a gusty breeze, and they rode on down through the still wet grass at a brisk canter. They followed the trail Eriond and his exuberant horse had left. Tinedra, dressed now in one of Eriond's tunics and a pair of woolen leggings, pulled in beside Geryon.
I like your outfit, my queen.
But my dresses were still wet,
she said. She paused, her face growing somber.
It's not working out very well, is it, Geryon? We were counting so much on that ship.
Oh, I don't know. We saved a bit of time. We managed to get around most of the war zone. Once we get past Rakthaka, maybe we'll be able to find another ship. I don't think we actually lost any time.
But we didn't gain any either, did we?
It's hard to say exactly. She sighed, and rode on beside him in silence. They reached the high road about noon and turned eastward, making good time for the rest of the day. There was no sign that any of the travelers had recently used the road, but Silk ranged out in front of them as a precautionary scout. A clump of willows at the side of the road afforded some shelter that night, and provided the poles necessary for erecting their tents. Supper that evening consisted of beans and bacon, a meal which Urgot in particular found less than satisfying.
I would give anything for a chunk of beef right now, even one as badly prepared as the cooks at the Drojum used to offer to me.
Would you prefer a bowl of boiled grass, Your Majesty?
Prala asked him pertly.
Or perhaps a nice plate of fried willow bark?
He gave her a sour look, then turned to Geryon.
Tell me, do you and your friends plan to remain long in Tol Murgos?
Not too long. Why?
Western ladies seem to have a broad streak of independence in their nature, and a regrettable tendency to speak their minds. I find their influence on certain impressionable Murgo ladies to be unwholesome.
Then, as if suddenly realizing that he might have gone too far, he threw an apprehensive glance in Polgara's direction.
No offense intended, my lady,
he apologized quickly.
Just an old Murgo prejudice.
I see," she replied. Bilgarath set aside his plate and looked over at Silk. "You were out in front all day. Did you happen to see any game moving about?" "There were herds of what looked like some sort of large deer moving north," the little man answered. "But they stayed a long way out of bowshot." "What have you got in mind, old man?" Polgara asked. "We need fresh meat, Paul," Bilgarath said, rising to his feet. "Moldy bacon and boiled beans aren't going to get us very far." He stepped out of the small circle of light and squinted up at the moon-speckled clouds drifting across the stars. "It might be a good night for hunting. What do you think?" A curious smile touched her lips, and she also rose. "Do you think you can still keep up, old wolf?" "Well enough, I suppose," he said blandly. "Come along, Geryon. Let's get a little way from the horses." "Where are they going?" Urgot asked Silk. "Oh, you don't want to know, my brother. You really don't want to know." The moon touched the grass waving in the night breeze with silvery light. The scents of the grassland around them came sharply to Geryon's nostrils, as his tenfold heightened sense of smell tasted the odors of the night. He loped easily at the side of the great silvery wolf, while the snowy owl ghosted through the moonlight above them. It was good again to run tirelessly with the wind ruffling his fur, and his toenails digging into the damp turf, as he and his grandfather wolf ranged out across the moon-silvered grass in the ancient rite of the hunt. They started a herd of deer-like creatures from their matted grass beds some leagues east of their camp, and pursued them for miles across the rolling hills. Then, as the terrified animals plunged across a rain-swollen creek, an old buck, pushed to exhaustion, missed his footing, tumbled end over end, throwing up a great spray of water, and came to rest against the far bank, his antlers digging into the shore, and his grotesquely twisted head proclaiming that his fall had snapped his neck. Without thinking, Geryon leaped from the bank into the swollen creek, drove himself rapidly across, and caught the dead buck by the foreleg with his powerful jaws. Straining, he dragged the still warm carcass up onto the bank before the rushing creek could sweep it away. Bilgarath and Polgara, who had once again resumed their natural forms, came sauntering up the gravel bank as calmly as if they were on an evening stroll. "He's very good, isn't he?" Polgara observed. Not bad," Bilgarath admitted. Then he drew his knife from his belt and tested its edge with his thumb. "We will dress this deer out. Why don't you go back and get Darnick and the pack-horse?" "All right, father," she agreed, shimmering in the moonlight, and swooping away on silent wings. "You're going to need your hands, Geryon," the old man said pointedly. "Oh," Geryon said, in the manner of the wolves, and rose from his haunches. "Sorry, grandfather. I forgot." He changed back into his own form a little regretfully. There were some queer looks the following morning when Polgara served up steaks instead of porridge, but no one chose to say anything about the sudden change of diet. They rode on for the next 2 days, with the last rack and tatter of the dying storm flowing overhead. About noon, they crested a long hill and saw before them the broad blue expanse of a great body of water. "Lake Tacha," Urgot said. "Once we circle that, we're only 2 days from Rach Tacha itself." "Sorry," Bilgarath said. "Have you got your map?" "Right here, ancient one," the eunuch replied, reaching inside his robe. "Let's have a look at it." The old sorcerer swung down from his horse, took the parchment map from Tzadi, and opened it. The wind coming off of the lake rattled and fluttered the paper, threatening to tear it from his grasp. "Oh, stop that," he snapped irritably. Then he stared at the map for several long moments. "I think we're going to have to get off of this road. The storm and the wreck have delayed us. We cannot be absolutely certain how far the Malloreons have marched since we left Rakuga.
I don't want an army catching us with the lake at our backs. The Malloreons don't have any reason to be on the south side of the lake, so we will go that way instead." He pointed at a large area on the map, covered with a representation of trees. "We will find out what the situation is in Rakhtaka, and, if we need to, we will be able to get into the great southern forest." "Belgarath," Dernick said urgently, pointing toward the north. "What's that?" A low smudge of black smoke was streaming low to the horizon in the stiff breeze. "Grass fire, perhaps?" Sadi suggested. Belgarath began to swear. "No, it's not the right color." He pulled the map open again. "There are some villages up there. I think it must be one of them."
"Malloreons," Urgot gasped.
"How could they have gotten this far west?" Silk asked. "Wait a minute," Geryon said, as a sudden thought came to him. He looked at Urgot. "Who wins when you fight the Malloreons in the mountains?"
"We do, of course. We know how to use the mountains to our advantage."
"But when you fight them on the plains, who wins?"
"They do. They've got more people."
"Then your armies are safe only as long as they stay in the mountains."
"I already said that, Bulgarian."
"If I were the one who was fighting you then, I would try to figure out a way to lure you down onto the plains. If I moved around, making threatening noises at Rakhtaka, you would almost have to respond, wouldn't you? You would send all of your troops out of Urga and Morth to defend the city. But if instead of attacking the city I moved my forces north and west, I could intercept and ambush you out in the open on flat ground. I could pick my battlefields and destroy both your armies in a single day."
Urgot's face had grown very pale. "That's what those Malloreon ships were doing in the Goran Sea," he exclaimed. "They were there to spy out the movements of my troops coming from Rak-Urga. Zakath is setting traps for me." He spun, his eyes wild. "Belgarath, you must let me go and warn my troops. They are completely unprepared for an attack. The Malloreons will wipe my army out, and they are the only force between here and Rak-Urga." Belgarath tugged at one earlobe, squinting at him. "Please, Belgarath." "Do you think you can move fast enough to get ahead of the Malloreons?" "I have to. If I don't, Xol Murgos will fall. Blast it, old man. I do have responsibility." "I think that you are finally beginning to learn, Urgot. We might make a king out of you after all. Dernick, give him whatever food we can spare." He turned back to Silk's anxious brother. "Do not take any chances. Stay off of the hilltops where you would be outlined against the sky. Make the best time that you can. But don't kill your horse in the process." He stopped then, gruffly grasping the Weasley-faced man by the shoulders. "Good luck," he said shortly. Urgot nodded, then turned toward his horse. Prala was right behind him. "What do you think you're doing?"
"I'm going with you."
"You most certainly are not."
"We are wasting time."
"There's probably going to be a battle, girl. Use your head."
"I am a Murgo too. I am descended from the Khan dynasty. I am not afraid of battles."
She caught the reins of her horse and lifted the long black leather case down from her saddle. She untied the fastenings and snapped the case open. Inside lay a sword, its hilt encrusted with rubies. She lifted it from the case and held it aloft.
"This is the sword of the last king of the Khan dynasty. He took the field with it at Vomimbre. Do not dishonor it."
She reversed the blade and offered him the hilt across her forearm. He stared first at her, then at the sword.
"It was to have been my gift to you on our wedding day, but you need it now. Take the sword, King of the Murgos, and get on your horse. We have a battle to win."
He took the sword and held it up. The rubies caught the sun like drops of blood on the hilt.
Then he suddenly turned, as if on impulse.
"Cross swords with me, Belgarian, for luck."
Geryon nodded, and drew his great sword. The fire that ran up its blade was bright blue. When he touched Urgot's extended weapon with it, the smaller man winced as if the hilt of his sword had suddenly burned his hand. Then he stared at it, incredulously. The stones on the hilt of his sword were no longer rubies, but bright blue sapphires.
"Did you do that?"
"No. The orb did. It seems to like you for some reason. Good luck, Your Majesty."
"Thanks, Your Majesty. And good luck to you, too. All of you."
He started toward his horse again, then turned back and wordlessly caught Silk in a rough embrace.
"All right, girl,"
he said to Prala.
"Let's go."
"Goodbye, Tinedra,"
Prala called as she mounted her horse.
"Thank you for everything."
The two of them wheeled their horses and raced off toward the north. Silk sighed.
"I'm afraid I'm going to lose him."
"To the Malloreons, you mean?"
"No, to that girl. She had a marrying sort of expression on her face when they left."
"I think it is sweet,"
Tinedra sniffed. "Sweet? I think it's revolting."
He looked around.
"If we're going around the south end of the lake, we had better get started."
They galloped south along the lake shore through the long, golden, slanting beams of the afternoon sunlight until they were a couple of leagues from the place where Urgot and Prala had so abruptly left them. Then Silk, ranging once again ahead of them, crested a hill and motioned to them to come ahead, but cautiously.
"What is it?"
Belgarath asked when they joined him.
"There's something else burning up ahead. I didn't get too close, but it looks like an isolated farmstead."
"Let's go look,"
Durnik said to Toth,
and the two of them rode off in the direction of the smudge of smoke lying low on the horizon to the east.
"I'd certainly like to know if Urgot's doing all right,"
Silk said with a worried frown.
"You really like him, don't you?"
Velvet asked.
"Urgot? Yes, I think I do. We are very much alike in many ways. I suppose that you're going to mention all of this in your report to Javelin?"
"Naturally."
"Oh, I really wish you wouldn't, you know."
"Why on earth not?"
"I'm not entirely sure. It's just that for some reason, I don't think I want Drasnian intelligence using my relationship to the king of Tol Murgos for its own advantage. I think I want to keep it private."
A silver twilight was settling over the lake when Durnik and Toth returned with grim faces.
"It was a Murgo farmstead," Durnik reported. "Some Malloreons had been there. I don't think they were regular troops. Probably deserters of some kind. They looted and they burned. Regular troops don't usually do that, if they've got officers around to control them. Now, the house is gone, but the barn is still partially intact."
"Is there enough of it left to shelter us for the night?"
Durnik looked dubious, then shrugged.
"The roof's still mostly there." "Is something wrong?"
Belgarath asked him. Durnik made a small gesture and then walked away until he was out of earshot of the rest. Geryon and Belgarath followed him.
"What's the matter, Durnik?" "Well, the barn's good enough to give us shelter, all right. But I think I ought to let you know that those Malloreon deserters impaled everybody on the farmstead. I don't think you want the ladies to see that. It's not very pleasant. Is there some place where you can get the bodies under cover?" "Well, I'll see what I can do. Why do people do that sort of thing?" "Ignorance, usually. An ignorant man falls back on brutality, out of a lack of imagination. Go with them, Geryon. They might need some help. Wave a torch to let us know when you have gotten it finished."
The fact that it was nearly dark helped a little. Geryon was unable to see the faces of the people on the stakes. There was a sod-roofed cellar at the back of the still smoldering house, and they put the bodies there. Then Geryon took up a torch and walked some distance from the house to signal to Belgarath. The barn was dry, and the fire that Dernick built in a carefully cleared area on the stone floor soon warmed it.
"This is actually pleasant,"
Tinedra declared, with a smile as she looked around at the dancing shadows on the walls and rafters. She sat on a pile of fragrant hay and bounced tentatively a few times.
"And this will make wonderful beds. I hope we can find a place like this every night."
Geryon walked over to the door and looked out, not trusting himself to answer her. He had grown up on a farm, and not really one that was much different from this. The thought of a band of marauding soldiers swooping down on Faldor's farm, burning and killing, filled him with a vast outrage. A sudden image arose in his mind. The shadowy faces of the dead Murgos hanging on those stakes might very well have been the faces of his childhood friends, and that thought shook him to the very core of his being. The dead here had been Murgos, but they had also been farmers, and he felt a sudden kinship with them. The savagery that had befallen them began to take on the aspect of a personal affront, and dark thoughts began to fill his mind. Chapter 21. By morning it was raining again, a drizzly sort of rain that made the surrounding countryside hazy and indistinct. They rode out from the ruins of the farmstead, dressed again in their slavers' robes, and turned northward along the eastern shore of the lake. Geryon rode in silence, his thoughts as somber as the leaden waters of the lake lying to the left. The rage he had felt the previous evening had settled into an icy resolve. Justice, he had been told, was an abstraction, but he was determined that, should the Malloreon deserters responsible for the atrocity at the farm ever cross his path, he would turn the abstract into an immediate reality. He knew that Belgarath and Polgara did not approve of that sort of thing, so he kept his peace and contemplated the idea of vengeance, if not justice. When they reached the muddy road coming in off of the northern end of the lake and stretching out toward the southeast and the city of Rakthacha, they found it clogged with a horde of terrified civilians, dressed for the most part in ragged clothing and carrying bundles of what few possessions they had been able to salvage. "I think we'll stay off of this road," Belgarath decided. "We could never make any time through that mob." "Are we going on to Rakthacha?" Sadi asked him. Belgarath looked at the crowd streaming along the road. "I don't think you could find a raft in Rakthacha right now, much less a ship. Let's go on into the forest and work our way south through the trees. I don't much like staying out in this open, hostile territory, and the fishing villages are better places to hire boats than the piers of a major city." "Why don't you and the others ride on?" Silk suggested. "I would like to ask them a few questions." Belgarath grunted. "That might not be a bad idea. Just don't be too long at it. I would like to reach the great southern forest sometime before the end of winter, if I can possibly manage it." "I'll go with him, grandfather. I need to get my mind off of some things I've seen lately, anyway." The two of them rode through the knee-high grass toward the broad stream of frightened refugees fleeing southward. "Geryon," Silk said, reining in his horse, "isn't that a Sindar? The one pushing the wheelbarrow?" Geryon shielded his eyes from the rain and peered at the sturdy fellow that Silk had pointed out. "He sort of looks like a Sindar. But what would a Sindar be doing down here in Tol Murgos? Why don't we go ask him? Sindars love to gossip, so he can probably give us some idea of what's been happening." The little man walked his horse over until he was riding beside the stout man with the wheelbarrow. "Good morning, friend," he said pleasantly. "You're a long way from home, aren't you?" The stout man set down his barrow and eyed Silk's green niacin robe apprehensively. "Well, I'm not a slave," he declared, "so don't be getting any ideas." "Oh, this," Silk laughed, plucking at the front of the robe. "Oh, don't worry, friend. We're not niacins. We just found these on some bodies back there a ways. We thought they might be a help if we happened to run into somebody official. What in the world are you doing in Tol Murgos? Running, the centaur said ruefully. Just like the rest of this rabble. Didn't you hear about what's been happening? No, we've been out of touch. The stout man lifted the handles of his barrow again, and trudged along the grassy shoulder of the road. There's a whole Malloreon army marching west out of Goret. They've burned the town I lived in and killed half the people. They didn't even bother with Rakhtaka, so that's where we're all going. I'm going to see if I can find a sea captain who's going in the general direction of Sindaria. For some reason, I'm suddenly homesick. You've been living in a Murgo town? The fellow made a face. It wasn't altogether by choice. I had some trouble with the law in Tol Nedra when I was there on business 10 years ago. I took passage on board a merchantman to get out of the country. That captain was a scoundrel. When my money ran out, he sailed off and left me on the wharf at Rakhtaka. I drifted on up to a town on the north side of the lake. They let me stay because I was willing to do things that are beneath Murgo's dignity. But they were too important to trust a slave to do. Sort of degrading, but it was a living. Anyway, a couple of days ago the Malloreons marched through. When they left, there wasn't a single building standing. And how did you escape? I hid under a haystack till dark. That's when I joined this mob. He glanced over at the crowd of refugees slogging through the ankle-deep mud in the road. Isn't that pathetic? They don't even have enough sense to spread out and walk on the grass. You certainly wouldn't see soldiers doing that, let me tell you. Oh, you've had some military experience, then? I most certainly have, the stout man replied proudly. I was a sergeant in Princess Tenedra's army. I was at Tol Mardu with her. Oh, I missed that one, Sulk told him with a blom. I was busy someplace else. Are there any Malloreons between here and the great southern forest? Who knows? I don't go looking for Malloreons. But you don't really want to go into the forest, though. All of this killing has stirred up them raveners. Raveners? And what's that? Ghouls. They feed on dead bodies most of the time. But I've heard some ugly stories lately. Very ugly. I'd make a special point of staying out of that forest, my friend. We might have to keep that in mind. Thanks for the information. Good luck when you get to Rakhtaka. And I hope you make it back to Kamar. Right now I'd settle for Tol Honath. Tol Nedran jails aren't really all that bad. Silk grinned at him quickly, turned his horse, and led Geryon away from the road at a gallop to rejoin the others. That afternoon, they forded the river Thacha, some leagues upstream from the coast. The drizzle slackened as evening approached, though the sky remained cloudy. Once they had reached the far side of the river, they could see the irregular dark shape of the edge of the great southern forest, looming up beyond perhaps a league of open grassland. Shall we try for it? Let's wait, Belgarath decided. I'm just a little concerned about what that fellow you talked with said. I'm not sure I want any surprises, particularly in the dark. Oh, there's a willow thicket downstream a ways, Durnick said, pointing at a fair-sized grove of spindly trees that bordered the river a half-mile or so to the south. Torth and I can pitch the tents there. All right, then, Belgarath agreed. How far is it to Verkat now, grandfather? Geryon asked, as they rode down along the rain-swollen river toward the willows. According to the map, it is about 50 leagues to the southeast, before we reach the coast opposite of the island. Then we'll have to find a boat to get us across. Geryon sighed. Now, don't get discouraged, Belgarath told him. We are making better time than I had originally expected, and Xandramas cannot run forever. There is only so much land in this world. Sooner or later we will chase her down. As Dernick and Toth pitched the tents, Geryon and Ariond ranged out through the sodden willow thicket in search of firewood. It was difficult to find anything sufficiently dry to burn, and the effort of an hour yielded only enough twigs and small branches from under fallen trees to make a meager cook fire for Polgara. As she began to prepare their evening meal of beans and venison, Geryon noted that Sadi was walking about their campsite, combing the ground with his eyes. "This isn't funny, dear," he said quite firmly. "Now you come out this very minute."
"What's the matter?" Dernick asked him.
"Zith. She's not in her bottle," Sadi replied, still searching. Dernick rose from where he was sitting quite rapidly.
"Are you sure?"
"She thinks it's amusing to hide from me sometimes. Now you come out immediately, you naughty snake."
"You probably should not tell Silk," Belgarath advised. "He will go directly into hysterics if he finds out that she is loose."
The old man looked around.
"Where is he, by the way?"
"He and Lascelles went for a walk,"
Ariond told him.
"In all of this wet? Sometimes I wonder about him."
Tinedra came over and sat on the log beside Geryon. He put his arm about her shoulders and drew her close to him. She snuggled down and sighed.
"I wonder what Geryon is doing tonight,"
she said wistfully. "Sleeping, probably."
"He always looked so adorable when he was asleep."
She sighed again, then closed her eyes. There was a crashing back in the willows, and Silk suddenly ran into the circle of firelight, his eyes very wide and his face deathly pale.
"Oh, what's the matter?"
Dernick exclaimed. "She had that snake in her bodice," Silk blurted.
"Oh, who did?"
"Lascelles." Polgara, holding a ladle in one hand, turned to regard the violently trembling little man with one raised eyebrow.
"Tell me, Prince Keldar," she said in a cool voice, "exactly what were you doing in the Margravine Lascelles' bodice?"
Silk endured that steady gaze for a moment. Then he actually began to blush furiously.
"Oh, I see," she said. She turned back to her cooking. It was past midnight, and Geryon was not sure what it was that had awakened him. He moved slowly to avoid waking Tinedra, and carefully parted the tent flap to look out. A dense, clinging fog had arisen from the river. All that he could see was a curtain of solid, dirty white. He lay quietly, straining his ears to catch any sound. From somewhere off in the fog, he heard a faint clinking sound. It took him a moment to identify it. Finally, he realized that what he was hearing was the sound of a mounted man wearing a mail shirt. He reached over in the darkness and took up his sword.
"I still think you ought to tell us what you found in that house before you set it on fire,"
he heard someone say in a gruff Malloreon-accented voice. The speaker was not close, but sounds at night traveled far, so Geryon could clearly understand what was being said.
"It wasn't much, Corporal,"
another Malloreon voice replied evasively.
"A bit of this, a bit of that."
"I think you ought to share those things with the rest of us. We are all in this together, after all."
"Isn't it odd that you didn't think of that until after I managed to pick up a few things? If you want to share in the loot, then you should pay attention to the houses, and not spend all of your time impaling the prisoners."
"We're at war,"
a corporal declared piously.
"It's our duty to kill the enemy."
"Duty?"
the second Malloreon snorted derisively.
"We are deserters, Corporal. Our only duty is to ourselves. If you want to spend your time butchering Murgo farmers, that's up to you, but I am saving up for my retirement."
Geryon carefully rolled out from under the tent flap. He felt a peculiar calm, almost as if his emotions had somehow been set aside. He rose and moved silently to where the packs were piled, and burrowed his hand into them, one by one, until his fingers touched steel. Then, carefully, so that it made no sound, he drew out his heavy mail shirt. He pulled it on and shrugged his shoulders a couple of times to settle it into place. Toth was standing guard near the horses, his huge bulk looming in the fog.
"There's something I have to take care of,"
Geryon whispered softly to the mute giant. Toth looked at him gravely, then nodded. He turned, untied a horse from the picket line, and handed him the reins. Then he put one huge hand on Geryon's shoulder, squeezed once in silent approval, and stepped back. Geryon did not want to give the Malloreon deserters time to lose themselves in the fog, so he pulled himself up onto the unsaddled horse and moved out of the willow thicket at a silent walk. The fading voices that had come out of the fog had seemed to be moving in the direction of the forest, and Geryon rode quietly after them, probing the foggy darkness ahead with his ears and with his mind. After he had ridden for perhaps a mile, he heard a raucous laugh coming from somewhere ahead, and slightly to the left.
You're the way they squealed when we impaled them."
A coarse voice came out of the clinging mist.
"That does it,"
Geryon grated, between clenched teeth as he drew his sword. He directed his horse toward the sound, then nudged his heels at the animal's flanks. The horse moved faster, his hooves making no sound on the damp earth.
"Let's have some light,"
one of the deserters said.
"Do you think it's safe? There are patrols out looking for deserters." "It's after midnight. The patrols are all in bed. Go ahead, light the torch."
After a moment, there was a fatally ruddy beacon glowing in the dark, reaching out to Geryon. His charge caught the deserters totally by surprise. Several of them were dead before they even knew that he was upon them. There were screams and shouts from both sides as he crashed through them, chopping them out of their saddles with huge strokes to the right and to the left. His great blade sheared effortlessly through the mail, bone and flesh. He sent 5 of them tumbling to the ground as he thundered through their ranks. Then he whirled on the 3 who still remained. After one startled look, one of them fled, another dragged his sword from its sheath, and the third, who held the torch, sat frozen in astonished terror. The Malloreon with the sword feebly raised his weapon to protect his head from the dreadful blow Geryon had already launched. The great overhand sweep, however, shattered the doomed man's sword blade, and sheared down through his helmet halfway to his waist. Roughly, Geryon kicked the twitching body off of his sword, and turned on the torchbearer.
"Please,"
the terrified man cried, trying to back his horse away.
"Have mercy."
For some reason, that plaintive cry infuriated Geryon all the more. He clenched his teeth together. With a single broad swipe, he sent the murderer's head spinning off into the foggy darkness. He pulled his horse up sharply, cocked his head for a moment to pick up the sound of the last Malloreon's galloping flight, and set out in pursuit. It took him only a few minutes to catch up with the fleeing deserter. At first he had only the sound to follow, but then he was able to make out the dim, shadowy form racing ahead of him in the fog. He veered slightly to the right, plunged on past the desperate man, then pulled his horse directly into the shadowy deserter's path.
"Who are you?"
The unshaven Malloreon squealed as he hauled his mount to a sudden and rearing stop.
"Why are you doing this?"
"I am justice," Geryon grated at him, and quite deliberately ran the man through. The deserter stared in horrified amazement at the huge sword protruding from his chest. With a gurgling sigh, he toppled to one side, sliding limply off of the blade. Still without any real sense of emotion, Geryon dismounted and wiped the blade of his sword on the dead man's tunic. Almost as an afterthought, he caught the reins of the fellow's horse, remounted, and turned back toward the place where he had killed the others. Carefully, one by one, he checked each fallen body for signs of life, then rounded up 3 more horses and rode back to the camp concealed in the willows. Silk stood beside the huge Toth near the picket line. "Where have you been?" he demanded in a hoarse whisper as Geryon dismounted. "We needed some more horses," Geryon replied, handing the reins of the captured mounts to Toth. Malloreon ones, judging from the saddles, Silk noted. How did you find them? Their riders were talking as they went by. They seemed to be quite amused by a visit they had paid to a Murgo farmstead a few days ago. And you didn't even invite me to go along? Silk accused. Sorry, but I had to hurry. I didn't want to lose them in the fog. 4 of them? Silk asked, counting horses. I couldn't find the other 4 mounts, Geryon shrugged. These ought to be enough to make up for the ones we lost during the shipwreck, though. 8? Silk looked a bit startled at that. I came on them by surprise. It wasn't much of a fight. Why don't we get some sleep? Geryon, it might not be a bad idea for you to wash up before you go back to bed. Zenedra's nerves are a little delicate. She might be upset if she woke up and saw you covered with blood in the way you are. The fog was even thicker the following morning. It was a heavy fog, chill and clinging, lying densely along the riverbank and bedewing the tangled limbs of the willow thicket at their backs with strings of pearl-like droplets. Well, it hides us at least, Geryon observed, still feeling that peculiar remoteness. It also hides anybody else who might be out there, Sadi told him. Or any thing. That forest up ahead has a bad reputation. Just how big is it? It's probably the largest forest in the world, Sadi replied, lifting a pack up onto a horse's back. It goes on for hundreds of leagues. He looked curiously down the picket line. Is it my imagination, or do we have more horses this morning? I happened to cross a few last night. After breakfast, they packed up Polgara's cooking utensils, mounted, then started out across the intervening grasslands toward the forest lying hidden in the fog. As Geryon rode, he heard Silk and Dernick talking right behind him. "Just what were you doing last night?" Dernick asked directly. "When you found Zith in the Sel's bodice, I mean." "She's going to make a report to Javelin when this is all over. There are some things I would rather he didn't know. If I can get on friendly terms with her, maybe I can persuade her to overlook those things in her report." "Oh, it's really rather contemptible, you know. She's just a girl." "Oh, believe me, Dernick, Lascelles can take care of herself. The 2 of us are playing a game. I'll admit that I hadn't counted on Zith, though." "Oh, do Drasnians always have to play games?" "Oh, of course. It helps to pass the time. Winters are very long and tedious in Drasnia. The games we play sharpen our wits and make us better at what we do when we aren't playing." The little man raised his voice slightly. "Geryon?" "Yes?" "Are we avoiding the place where you, found those horses last night? We would not want to upset the ladies so soon after breakfast." "It's over that way." Geryon gestured off to the left. "What's this?" "The extra animals came from a group of Malloreon deserters who used to creep up on isolated Murgo farmlands. Geryon saw to it that they won't be needing the horses any more." "How?" Dernick said. He thought about it for a moment. "Good," he said finally. The dark trees loomed out of the fog as the company approached the edge of the forest. The leaves had turned brown and clung sparsely to the branches, for winter was not too far off. As they rode in under the twisted branches, Geryon looked around, trying to identify the trees. But they were of kinds that he did not recognize. They were gnarled into fantastic shapes, and their limbs seemed almost to writhe up and out from their massy trunks, reaching toward the sunless sky. Their gnarled stems were dotted with dark knots, deeply indented in the coarse bark, and the knots seemed somehow to give each tree a grotesque semblance of a distorted human face, with wide, staring eyes, and a gaping mouth, twisted into an expression of unspeakable horror. The forest floor was deep with fallen leaves, blackened and sodden, and the fog hung gray beneath the branches spreading above. Cinedra drew her cloak more tightly about her and shuddered.
"Do we have to go through this forest?"
"I thought you liked the trees."
"Not these."
She looked about fearfully.
"There is something very cruel about them. They hate each other."
"Hate? Trees?"
"They struggle and push each other, trying to reach the sunlight. I don't like this place, Geryon."
"Try not to think about it." They pushed deeper and deeper into the gloomy woods, riding in silence for the most part, their spirits sunk low by the pervasive gloom, and by the cold antagonism seeping from the strange, twisted trees. They took a brief, cold lunch, then rode on toward a somber twilight which seemed hardly more than a deepening of the foggy half-dark spreading beneath the hateful trees. "I guess that we have gone far enough," Belgarath said finally. "Let's get a fire going, and put up those tents." It might have been only Geryon's imagination, or perhaps the cry of some hunting bird of prey, but as the first few flickering tongues of flame curled up around the sticks in the fire-pit, it seemed that he heard a shriek coming from the trees themselves, a shriek of fear mingled with a dreadful rage. And as he looked around, the distorted semblances of human faces deeply indented in the surrounding tree trunks seemed to move in the flickering light, silently howling at the hated fire. After they had eaten, Geryon walked away from the fire. He still felt strangely numb inside, as if his emotions had been enclosed in some kind of protective blanket. He found he could no longer even remember the details of last night's encounter, but only brief, vivid flashes of blood spurting in ruddy torchlight, of riders tumbling limply out of their saddles, and of the torch-bearer's head flying off into the dark fog. "Do you want to talk about it?" Belgarath asked quietly from just behind him.
"Not really, grandfather. I don't think you would approve of what I did. So why don't we just let it go at that? There's no way that I could make you understand."
"Oh, I understand, Geryon. I just don't think that you accomplished anything, that's all. You killed, how many was it?"
8.
"That many? All right, 8 Malloreons. What did you prove by it?"
I wasn't really out to prove anything, grandfather. I just wanted to make sure that they never did it again. I can't even be absolutely certain that they were the men who killed those Murgo farmers. They did kill some people someplace, though, and people who do that sort of thing need to be stopped."
"Well, you did that all right. Does it make you feel any better?"
"No, I suppose not. I wasn't even angry when I killed them. It was just something that had to be done, so I did it. Now it's over, and I'd just as soon forget about it."
Belgarath gave him a long, steady look. "All right. As long as you keep that firmly in mind, I guess you haven't done yourself any permanent injury. Come, let's go back to the fire. It is chilly out here in these woods." Geryon slept badly that night, and Cinedra huddled almost fearfully in his arms, stirring restlessly and often whimpering in her sleep. The next morning, Belgarath rose and looked about with a dark scowl. "Oh, this is absurd," he burst out quite suddenly. "Where is the sun?"
"Behind the clouds and fog, father,"
Belgarath replied, as she calmly brushed her long dark hair. "I know that, Paul, but I need to see it, even if only briefly, to get our direction. We could wind up wandering around in circles."
Toth, who had been building up the fire, looked over at the old man, his face impassive as always. He raised one hand and pointed in a direction somewhat at an oblique from that which they had been following the previous evening.
Belgarath frowned. "Are you absolutely sure?"
Toth nodded.
"Have you been through these woods before?"
Again the mute nodded, then firmly pointed once more in the same direction.
"And if we go that way,
We are going to come out on the south coast in the vicinity of the Isle of Vercat." Toth nodded again, and went back to tending the fire.
"Saradas said that he was coming along to aid us in the search, grandfather," Geryon reminded him.
"All right. Since he knows the way, we will let him lead us through this forest. I am tired of guessing."
They had gone perhaps 2 leagues that cloudy morning, with Toth confidently leading them along a scarcely perceptible track, when Polgara quite suddenly reined in her horse with a warning cry. "Look out!" An arrow sizzled through the foggy air directly at Toth, but the huge man swept it aside with his staff. Then a gang of rough-looking men, some Murgos, some of indeterminate race, came rushing out of the woods, brandishing a variety of weapons. Without a moment's hesitation, Silk rolled out of his saddle, his hands diving under his slaver's robe for his daggers. As the bawling ruffians charged forward, he leaped to meet them, his heavy daggers extended in front of him like a pair of spears. Even as Geryon jumped to the ground, he saw Toth already advancing, his huge staff whirling as he bore down on the attackers, and Dernick, holding his axe in both hands, circling to the other side. Geryon swept Iron-Grip's sword from its scabbard and ran forward, swinging the flaming blade in great arcs. One of the ruffians launched himself into the air, twisting as he did so in a clumsy imitation of a maneuver Geryon had seen Silk perform so many times in the past. This time, however, the technique failed. Instead of driving his heels into Geryon's face or chest, the agile fellow encountered the point of the burning sword, and his momentum quite smoothly skewered him on the blade. Silk ripped open an attacker with one of his daggers, spun, and drove his other knife directly into the forehead of another. Toth and Dernick, moving in from opposite sides, drove several of the assailants into a tight knot and methodically began to brain them one after another as they struggled to disentangle themselves from each other.
"Geryon!"
Tinedra cried, and he whirled to see a burly, unshaven man pulling the struggling little queen from her saddle with one hand, even as he raised the knife he held in the other. Then he dropped the knife, and both of his hands flew up to grasp the slim, silken cord that had suddenly been looped about his neck from the rear. Calmly, the golden-haired Velvet, her knee pushed firmly against the wildly threshing man's back, pulled her cord tighter and tighter. Tinedra watched in horror as her would-be killer was efficiently strangled before her eyes. Geryon grimly turned and began to chop his way through the now disconcerted attackers. The air around him was suddenly filled with shrieks, groans, and chunks of clothing and flesh. The ragged-looking men he faced flinched back as his huge sword laid a broad windrow of quivering dead in his wake. Then they broke and ran.
"Cowards!"
A black-robed man screamed after the fleeing villains. He held a bow in his hand, and he raised it, pointing his arrow directly at Geryon. Then he suddenly doubled over sharply, driving his arrow into the ground before him as one of Silk's daggers, flickering end over end, sunk solidly into his stomach. "Is anybody hurt?" Geryon demanded, spinning around quickly, his dripping sword still in his hand. "They are," Silk laughed gaily, looking around with some satisfaction at the carnage in the forest clearing.
"Please stop!"
Tinedra cried to Velvet in an anguished voice.
"What?"
the blonde girl asked absently, still kneeling back against the silken cord drawn tightly about the neck of the now limp man she had just strangled.
"Oh, I am sorry, Tinedra," she apologized. "My attention wandered a bit, I guess."
She released the cord, and the black-faced dead man toppled to the ground at her feet. "Oh, nice job," Silk congratulated her.
Very routine,"
she shrugged, carefully coiling up her garrote. "You seem to be taking it quite calmly."
"There's no particular reason to get excited, Keldar. It is part of what we are trained to do, after all."
He looked as if he were about to reply, but her matter-of-fact tone obviously baffled him.
"Yes?"
she asked. Nothing." Chapter 22.
"Stop that!"
Dernick said in disgust to Tzadi, who was moving about the clearing casually sticking his small poisoned dagger into each of the bodies littering the ground. Just making sure, good man, Sadi replied coolly. It is not prudent to leave an enemy behind you who might be feigning death. He moved over to the black-robed man, whom Silk had felled. What's this? He said with some surprise. This one's still alive. He reached down to push the dying man's hood aside and look at his face, then pulled back his hand with a sharp intake of breath. You had better have a look at this one, Belgarath. Belgarath crossed the clearing to the eunuch's side. Doesn't that purple lining on the inside of his hood mean that he's a Grolem? Belgarath nodded bleakly. He bent and lightly touched the hilt of Silk's dagger that still protruded from the robed man's stomach. He doesn't have much time left. Can you get him conscious enough to answer a few questions? I can try. Sadi went to his horse and took a vial of yellow liquid from his red case. Could you get me a cup of water, goodman? He asked Dernick. The smith's face was disapproving, but he fetched a tin cup from one of the packs and filled it from one of their water bags. Sadi carefully measured a few drops of the yellow liquid into the cup, swirled it around a few times. He knelt beside the dying man and almost tenderly lifted his head. Here, he said gently, drink this. It might make you feel better. He supported the Grolem's head on his arm and held the cup to his lips. Weakly, the stricken man drank, then lay back. After a moment, a serene smile came to his ashen face. There. Isn't that better? Much better, the dying man croaked. That was quite a skirmish, wasn't it? We thought to surprise you, the Grolem admitted. But we were the ones who got the surprise. Your master, what was his name again? I'm terrible with names. Morgat, the Grolem supplied with a bemused look on his face. Hierarch of Rachtan. Oh, yes, now I remember. Anyway, Morgat should have given you more men to help you. I hired those men myself at Raktaka. They told me they were professionals, but... And he began to cough weakly. Don't tire yourself, Sadi said. He paused. What is Morgat's interest in us? He's acting on the instructions of Agajak, the Grolem replied, his voice now little more than a whisper. Agajak, he's not one to take chances. Some very serious accusations were made at Rak-Urka, I understand. Agajak has ordered that every Grolem priest of the Purple should seek you out. Sadi sighed. It's more or less what I had expected, he said mournfully. People always seem to distrust me. Tell me, how did you ever manage to find us? It was Tragyaska, the Grolem replied, his breathing growing even more labored. Its accursed song rings across Tol Murgos like a beacon, drawing every Grolem of the Purple directly to you. The dying man drew in a deep breath, and his unfocused eyes suddenly became alert. What was in that cup? He demanded sharply. He pushed Sadi's arm away and tried to rise to a sitting position. A great gush of blood spurted from his mouth. His eyes went blank. He shuddered once, with a long, gurgling groan. Then he fell limply back. Dead, Sadi noted clinically. That's the problem with Oret. It's a little hard on the heart, and this fellow wasn't in very good shape to begin with. I'm sorry, Belgarath,
but it was the best that I could do." "It was enough, Toddy," the old man replied bleakly. "Come with me, Geryon. Let's go someplace quiet. You and I are going to have a long talk with the orb."
"Do you suppose you could hold off on that Belgarath?" Sadi asked, looking around nervously. "I think we want to get as far away from here as we can, almost immediately."
"I hardly expect these fellows to come back, Toddy," Silk drawled.
"That is not what concerns me, Keldar. It's not prudent to remain in the vicinity of so many dead bodies in this forest, and we have lingered much too long already."
"Would you like to explain that?" Geryon asked.
"Do you remember the warning the Sindar on the road gave to you and Keldar?"
"About something he called the Raveners, you mean?"
"Yes. How much did he tell you?"
"He said that they were ghouls, creatures that feed on the dead. But that's just a ghost story, isn't it?"
"I am afraid not. I have heard the story from people who have actually seen them. We definitely want to get away from here. Most of the people who live in this forest or near it do not bury their dead. They burn them instead."
"I've never cared much for that idea," Dernick spoke up.
"It has nothing to do with respect, Goodman, or the lack of it. It is done to protect the living."
"All right," Silk said. "What are these ghouls supposed to look like? There are a lot of animals around that try to dig up dead bodies."
"The Raveners are not animals, Keldar. They are men, or at least that's what they look like. Naturally, they are quite torpid and only come out at night. But during a war or a pestilence, when there are a large number of bodies unburied, they go into a kind of frenzy. The smell of death attracts them and makes them wild. They will attack anything when they are like that."
"Father," Bulgara said, "is this true?"
"It is possible. I have heard some unpleasant things about these woods myself. I don't usually pursue ghost stories, so I did not bother to investigate it."
"Every country has its stories of ogres and monsters," Silk said skeptically. "Only children are frightened by them."
"I will strike a bargain with you, Keldar," Toddy said. "If we make it through these woods without seeing any Raveners, you can laugh at my timidity if you like. But for the sake of the ladies, let's get away from here."
Belgarath was frowning. "I don't altogether accept the notion of ghouls, but then I didn't believe there was such a thing as an Eldrak either, until I saw one. We want to move along anyway, and Geryon and I can talk with the orb later."
With Toth once more in the lead, they rode away at a gallop, still following the scarcely visible track that angled off toward the southeast. Their horses' hooves tossed up clots of the leaves lying thick spread on the forest floor as they plunged through the misty wood. The misshapen trees seemed to gape at them as they pounded past, and though Geryon knew it was only his imagination, those grotesque, almost human features seemed somehow to have taken on expressions of malicious glee.
"Wait!"
Silk barked suddenly. "Stop!" They all reined in. "I thought I heard something. Off that way," Silk said. They all sat straining their ears, trying to listen over the heavy panting of the horses. Faintly, from somewhere to the east, a scream came out of the fog. "There it is again," Silk said. He pulled his horse around.
"What are you doing?"
Belgarath asked him. "I'm going to have a look." But Toth had moved his horse around until it was blocking the Drasnian's path. Gravely, the giant shook his head. "Toth, we have to know what's happening." Toth shook his head again. "Toth," Geryon said, "is what Sadi told us really true?"
Is there really such a thing as a ravener?
Toth's face grew bleak, and he nodded. Another scream came out of the dim woods, seeming much closer this time. The scream was filled with horror and agony.
Who is it?
Tinedra demanded, her voice shrill with fright.
Who is screaming?
The men who attacked us,
Arion replied, with a sick voice.
The ones who survived the fight. Something is running them down one by one. Raveners?
Geryon asked.
I think so. Whatever it is, it's horrible.
They're coming this way. Let's get away from here, Tzadi said. He drove his heels into his horse's flanks. They plunged off into the gloomy wood, no longer even trying to follow the track. Their blind flight took them perhaps half a mile farther into the forest when Polgara suddenly pulled her horse to a halt. "Stop!" she commanded. "What is it, Paul?" Dernick asked her. But she pushed forward carefully to peer at a thicket half obscured in the mist.
"There is someone ahead," she whispered.
"A ravener?" Geryon asked in a low voice.
She concentrated for a moment. "No, it's one of the attackers. He's trying to hide." "How far away is he?"
"Not far."
She continued to peer into the shrouding mist. "There," she said. "He's behind that tree at the edge of the thicket, the one with the broken limb hanging down."
Geryon vaguely saw a dark patch half concealed behind a gnarled tree root rising out of the sodden leaves. Then a movement caught his eye. He glimpsed a shambling figure coming out of the trees. It seemed gray, almost invisible in the hazy fog, and it was so gaunt that it resembled a skeleton. It was dressed in rags, stained with earth and blood. Its pale skull was covered with scanty hair, and it was half-crouched, snuffling audibly as it walked, its arms hanging loosely. Its eyes were vacant, and its mouth agape. Then another emerged from the woods, and yet another. As the creatures advanced, they made a low, moaning sound, expressing nothing remotely intelligible, but rather seeming to convey only a dreadful hunger. "He's going to run!" With despairing cry, the hidden assassin leaped to his feet and desperately began running. The raveners took up the chase, their moaning coming faster. Their shambling gait quickened, and their emaciated legs carried them through the woods at a surprising rate of speed. Twisting and dodging, the panic-stricken ruffian fled among the trees, his hideous pursuers gaining on him with every step. When he finally disappeared far back into the fog and gloom, they were no more than a few yards behind him. His shriek was shocking, a horrible sound. Again he screamed, and again.
"Are they killing him?"
Tinedra's voice was shrill. Polgara's face had gone absolutely white, and her eyes were filled with horror.
"No,"
she replied.
"What are they doing?"
Silk demanded.
"They are eating him."
"But," Silk broke off as more shrieks came out of the fog. "He's still—" He stared at her, his eyes gone very wide and the blood draining from his cheeks. Tinedra gasped.
"Alive,"
she said in a choked whisper.
"They're eating him while he's still alive."
"That's what I was trying to warn you about, Your Majesty," Tzadi said grimly. "When they go into their frenzy, they don't make any distinction between the living and the dead. They will feed on anything."
"Toth," Belgarath said sharply. "Can they be frightened off?"
The mute shook his head, and then turned to Dernick, gesturing rapidly, touching his head and then his stomach.
"I says that they aren't able to think enough to be afraid. All they know is hunger."
"What are we going to do, Father?" Polgara demanded.
"We are going to try to outrun them," he replied. "And if any of them get in our way, we will have to kill them." He looked back at Toth. "How far can they run?"
Toth raised one hand and traced an arc over his head, then another, then another.
4 days, Dernick interpreted. Belgarath's face became very grim. "Let's go, and stay together."
Their pace through the dreadful wood was more measured now.
The men all rode with their weapons in their hands. The first attack came after they had gone no more than a mile. A dozen gray-faced raveners shambled out from among the trees, moaning that hideous hunger, and spreading out to block the path. Geryon spurred forward, swinging his sword in great arcs. Savagely, he chopped a path through the ranks of the slavering raveners, who reached out mindlessly to pull him from his saddle. A terrible, rotting stink rose from them as he rode them down. He killed fully half of them as he crashed through. He whirled his horse to smash into them again, but pulled up sharply, his gorge rising. The raveners who had escaped his sword were tearing at the bodies of those who had gone down, ripping out the dripping gobbets of flesh, feeding them into their gaping mouths, their claw-like hands, even as they continued that awful moan, continued to rip and tear. Cautiously, Belgarath and the others circled around that dreadful feeding, averting their eyes as they passed. "It won't work, Father," Polgara declared. "Sooner or later one of us is going to make a mistake. We are going to have to shield." He thought about it for a moment. "Well, you might be right, Paul," he admitted finally. He looked at Geryon. "You and Dernick pay attention to how this is done. I want you to be able to take over when we get tired." They started out at a walk, as Belgarath and Polgara adjusted the barrier they were creating with the force of their combined will. They had gone no more than just a little way when a gray-faced ravener came loping out from among the twisted trees, slobbering and moaning. When it was perhaps 10 yards from Dernick's horse, it suddenly stumbled back, as if it had just run headlong into something solid. Moaning dreadfully, it came forward again and began to claw at the empty air with its filthy, long-nailed hands. "Dernick," Polgara said, "would you deal with it, please?" "All right, Paul." The smith's face creased into an expression of extreme concentration, and he muttered a single word. The ravener flickered, then popped momentarily out of sight. When it reappeared, it was 20 yards away, beside a large tree. It struggled to lurch forward at them again, but seemed for some reason unable to move. "Oh, that should hold it," Dernick said. "What did you do?" Silk asked, peering at the struggling creature. "Oh, it stuck its arm into that tree," Dernick replied. "If it wants to attack again, it's either going to have to bring the tree along or leave that arm behind. Oh, I didn't really hurt it, but it's going to take it a day or so to get its arm loose." "Have you got a good hold on our shield, Paul?" Belgarath asked over his shoulder. "Yes, Father." "Well, then let's pick up the pace a trifle. A bit of a momentum won't hurt." They moved, first at a trot, then at a loping canter. The shield Belgarath was projecting to the front ran ahead of them like a battering ram, hurling the rag-clothed raveners from their path. "Where do they get those clothes?" Silk asked as he rode. Toth made a kind of digging motion with one hand. "He says that they take them off the bodies of the dead that they dig up," Dernick translated. Silk shuddered. That would explain the smell. The next few days began to blur in Geryon's mind. It was necessary to relieve Polgara and Belgarath every 4 hours or so, and the weight of the shield that he and Dernick erected seemed to grow with each passing mile. The fog continued, making it impossible to see more than 100 yards in any direction, and the twisted trees with their semblance of human faces emerged with a shocking suddenness out of that obscuring mist. Shapes gray and emaciated moved through the fog, and the mindless moaning came from all around them as they plunged through the ghoul-haunted wood. Night was a time of dreadful terror, as the raveners gathered around the shield, clawing at it and moaning their hideous longing. Exhausted by his efforts of the day, Geryon was forced to use every ounce of his will, not merely to hold the shield in place when his turn came, but also to ward off sleep. Even more than the raveners, sleep was the enemy. He forced himself to walk up and down. He pinched himself. He even went so far as to put a large pebble in his left boot, hoping that the discomfort would keep him awake. Once all of his devices failed, and his head began to sag slowly forward as sleep finally overcame him. It was that putrid smell that jerked him awake. There, directly in front of him, as his head came up, stood a ravener. Its eyes were empty of all thought. Its gaping mouth revealed broken and rotting teeth. Its black-nailed hands groped out, reaching for him. With a startled cry, he unleashed a heavy blow with his will, hurling the creature backward. Trembling violently, he re-established the barrier that had begun to falter. Then, at last, they reached the southernmost fringe of that dreadful forest and rode out from under the twisted trees onto a fog-shrouded heath. "Will they keep up that chase?" Dernick asked his giant friend. The smith's voice dropped from his lips with a great weariness. Toth made a number of obscure gestures.
"What did he say?"
Geryon asked. Dernick's face was bleak.
"Well, he says that for as long as the fog lasts, they probably won't give up. They don't like the sun, but the fog's hiding it, so—"
He shrugged.
"We have to keep up the shield then, don't we?"
"I'm afraid so."
The heath across which they rode was a blasted, ugly place, covered with low thorn bushes and dotted with shallow tarns filled with rusty-looking water. The fog eddied and billowed, and always at the farthest edge of vision lurked those shadowy forms of the Raveners. They rode on. Polgara and Belgarath took the burden of the shield, and Geryon slumped in his saddle, trembling with exhaustion. And then, very faintly, he caught the smell of salt brine.
"The sea!" Dernick exulted. "We've reached the sea!"
"Now, all we need is a boat," Silk reminded him. Toth, however, pointed ahead confidently and made a curious gesture.
"He says that there's a ship waiting for us," Dernick told them.
"There is?" Silk seemed astonished. "How did he manage that?"
"I really don't know," Dernick replied. "He didn't say."
"Dernick," Silk said, "exactly how do you know what he is saying? Those gestures of his don't make much sense to me at all."
Dernick frowned. "I really don't know. I hadn't even thought about it. I just seem to know what he wants to say."
"Are you using sorcery?"
"No. Maybe it's because we've worked together so much. Always seems to bring men closer together."
I guess I'll have to take your word for it." They crested a mound-like hill to look down at a gravel beach where long rollers came in off of the foggy sea and crashed against the rounded pebbles, to slide back again with a mournful hissing as the foam-flecked water slithered down the strand, only to pause, then crash back up again. "I don't see your ship, Toth," Silk said almost accusingly. "Where is it?" Toth pointed out into the fog. "Oh, really?" Silk's voice was skeptical. The mute nodded. The Raveners trailing behind grew more agitated as the company started down toward the beach. Their moans became more urgent, and they began to run back and forth along the crest of the hill, reaching out their clawed hands with a kind of desperate longing. They did not, however, pursue any further.
"Is it my imagination, or does it seem that they are afraid of something?"
Velvet asked.
"They're not coming down that hill,"
Dernick agreed. He turned to Toth.
"Are they afraid?"
Toth nodded.
"I wonder what it is."
The giant made a motion with both hands.
"He says it has something to do with being even more hungry than they are. Something out there. They're afraid of it."
"Sharks, maybe," Silk suggested.
"No, I think it's the sea itself."
When they reached the gravel strand, they dismounted and stood in a weary little group at the water's edge.
"What? Oh, yes, I'm fine, Paul. Just a little puzzled, that's all. If there is a ship out there, I'd sort of like to know who arranged for it, and how they knew that we were going to arrive at this particular spot."
"More important than that," Silk added, "I would like to know how we are going to tell them that we have arrived. This fog is like a blanket."
"Toth says that they already know we're here," Dernick told him. "They'll probably show up in the next half hour or so."
"Oh," Belgarath said curiously.
"And who sent this ship in the first place?" "Well, he said it was Zeradus." I am going to have a long talk with that young lady one of these days, Belgarath said. She is starting to make me just a little uneasy about certain things.
They went back, Ariond told them, as he stood stroking the bowed neck of his stallion. Who did? Geryon asked. The Raveners, the boy replied, pointing back up at the hill. They gave up and started going back to the woods. Oh, and without even saying goodbye, Silk added with a tight grin. I don't know what's happened to people's manners these days. The ship that came ghosting out of the fog was curiously built with a high prow and stern, and broad sails on her twin masts.
What is making it go?
Sinedra asked, staring curiously at the shadowy shape. I don't quite follow you, Geryon said.
They are not rowing,
she pointed out.
And there isn't even a hint of a breeze.
He looked sharply back at the ship, and saw immediately that she was right. There were no oars protruding from the ghostly ship's sides, but in spite of the dead, calm, foggy air, the sails were bellied outward, and the vessel moved smoothly through the oily-looking water.
Is it sorcery?
He pushed his mind out, searching for some hint. It doesn't seem to be. At least not any kind that I know about. Belgarath stood not far away, his expression profoundly disapproving. How are they moving the ship, grandfather? Geryon asked him. It is a form of witchcraft, the old man told him, still scowling. Unpredictable, usually not very reliable. He turned to Toth. You want us to go on board that? Toth nodded. Will it take us to Verkat? Toth nodded again. You mean that it will, if the sprite that is pushing it does not get bored with the idea, or decide that it might be funny to take us in the opposite direction. Toth held out both of his hands. Oh, he says to trust him, Dernick supplied. I wish people would quit saying that to me. The ship slowed, and her keel ground gently onto the gravel bottom. A broad ramp came sliding out over the side, and its weighted end sank in about 3 feet of water. Toth, leading his reluctant horse, waded out onto the ramp. Then he turned and looked inquiringly back at the rest of them. He motioned with his arm. Oh, he says we're supposed to board now, Dernick said. I heard him, Belgarath growled. All right. I suppose we might as well. Sourly, he took his horse's reins and waded out into the water. Chapter 23. The crew of this strange ship wore rough, cowled tunics made of heavy cloth. The bones of their faces were prominent, giving their features a peculiarly hewn look. Like Toth, they were all mutes. They went about their work in absolute silence. Geryon, accustomed to the bawling and cursing which accompanied the labors of Kerrick sailors, found this stillness peculiar, even slightly unnerving. The ship itself made none of the usual sounds. There was no rasp of oars in the locks, no creaking of the rigging, no groaning of the timbers, only the faint wash and run of water along the sides, as they were propelled out across that fog-muffled sea by some force or spirit that Geryon could not even comprehend. Once the shore behind had sunk into the fog, there was no reference point, no hint of direction. And yet, the silent ship moved on. Geryon stood with his arm around Sinedra's shoulders. The peculiar combination of his near exhaustion from the ordeal in the Wood of the Raveners, and the pervading gloom of dark, unbroken water and thick-hanging fog, made his mood melancholy and his thoughts abstracted. It was enough merely to stand at the side of his weary wife, holding her in the protecting curve of his arm, and to look blankly, uncomprehendingly into that fog.
What in the world is that?
Velvet exclaimed, from somewhere behind him. He turned and looked toward the stern. From out of the pearly fog there came a ghostly white bird with impossible wings, pinions that appeared longer than a tall man might stretch his arms. The wings did not move, and yet the silent bird came on, gliding through the misty air like a disembodied spirit. Albatross, Polgara identified the magnificent creature. Aren't they supposed to be bad luck? Silk asked. Are you superstitious, Prince Keldar?
Oh, not exactly, but he left it hanging.
It is a sea-bird, nothing more.
Why does it have such enormous wings?
It flies great distances over open water. The wings hold it aloft without any effort. It's very practical.
The great winged bird tilted in the air, giving forth a strange, lonely cry, a sound that carried in it all of the emptiness of that vast rolling sea. Polgara inclined her head in response to that strange greeting. "What did he say, Paul?" Durnick asked her in an oddly subdued voice.
It was quite formal. Sea-birds have a great deal of dignity, perhaps because they spend so much time alone. It gives them leisure to formulate their thoughts, I suppose. Land birds babble a great deal, but sea-birds try to be profound.
They're strange creatures, aren't they? Birds, I mean.
Not once you get used to them.
She looked out at the alabaster bird coasting in the silent air beside the ship, with an indecipherable expression on her face. The albatross moved his great wings and pulled ahead of the ship to station himself just in front of the prow, hanging apparently motionless in the mist. Belgarath had been staring up at the sails, which bellied out improbably in the dead calm air. Finally he grunted to Toth. "How long does the trip to Verkot take?" Toth measured out a short space with his hands. "That's not very specific, my friend." Toth pointed upward and spread his fingers wide. "I says about 5 hours, Belgarath," Durnick translated. "We are moving faster than it appears, then," the old man observed. "I wonder how they managed to persuade the sprite to concentrate on one thing for that long. I have never run into one before that could keep hold of an idea for more than a minute." "Do you want me to ask him?" Durnick offered. Belgarath squinted back up at the sails. "No, I guess not. I might not like the answer." The northwest coast of the Isle of Verkat rose dark and indistinct out of the fog as evening approached. They sailed closer with the gleaming albatross hovering just ahead of them, and Geryon saw that the low hills behind the gravel strand were thickly covered with dark evergreens wreathed in fog. Some distance back up from the beach, a few scattered lights gleamed golden in the windows of a village, and a line of torches wound down from that village toward the shore. Faintly, Geryon could hear the sound of singing. The words were indistinct, but the overall tone of the song conveyed a great sadness and an endless longing. Their ship moved silently across a shallow bay, then coasted gently up beside a rude stone quay that looked more like a natural rock formation than any man-made structure. A tall man in a white linen robe stood on the quay. Although his face was unlined and his eyebrows were black as raven's wings, his flowing hair was as silver as Belgarath's. "Welcome," he greeted them. His voice was deep and peculiarly gentle. "I am Vard. We have long awaited your coming, which the book of the heavens revealed to us ages past." "Now you see why I don't like these people," Belgarath muttered. "I hate it when someone pretends to know everything." "Forgive us, holy Belgarath," the man on the quay said with a slight smile. "If it will make you more comfortable, we will conceal what we have read in the stars." "You've got sharp ears, Vard," the old man noted. "If you wish to believe so," Vard shrugged. "A place has been made ready for you, and food is prepared. Your journey has been long and difficult. I'm sure you are all very tired. If you will come with me, I will show you the way. My people will bring your mounts and your belongings."
"You are very kind, Vard," Polgara said, across the rail of the ship as the mute sailors ran their ramp out to the stones of the quay.
Vard bowed. "We are honored by your presence, Lady Polgara. We have stood in awe of you since the beginning of the Third Age."
The path leading up from the bay was narrow, and it wound about with no seeming purpose.
"I fear that you will find our village rude by comparison with the mighty cities of the West," the white-robed man apologized. "We have ever been indifferent to the surroundings." "One place is as much the same as another," Belgarath agreed, peering ahead toward the cluster of lighted windows glowing in the mist. The village consisted of a score or so buildings constructed of rough fieldstone and thatched with straw. They seemed scattered at random, with nothing resembling an organized street anywhere in sight. The place was tidy, however, with none of the clutter that inevitably seemed to spring up in such places, and the doorstep of each house showed signs of frequent scrubbing. Vard led them to a fair-sized house in the center of the village and opened the door for them.
"This will be yours for as long as you remain. The table is prepared, and some of my people will attend you. Should you require anything else, please send for me."
Then he bowed, turned and walked away into the foggy twilight. The inside of the house was by no means palatial, but it belied the crude-appearing exterior. Each room contained a low, cheery fireplace, exuding warmth and light. The doorways were arched and the walls all whitewashed. The furniture was plain, but stoutly made, and the beds were covered with thick, down-filled comforters. A table and benches stood in the central room, and a number of covered earthenware pots stood on the table. The smells coming from the pots reminded Geryon that he had not eaten a hot meal in several days.
"They are a strange sort of people,"
Velvet observed, removing her cloak.
"But you certainly cannot find fault with their hospitality."
Silk had been eyeing the table. "We wouldn't want to offend them by letting supper get cold, would we? I don't know about the rest of you, but I am famished." The supper that had been laid for them was delicious. None of the dishes were anything out of the ordinary, but each was delicately seasoned. The main course was a well-browned haunch of some animal that Geryon did not recognize, but he found it rich and full-flavored.
"What is this delicious roast?"
Sinedra asked, helping herself to another piece.
"Goat, I think,"
Polgara replied.
"Goat?"
"It seems to be."
"But I hate goat."
"That's your third slice, dear,"
Polgara pointed out. After they had eaten, they sat around the fireplace. Geryon felt a vast weariness and knew that he should go to bed, but he was simply too comfortable to move.
"Did you get any hints that Zondramas came through here?"
Silk asked.
"What? Oh, no, nothing."
"She seems to want to avoid inhabited places," Belgarath noted. "I don't think she would have come to the village here. Probably tomorrow you are going to have to ride out and see if you can cross her trail."
"Wouldn't she have gone straight to Rakvakat?"
Silk suggested.
"That's where all of the ships are, and she wants to go to Malloreon, does she not?"
"She might have made other arrangements," the old man told him. "She does have a price on her head, and the Malloreons at Rakvarkat are probably as interested in collecting it as the ones at Rakaga. She's made careful preparations in advance for every step of this journey. I don't think she'd have left anything to chance when she got this far."
Sadi came back into the room, holding the small earthenware bottle.
"Mademoiselle, do you suppose I could have my snake back?"
"Oh, I'm so very sorry, Sadi,"
she apologized.
"I completely forgot that I had her."
She dipped into the front of her dress and gently removed the little green reptile. Silk drew back with a sharp intake of his breath.
"I was not really trying to steal her,"
Velvet assured Sadi.
"It was just that the poor dear was very cold."
"Of course." He took the snake from her.
"I was only trying to keep her warm, Sadi. You certainly would not want her to get sick, would you?"
"Your concern touches my heart."
He turned and went back toward the sleeping rooms with Zith lazily coiled about his wrist. The following morning, Geryon went into the shed attached to the back of the house, saddled his horse, and rode back down the gravel strand, where the waves rolled endlessly into the foggy sea to crash against the shore. He stopped, looking first up the beach, then down. He shrugged and turned his horse toward the northeast. The upper edge of the rock-strewn beach was thick with windrows of white-bleached driftwood. As he rode, he idly ran his eyes along those tangled heaps of branches and broken logs. Occasionally he noted a squared-off timber, lying among the other bits and pieces, mute evidence that some ship had come to grief. The possibility occurred to him that the shipwreck that had set those timbers adrift might have taken place as long as a century ago, and that the debris might have floated halfway around the world only to wash up on this strand of salt-crusted pebbles.
"That's all very interesting," the dry voice in his mind said. "But you are going the wrong way."
"Where have you been?" Geryon asked.
Why do we always have to start these conversations with that same question? The answer would not mean anything to you, so why pursue it? Turn around. Go back. The trail is on the other side of the village, and you do not have time to ride all the way around the island.
"Is Xandramas still here with my son?" Geryon asked quickly, wanting to get the question out into the open before the elusive voice went off again.
"No," the voice replied. "She left about a week ago."
"We're gaining on her, then," Geryon said aloud, a sudden hope springing up in him.
"That would be the logical assumption."
"Where did she go?"
"Maloria. But you knew that already, didn't you?"
"Could you get a little more specific? Maloria is a big place."
"Don't do that, Geryon," the voice told him. "Ol told you that finding your son was your task. I am not permitted to do it for you any more than he was. Oh, incidentally, keep an eye on Sinedra."
"Sinedra? What for?" But the voice had already gone. Geryon swore and rode back the way he had come. A league or so to the south of the village, where a cove sheltered two jutting headlands that ran back into the shoreline, the sword strapped across his back tugged at him. He reined in sharply and drew the blade. It turned in his hand, and pointed unerringly, due inland. He trotted his horse up the hill with the blade of iron-gripped sword resting on the pommel of his saddle. The trail did not veer. Ahead of him lay a long grassy slope and then the misty edge of the evergreen forest. He considered the situation for a moment, and decided that it might be better to go back and tell the others, rather than to pursue Xandramas alone. As he turned his horse toward the village, he glanced down at the shallow waters of the cove. There, lying on its side beneath the water, lay the sunken wreck of a small ship. His face grew bleak. Once again Xandramas had rewarded those who had aided her by killing them. He kicked his mount into a loping canter and rode back across the foggy meadows, lying between the sea and the dark forest, toward the village. It was nearly noon when he reached the house Vard had provided to them, and he swung down out of his saddle, controlling his excitement as best as he could. "Well?" Belgarath, who sat before the fire with a mug in his hand, asked, as Geryon entered the room.
"The trail's about a league to the south."
Polgara, seated at the table, looked up quickly from the piece of parchment she had been examining.
"Are you sure?"
"The orb is."
Geryon unfastened his cloak. "Oh, I had another visit from our friend." He tapped his forehead. "He told me that Xandramas left the island about a week ago, and that she's going to Maloria. That's about all I could get out of him. Where's Tinedra? I want to tell her that we're getting closer." "She is asleep," Polgara said, carefully folding the parchment. "Is that part of one of those books Grandfather's been looking for?" "No, dear. It is the recipe for that soup we had at supper last night." She turned to Belgarath. "Well, Father, do we take up the trail again?"
He thought about it, staring absently into the fire dancing on the hearth. "I'm not sure, Paul," he answered finally. "We were deliberately brought here to this island for something, and I don't think that locating the trail was the only reason. I think we ought to stay here for another day or so." "We have gained a great deal of time on Xandramas, Father," she reminded him. "Why waste it by just sitting in one place?" "Call it a hunch, Paul. I have got a very strong feeling that we are supposed to wait here for something fairly important."
"I think it's a mistake, Father."
"That's your privilege, Paul. I have never told you what to think."
"Only what to do,"
she added tartly. "That is my privilege. It's a father's duty to guide his children. I'm sure you understand."
The door opened, and Silk and Velvet came in out of the sunless noon.
"Did you find the trail?" Silk asked, removing his cloak. Geryon nodded. "She came ashore a league or so down the beach. She sank the boat that brought her. It's lying on the bottom with the full crew aboard, about 50 yards from shore." "Oh, she's running true to form, then." "What have you been up to this morning?" Geryon asked. "Snooping."
"The term is intelligence-gathering, Kaldar,"
Velvet said primly, also removing her cloak and smoothing the front of her dress. "Oh, but it amounts to the same thing, doesn't it?"
"Of course. But snooping has such a nasty ring to it."
"Did you find out anything?" "Not much," Silk admitted, coming to the fire to warm himself. "All these people are terribly polite, but they are very good at evading direct questions. I can tell you one thing, though. This place is not a real village, at least not in the sense that we understand it. It's all very carefully set up to look crude and rustic, but the people here go through the motions of tending the crops and herds. It's all for show. Their tools show almost no sign of use, and their animals are just a bit too well groomed."
"What are they doing, then?"
"I think they spend their time in study," Velvet replied. "I was visiting with one of the women, and there was sort of a chart on the table in her house. I got a look at it before she put it away. It looked like a map of some constellations, a sort of picture of the night sky."
Belgarath grunted. "Astrologers. I have never had much faith in astrology. The stars seem to say something different every quarter hour or so." He thought about it for a moment. "Back at Prolgo, the Gorham said that these people are dolls, the same as the ones who live in southern Malloreon. No one has ever been able to figure out what the dolls are up to. They seem to be docile and placid. But I suspect that's only a mask. There are several centers of learning in Dalesia. I would not be surprised to find out that this place is very similar. Did either of you see anyone wearing a blindfold, the way Taranis does?" "A seer?" Silk said. "I didn't." He looked at Velvet. She shook her head. "Toth might be able to give us some answers, Father," Polgara said. "He seems to be able to communicate with these people in ways that we cannot." "How do you propose to get answers out of a mute, Polgara?" "Durnick seems to be able to talk with him," she replied. "Where are they, by the way?"
"They found a pond on the upper edge of the village," Velvet answered. "They are checking to see if it is occupied. Arion is with them."
Inevitably," Polgara smiled.
"Doesn't it get a little tedious?" Velvet asked. "Having him spend all of his time fishing, I mean."
"It is a healthy activity,"
Polgara said. She looked meaningfully at the mug in Belgarath's hand.
"And better for him than the amusements of some others I could name."
"What next, old friend?" Silk asked Belgarath. "Let's sit tight for a while. We'll keep our eyes and ears open. I have got a nagging sort of feeling that something important is going to happen here." That afternoon, a faint breeze began to stir the fog that had plagued them for the past week or so. When evening approached, the sky had blown clear except for a heavy cloud bank off toward the west, dyeing the sky a deep scarlet with the setting sun. Sadi had spent the day with Vard. When he returned, his expression was frustrated.
"Were you able to get anything out of him?"
"Nothing I could make any sense out of," the eunuch replied. "I think the grip these people have on reality is rather tenuous. The only thing that seems to interest them is some obscure thing they call the task. Vard would not tell me exactly what this task is, but they seem to have been gathering information about it since the beginning of time." As twilight began to settle over the isle, Durnick, with Arion at his side, returned with his fishing pole across his shoulder and a frustrated look on his face.
"Where's Toth?"
Geryon asked. "He said he had something to attend to," Durnick replied, carefully examining his tackle. "I think maybe I need a smaller hook," he mused.
As Polgara and Velvet began preparing supper, Silk looked over at Geryon.
"Why don't we go stretch our legs?" he suggested. You mean right now? I'm a little restless. The weasel-faced man rose from his chair. Come along, he said. If you sit in that chair much longer, you are going to put down roots. Puzzled, Geryon followed his friend outside. What was that all about? I want to find out what Toth is up to. I don't want Lizelle tagging along. I thought you liked her. I do, but I'm getting a little tired of having her looking over my shoulder every place I go. He stopped. Where are they going? He said, pointing at a line of torches strung out across the meadow, lying between the village and the edge of the forest. We could follow them and find out, Geryon suggested. Right. Let's go. Vard led the line of torch-bearing villagers toward the dark forest at the upper end of the meadow, and Toth, towering above the rest, strode beside him. Geryon and Silk bent low to the tall grass, paralleling their course but remaining some distance away. As the torchlit file of villagers approached the edge of the woods, several dim figures emerged from the shadows under the trees and stood waiting. "Can you make them out at all?" Geryon whispered. Silk shook his head. "Too far," he murmured. "And there's not enough light. We are going to have to get closer." He dropped down onto his stomach and began to worm his way through the grass. The meadow was still wet from the days of dense fog. By the time Geryon and Silk reached the protecting shadows at the edge of the trees, they were both soaking wet. "I'm not enjoying this much, Silk," Geryon whispered somewhat crossly. "I don't think you'll melt," Silk whispered back. Then he raised his head and peered out through the trees. "Are those people blindfolded?" he asked. "Sort of looks that way," Geryon replied. "That would mean that they are seers, then, would it not? We didn't see any of them in the village, so maybe they live somewhere in these woods. Let's see if we can get a little closer. All of this is definitely stirring up my curiosity." The villagers were still carrying their torches and moving into the damp forest. They went in several hundred yards and finally stopped in a large clearing. Around the edge of the clearing stood a series of roughly squared-off blocks of stone, each of them about twice the height of a tall man. The villagers spaced themselves among the stone blocks, forming a torch-lit circle, and the blindfolded seers, perhaps a dozen or so of them, gathered in the center and joined hands to form another circle. Standing immediately behind each of the seers was a large, muscular man, their guides and protectors. In the very center, enclosed within that inner ring of seers, stood the silver-haired Vard and the giant Toth. Geryon and Silk crept in closer. The only sound in the clearing was the guttering of the torches. Then, very quietly at first, but with growing strength, the people in the circle began to sing. In many ways their song was similar to the discordant hymns of the Ulgos, yet there were subtle differences. Though he was not schooled in musicology or harmony, Geryon perceived that this hymn was older, perhaps more pure than the one which had rung through the caves of Ulgo for 5 millennia. In a sudden flash of insight, he also understood how endless centuries of confusing echoes had gradually corrupted the Ulgo's song. This hymn, moreover, was not raised to Ul, but to a god unknown, and it was a plea to that unnamed god to manifest himself and to come forth to guide and protect the Dals, even as Ul guided and protected the Ulgos. Then he heard or felt another sound, joining with that unbelievably ancient hymn. A peculiar sighing within his mind signaled that these people gathered in their strange circles were bringing their combined wills to bear in a mystic accompaniment to the song, their voices raised toward the starry sky. There was a shimmering in the air, at the very center of the clearing, and the glowing form of Taradis appeared, robed and cowled in white linen, her eyes covered by a strip of cloth. "Where did she come from?" Silk breathed. "She's not really there," Geryon whispered back. "It's a projection. Listen." "Welcome, Holy Seeress," Vard greeted the glowing image. "We are grateful that thou hast responded to our summons."
"Thy gratitude is unnecessary, Vard,"
the clear voice of the blindfolded girl replied.
"I responded out of the duty imposed upon me by my task. Have the Seekers arrived, then?"
"They have, Holy Tyrannus, and the one called Belgerion hath found that which he sought here."
"The quest of the Child of Light hath only but begun,"
the image stated.
"The Child of Dark hath reached the coast of far-off Malloreon, and even now doth journey toward the house of Torak at Ashaba. The time hath come for the Eternal Man to open the Book of the Ages."
Vard's face grew troubled. "Is that wise, Tyrannus? Can even ancient Belgarath be trusted with what he may find in the volume? His entire life hath been devoted but to one of the two spirits, which control all things."
"It must be so, Vard, else the meeting of the Child of Light and the Child of Dark will not come to pass at the appointed time, and our task will remain uncompleted. The time draws nigh," she told them. "That for which we have waited since the beginning of the First Age fast approaches, and all must be accomplished ere the moment in which I must perform that task, which hath lain upon us throughout the weary centuries. Give the Book of the Ages to Eternal Belgarath, that he may lead the Child of Light to the place which is no more, where all will be decided forever."
Then she turned to the towering mute standing impassively beside the white-robed Vard.
"My heart is empty without thee,"
she told him, her voice coming very near to tears.
"My steps falter, and I am alone. I pray thee, my dear companion, make haste in the completion of thy task, for I am made desolate by your absence."
Quite clearly in the flickering torchlight, Geryon could see the tears in Toth's eyes, and the anguish on his face. The giant reached out toward the glowing image, then let his hand fall helplessly. Tyrannus also raised her hand, it seemed almost involuntarily. Then she vanished. Chapter 24. "Are you sure she's at Ashaba?" Belgarath asked intently.
"I heard her too, Grandfather," Geryon confirmed what Silk had just reported. "She said that the Child of the Dark had reached Malloreon and was journeying to the house of Torak at Ashaba."
"But there's nothing there," Belgarath objected. "Belden and I ransacked that place right after Vomimbre." He began to pace up and down, scowling darkly. "What could Xandramas possibly want there? It's just an empty house."
"Maybe you can find some answers in the Book of the Ages," Silk suggested.
Belgarath stopped and stared at him.
"Oh, I guess we hadn't got to that part yet," the little man said. "Tyrannus told Vard that he was supposed to give you the book. Oh, he didn't like it very much, but she insisted."
Belgarath's hands began to tremble, and he controlled himself with an obvious effort.
"Is it important?"
Silk asked curiously.
"So, that's what this has been all about," the old man burst out. "I knew there was a reason for bringing us here."
"What is the Book of Ages, Belgarath?"
Sinedra asked. "It is part of the Malloreon Gospels, the holy book of the seers at Kel. It looks as if we were led here specifically for the purpose of putting that book into my hands." "This is all just a little too obscure for me, old friend," Silk said, shivering. "Let's go get cleaned up, Geryon. I am soaked all the way through."
"How did you two get so wet?"
Velvet wanted to know. "We were crawling around in the grass."
"That would account for it, I suppose."
"Do you really have to do that, Lizelle?"
"Do what?"
"Oh, never mind. Come on, Geryon."
"What is it about her that irritates you so much?" Geryon asked as the two of them went down the hall toward the back of the house.
"I'm not really sure," Silk replied. "I get the feeling she's laughing at me all the time.
and that she's got something on her mind that she is not telling me. For some reason she makes me very nervous." After they had dried themselves and changed into clean clothing, they returned to the warm, firelit main room of the house to find that Toth had returned. He sat impassively on a bench near the door, his huge hands folded on his knees. All traces of the anguish Geryon had seen on his face in the clearing were now gone. His expression was as enigmatic as ever. Belgarath sat beside the fire, holding a large leather-bound book tilted to catch the light, his eyes poring over it intently. "Is that the book?" Silk asked. "Yes," Polgara replied. "Toth brought it. I hope that it says something to make this trip worth all the trouble." As Geryon, Silk, and Toth ate, Belgarath continued to read, turning the crackling pages of the Book of the Ages impatiently. "Listen to this," he said finally. He cleared his throat and began to read aloud. "Know ye, O my people, that all down the endless avenues of time hath division marred all that is. For there is division at the very heart of creation. But the stars and the spirits and the voices within the rocks speak of the day when the division will end, and all will be made one again. For creation itself knows that the day will come, and two spirits contend with each other at the very center of time. These spirits are the two sides of that which hath divided creation. Now the day must come when we must choose between them, and the choice we must make is the choice between absolute good and absolute evil. And that which we choose, good or evil, will prevail until the end of days. But how may we know which is good and which is evil? Behold also this truth. The rocks of the world and of all other worlds murmur continually of the two stones which lie at the center of the division. Once these stones were one. They stood at the very center of all creation. But like all else they were divided, and in the instant of division were they rent apart with a force that destroyed whole suns. And where these stones are found together, there surely will be the last confrontation between the two spirits. Now the day will come when all division will end, and all will be made as one again, except that the division between the two stones is so great, they can never be rejoined. And in the day when the division ends, shall one of the stones cease forever to exist, and in that day also shall one of the spirits forever vanish." "Are they trying to say that the orb is only half of this original stone?" Geryon asked incredulously. "The other half would be the Sardian," Belgarath agreed. "That would explain a great deal." "I didn't know there was any connection between the two." "Neither did I. But it does sort of fit together, doesn't it? Everything about this whole business has come in pairs from the very beginning. Two prophecies, two fates, a child of light and a child of dark. It only stands to reason that there would have to be two stones, doesn't it?"
"And the Sardian would have the same power as the orb,"
Polgara added gravely. Belgarath nodded. "In the hands of the child of dark, it could do just about anything that Geryon can do with the orb, and we have not even tested the limits of that yet. It gives us just a little more incentive to keep Xandramos from reaching that Sardian, then, doesn't it?"
"I already have all the incentive in the world,"
Tinedra said sadly. Geryon rose early the next morning. When he came out of the room he shared with Tinedra, he found Belgarath seated at the table in the main room, with a Book of Ages lying before him in the light of a guttering candle.
"Didn't you go to bed, Grandfather?"
"What? Oh, no. I wanted to read this all the way through, without any interruptions."
"Did you find anything helpful?"
"A great deal, Geryon. A very great deal. Now I know what Saradas is doing."
"Is she really involved in this?"
"She believes that she is." He closed the book and leaned back, staring thoughtfully at the far wall. "You see, these people, and the ones at Kel and Delesia, believe that it is their task to choose between the two prophecies, the two forces that have divided the universe. They believe that it is their choice that's going to settle the matter once and for all."
"A choice? That's all? You mean that all they have to do is pick one or the other, and that's the end of it?"
"Roughly, yes.
They believe that the choice has to be made during one of the meetings of the Child of Light and the Child of Dark, and both stones, the orb and the Sardian, have to be present. Down through history, the task of making the choice has always been laid on just one of the seers. At every meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark, that particular seer has been present. I expect that there was one lurking about somewhere at Tol Mishrak when you met Torek. At any rate, the task has finally fallen to Tsaradis. She knows where the Sardian is. She knows when this meeting is going to take place. She will be there. If all of the conditions have been met, she will choose.
Geryon sat down in a chair by the dying fire. You don't actually believe all that, do you?
I don't know, Geryon. We've spent our entire lives living out the pronouncements of the prophecy, and it has gone to a great deal of trouble to get me here and to put this book into my hands. I may not entirely believe all of this mysticism, but I am certainly not going to ignore it.
Did it say anything at all about Geryon? What is his part in all of this?
I am not sure. It could be as a sacrifice, the way Agachak believes. Or it is possible that Xandramos abducted him just to force you to come after her and bring the orb with you. Nothing is ever going to be settled until the orb and the Sardian are brought together into the same place.
The place which is no more,
Geryon added sourly. Belgarath grunted. There's something about that phrase that keeps nagging at me. Sometimes I can almost put my finger on it, but it keeps slipping away from me. I have seen it or heard it before, but I can't seem to remember where.
Polgara came into the room. You are both up early, she said.
Geryon is, Belgarath replied. I am up late.
Did you stay up all night then, Father?
It seems that way. I think that this was what I was waiting for. He laid his hand on the book in front of him. As soon as the others get up, let us pack and get ready to leave. It is time for us to move on.
There was a light tap on the outer door. Geryon rose, crossed the room, and opened it. Vard stood outside in the pale gray light of the dawning day.
There's something I need to tell you, he said.
Come in. Geryon held the door open for him.
Good morning, Vard. Belgarath greeted the white-robed man. I did not get the chance to thank you for this book. You must thank Tsaradis for that. We gave it to you at her instruction. I think you and your friends should leave. There are soldiers coming. Malloreons? Vard nodded. There is a column moving out from Rakvarkat. They will probably reach the village before noon. Can you give us a ship of any kind? Belgarath asked him. We need to get to Malloria. That would not be wise just now. There are also Malloreon ships patrolling the coast.
Do you think they are searching for us?
Polgara asked. It is possible, Lady Polgara, Vard admitted. But the commander at Rakvarkat has ordered these sweeps through the countryside before, usually to round up any Murgos who still might be hidden on the isle. They store around for a few days, then return to their garrison in Rakvarkat. If this present excursion is merely one of those periodic searches, the troops won't be very thorough. They won't come into this vicinity for long. As soon as they are gone, you can come back here, and we will provide you with a ship. Just how extensive is that forest out there? Belgarath asked him. It's quite large, ancient one. Good. Malloreons are not comfortable in forests. Once we get back into the trees, it shouldn't be much of a problem to slip around them. You will need to avoid the hermit who dwells in the forest, however. The hermit, a poor deranged fellow, is not really an evil person, but he is mischievous. He likes to play tricks on travelers. We will keep that in mind, Belgarath said. Geryon, go wake the others. Let's get ready to leave.
By the time everything was ready for their departure, the sun had risen over the low range of hills to the east. Sadi looked out the door at the bright sunlight streaming over the village, sparkling also on the waves in the harbor. "Where is the fog when you need it?" he asked of no one in particular. Belgarath looked around. "We have got about 4 hours until the Malloreons get here. Let's use that time to put some distance between us and this place." He turned to Vard. "Thank you," he said simply, "for everything." "May all of the gods be with you," the silvery-haired man replied. "Now go, quickly." They rode out of the village and up across the meadow to the edge of the dark forest. "Any particular direction, old friend?" Silk asked Belgarath. "I don't think that it matters all that much," the old man replied. "Probably about all we are going to need is a thicket to hide in. Malloreons get nervous when they can't see for a mile or so in every direction. They are not very likely to search the woods too extensively." "I'll see what I can find," the little man offered. He turned his horse toward the northeast, but suddenly reined in sharply as 2 figures stepped out from among the trees. One was robed and cowled, the other was large, a watchful man.
"I greet thee, ancient Belgarath,"
the hooded figure said in the clear voice of a woman. She lifted her face, and Geryon saw that her eyes were bound with a dark strip of cloth.
"I am Onotel," she continued, "and I am here to point out a safe path to thee."
"We are grateful for your aid, Onotel."
"The path lies southward, Belgarath. Some small way into the wood, thou wilt discover an ancient track, much overgrown. It will lead thee to a place of concealment."
"And have you seen what is to come, Onotel? Will the soldiers search the wood?" Polgara asked.
"Thou and thy companions are the ones they seek, Polgara, and they will search in all parts of the island. But they will not find thee and thy friends, unless it come to pass that someone doth point thee out to them. Beware of the hermit who doth dwell in this wood, however. He will seek to test thee."
She turned then, with one hand outstretched. The large man standing in the shadows took that groping hand and gently led her back into the forest.
"How convenient,"
Velvet murmured.
"Perhaps a little too convenient?"
"She would not lie, Lizelle," Polgara said.
"But she is not obliged to tell the whole truth, is she?"
"You have got a very suspicious nature," Silk told her.
"Let us just say that I am cautious. When a perfect stranger goes out of her way to help me, it always makes me a little nervous."
"Let's go ahead and find this path of hers," Belgarath said. "If we decide later on to change direction, we can do it someplace private." They pushed into the shadows beneath the spreading evergreens. The forest floor was damp and thickly covered with fallen needles from the limbs overhead. The sun streamed down in long, slanting shafts of golden light, and the shadows that had the faint bluish tinge of morning. The thick loam muffled the sound of their passage, and they rode in a kind of hushed silence. The track to which the seeress had directed them lay perhaps a mile back into the woods. It was deeply indented in the forest floor, as if at some time in the long distant past it had been much traveled. Now, however, it lay unused, and weeds and grass had reclaimed it. As the sun mounted into the sky, the blue cast to the shadows beneath the trees faded, and a myriad of tiny insects swirled and darted in the shafts of sunlight. Then, quite suddenly, Belgarath reined in his horse. "Listen," he said sharply. From far behind them, Geryon heard a series of sharp yelps. "Dogs?" Sadi asked, looking nervously back over his shoulder. "Did they bring dogs to sniff out our trail?" "Those are not dogs," Belgarath told him. "They are wolves." "Wolves?" Sadi exclaimed. "We must flee." "Don't get excited, Sadi," the old man told him. "Wolves do not hunt people." "I would rather not chance that, Belgarath," the eunuch said. "I have heard some very alarming stories." "That is all that they were, stories. Believe me, I know wolves. No self-respecting wolf would even consider eating a human.
Now stay here, all of you. I'll go see what they want."
He slid down out of the saddle. "Not too close to the horses, father," Polgara warned. "You know how horses feel about wolves." He grunted, then went off into the forest. "What's he doing?" Sadi asked nervously. "You wouldn't believe it," Silk replied. They waited in the cool dampness of the forest, listening to the faint yelping sounds and an occasional bell-like howl echoing among the trees. When Belgarath returned some time later, he was swearing angrily. "Whatever is the matter, father?" Polgara asked him.
"Somebody is playing games," he retorted angrily. "There aren't any wolves back there."
"Belgarath," Sadi said, "I can hear them. They've been yapping and howling on our trail for the past half an hour."
"And that's all there is back there, just the noise. There's not a wolf within miles of here."
"What's making all the noise, then?"
"I told you. Somebody is playing games. Now let's move on. Keep your eyes open."
They rode warily now, the phantom baying filling the woods behind them. Then there came a sudden high-pitched bellow from somewhere in front of them.
"What's that?"
Dernick exclaimed, reaching for his axe.
"It is an absurdity," Belgarath snapped. "Ignore it. It is no more real than the wolves were."
But there was something swaying in the shadows beneath the spreading trees ahead, something gray and ponderously vast.
"There! What is that thing?"
Sinedra's voice was shrill. "It's an elephant, dear," Polgara told her calmly. "They live in the jungles of Gandahar on the east coast of Malloreon."
"How did it get here, then?"
"It didn't. It is an apparition. Father was right. Someone in these woods has a very twisted sense of humor."
"And I'm going to show this comedian exactly what I think of his little jokes," Belgarath growled.
"No, father," Polgara disagreed. "I think that perhaps you should leave it to me. You are irritated, and that sometimes makes you go a little too far with these things. I will take care of it."
"Polgara,"
he started angrily. "Yes, father." Her look was cool and direct. He controlled himself with some effort.
"All right, Paul. Don't take any chances, though. This funny little fellow might have some other tricks in his bag."
"I am always careful, father." She moved her horse at a walk until she was several yards in advance of the rest of the party. "It is a very nice elephant," she called into the woods, as she eyed the huge gray shape swaying menacingly in the shadows ahead of her. "Have you anything else you might like to show us?" There was a long pause.
"You don't seem very impressed,"
a rusty-sounding voice growled from somewhere nearby. "Well, you did make a few mistakes. The ears are not big enough, for one thing, and the tail is much too long."
"The feet and the tusks are about right, though,"
the voice in the woods snapped.
"as you're about to find out."
The gray shape raised its huge snout and bellowed. Then it lumbered forward, directly toward Polgara. "Oh, how tiresome," she said, making a negligent-appearing gesture with one hand. The elephant vanished in mid-stride. "Well?" she asked. A figure stepped out from behind the tree. It was a tall, gaunt man with wild hair and a very long beard, with twigs and straw clinging to it. He was dressed in a filthy smock, and his bare legs were as white as fish bellies, with knobby knees and broken veins. In one hand he carried a slender stick.
"I see that you have power, woman,"
he said to her, his voice filled with an unspoken threat. "Some," she admitted calmly. "You must be the hermit I've heard about?" A look of cunning came into his eyes.
"Perhaps,"
he replied.
"And who are you?"
"Let's just say that I am a visitor."
"I don't want any visitors. These woods are mine. I prefer to be left alone."
"Oh, that's hardly civil. You must learn to control yourself." His face suddenly twisted into an insane grimace.
"Don't tell me what to do. I am a god."
"Oh, hardly that," she disagreed.
"Feel the weight of my displeasure,"
he roared at her, He raised the stick in his hand, and a glowing spark appeared at its tip. Suddenly, out of the insubstantial air, a monster leaped directly at her. It had scaly hide, a gaping muzzle filled with pointed fangs, and great paws tipped with needle-sharp claws. Polgara lifted one hand, palm outward, and the thing suddenly stopped and hung motionless in the air.
A trifle better, she said critically. This one even seems to have a bit of substance to it.
Release it,
the hermit howled at her, jumping up and down in a fury.
Are you really sure you want me to?
Release it! Release it! Release it!
His voice rose to a shriek as he danced about wildly.
Oh, if you insist, she replied.
Slowly, the slavering monster turned about in mid-air and then dropped to the ground. With a roar, it charged the startled hermit. The gaunt man recoiled, thrusting his wand out in front of him. The creature vanished.
You always have to be careful with monsters. You never know when one of them might turn on you.
His mad eyes narrowed. He leveled his stick at her. A series of incandescent fireballs burst from its tip, sizzling through the air directly at her. She held up her hand again, and the smoldering chunks of fire bounced off into the woods. Geryon glanced at one and saw that it was actually burning, setting the damp needles on the forest floor to smoking. He put his heels to his horse's flanks, even as Dernick also spurred forward, brandishing his cudgel.
"Stay out of it, you two," Belgarath barked. "Paul can take care of herself."
"But, grandfather," Geryon protested, "that was real fire."
"Just do as I say, Geryon. You will throw her off balance if you go blundering in there now."
"Why are you being so difficult?"
Polgara asked the madman who stood glaring at her.
"All we are doing is traveling through these woods."
"The woods are mine! Mine, mine!"
he shrieked and danced again in his insane caper of fury, shaking both of his fists at her.
"And now you are being ridiculous," she told him.
The hermit leaped backward with a startled exclamation as the ground directly in front of his feet erupted with a seething green fire and a boiling cloud of bright purple smoke.
"Do you like the colors?" she inquired. "I like a little variety now and then, don't you?"
"Paul,"
Belgarath said in exasperation,
"will you stop playing?"
"This is not play, father. It is education."
A tree some yards behind the hermit suddenly bent forward, enfolding him in its stout limbs and then straightening back up again, lifting him struggling into the air.
"Have you had enough of this yet?" she asked, looking up at the startled man who was trying desperately to free himself from the branches wrapped about his waist. "Decide quickly, my friend. You are a long way from the ground, and I am losing interest in keeping you up there."
With a curse, the hermit wrenched himself free and tumbled heavily to the loam beneath the tree.
"Did you hurt yourself?"
she inquired solicitously. Snarling, he cast a wave of absolute blackness at her. Still sitting on her horse with her unruffled calmness, she began to glow with an intensely blue light that pushed the blackness away. Again the look of mad cunning came into his eyes. Geryon felt a disjointed surge. Jerkily, one portion of his body at a time, the deranged hermit began to expand, growing larger and larger. His face was wholly insane now, and he lashed out with one huge fist, shattering a nearby tree. He bent and picked up a long branch and broke it in two. He discarded the shorter end and advanced upon Polgara, swinging his great club.
"Paul!"
Belgarath shouted in sudden alarm.
"Be careful of him."
"I can manage, father," she replied.
Then she faced the 10-foot-tall madman.
"I think this has gone quite far enough," she told him. "I hope you know how to run."
She made a peculiar gesture. The wolf that appeared between them was impossibly large, half again as big as a horse, and its snarl was thunderous.
"I do not fear your apparitions, woman,"
the towering hermit roared.
"I am a god, and I fear nothing."
The wolf bit him, its teeth sinking into his shoulder. He screamed and jerked back, dropping his cloth.
"Get away!"
he shouted at the snarling wolf. The beast crouched, its fangs bared.
"Get away!"
the hermit screamed again. He flopped his hands in the air, and Geryon again felt that disorganized surge as the insane man tried with all of his might to make the wolf vanish.
"I recommend immediate flight,"
Polgara suggested.
That wolf has not been fed for 1,000 years, and it is dreadfully hungry."
The hermit's nerve broke at that point. He spun and ran desperately back into the woods, his pale, skinny legs flashing and his hair and beard streaming behind him. The wolf gave chase at a leisurely lope, snapping at his heels and growling horribly.
"Have a pleasant day,"
Polgara called after him. Chapter 25. Polgara's expression was unreadable as she looked after the fleeing hermit. At last she sighed.
"Poor fellow,"
she murmured.
"Will the wolf catch him?"
Zenedra asked in a small voice.
"The wolf? No, dear. The wolf was only an illusion."
"But it bit him. I saw the blood."
"Just a small refinement, Zenedra."
"Then why did you say poor fellow?"
"Because he is completely mad. His mind is filled with all kinds of shadows."
"That happens sometimes, Polgara," Vilgarath told her. "Let's move along. I want to get deeper into these woods before the sun goes down." Geryon pulled his horse in beside Belgarath's as they rode on into the forest.
"Do you think he might have been a Grolem at one time?"
"What makes you say that?"
"Well, I sort of thought—"
Geryon struggled to put it into words.
"What I mean is, there are two groups of sorcerers in the world, the Grolems and us. He wasn't one of us, was he?"
"What a peculiar notion," Belgarath said. "The talent is latent in everybody. It can show up any place, and does. It takes different directions in different cultures. But it is all related. Magic, witchcraft, sorcery, wizardry, even the peculiar gift of the seers. It all comes from the same place, and it is all basically the same thing. It just shows up in different ways, that is all."
"I didn't know that."
"Well, then you have learned something today. No day in which you learn something is a complete loss." The autumn sun was very bright, though it was low on the northern horizon. Winter was almost upon them. Once again Geryon was reminded that they were in a strange part of the world where the seasons were reversed. Back at Faldor's farm it was nearly summer now. The fields had been plowed, the crops planted. The days were long and warm. Here at the bottom of the world, however, it was quite the opposite. With a start, he realized that, except for the brief time in the desert of Araga, he had entirely missed summer this year. For some reason, he found that thought profoundly depressing. They had been climbing steadily for the past hour or more as they moved up into the low range of hills that formed the spine of the island. The land became more broken, with wooded gullies and ravines wrinkling the floor of the forest.
"I hate mountain country,"
Sadi complained, looking at a cliff that suddenly reared up out of the trees.
"Broken terrain is always so inconvenient."
"And it's going to be just as troublesome for the Malloreons," Silk pointed out.
"That's true, I suppose," Sadi admitted. "But I'm afraid I still don't like hills and valleys. They seem so unnatural for some reason. Give me a nice flat swamp any time."
"Let me check that ravine just ahead," Dernick said. "It's getting on towards sunset. We're going to need a safe place to spend the night."
He cantered his horse to a narrow notch, splashed across the turbulent brook that issued from its mouth, and disappeared upstream.
"How far do you think we have come today?"
Velvet asked. 6, maybe 8 leagues, Belgarath replied. "We should be deep enough into the forest to avoid being noticed, unless the Malloreons intend to take this search of theirs seriously."
"Or unless that seeress we met accidentally happens to mention the fact that we are here,"
she added.
"Why are you so suspicious about those people?"
Zenedra asked her.
"I am not entirely sure,"
the blonde girl replied.
"But I get an uneasy feeling every time one of them sends us off in some direction or the other. If they are supposed to be so neutral, why are they going out of their way to help us?"
"It's her academy training, Zenedra," Silk said. "Skepticism is one of the major branches of study there."
"Do you trust her, Keldar?"
Velvet asked pointedly. "Oh, of course not. But then I graduated from the academy, too." Dernick came back out of the ravine with a satisfied look on his face. "It's a good place. Secure, sheltered, well out of sight." "Let's have a look at it, then," Belgarath said. They followed the smith up the ravine, with the brook gurgling and splashing beside them. After a few 100 yards, the ravine angled sharply to the left. Farther along, it twisted back to the right again, and opened out into the wooded basin. The brook they had been following upstream spilled out over the edge of a steep limestone cliff above the basin to fall as a misty spray into a pond at the upper end of the little canyon.
"Very nice, Dernick," Polgara congratulated her husband. "And that pond really didn't have anything at all to do with it, did it?"
"Well," she laughed a rich, warm laugh, leaned across and kissed him lightly.
"It's all right, Dernick. But first we'll need shelter. Then you can see if the pond is occupied."
"Oh, it is, Paul. I saw one jumping." He hesitated. I just happened to notice it in passing is all."
"Of course, dear."
He lowered his head slightly, much like an ashamed little schoolboy, but Geryon could see the faint flicker of a smile playing about the smith's lips. It was almost with a shock that he realized that his plain, honest friend was far more devious than he sometimes appeared. Since Polgara enjoyed catching him in these little subterfuges so much, Dernick often arranged things so that she could catch him, just for the sake of the pleasure it gave to her. They set the tents, far back under the trees, not too far from the edge of the pond. As usual, the chore of gathering firewood fell to Geryon and Ariond, while Dernick and Toth put up the tents. As usual, Silk and Belgarath disappeared until all of the work was completed. Tzadi sat chatting with Velvet and Senedra, his contralto voice somehow as feminine as theirs. As Polgara began to busy herself with supper, Dernick looked critically around at the campsite. "Well, I guess that's about it."
"Yes, dear,"
Polgara agreed. "Do you need anything else?"
"No, dear."
"Well, I suppose—" he glanced toward the pond.
"Go ahead, Dernick. Just be sure to come back when supper is ready."
"Are you coming, Toth?" Dernick asked his friend.
As evening darkened their concealed basin, and the stars came out in the velvety sky overhead, they gathered about the fire and ate a supper consisting of lightly grilled lamb, steamed vegetables, and dark bread, all drawn from the supplies Vard had pressed upon them before they had left the village near the beach.
"A meal fit for a king, Lady Polgara," Tzadi said expansively, leaning back.
"Yes," Geryon murmured.
Tzadi laughed.
"I keep forgetting," he said. "You are such an unassuming fellow, Belgarian. If you asserted yourself a bit, people might take you more seriously and take more note of your royalty."
"I could not agree more, Tzadi,"
Senedra said. "I'm not sure that's such a good idea at the moment," Geryon told them. "Just now I don't really want that kind of recognition." Silk rose from the place where he had been sitting.
"Where are you going, Keldar?"
Velvet asked him. "I'm going to have a look around," he replied. "I will give you a full report when I come back, so that you can make note of it in the document you are preparing for Javelin."
"You are not taking this situation well at all, Prince Keldar."
"I just don't like being spied on."
"Try to look at it as a friendly concern for your welfare. It's not really spying if you consider it in that light, now is it?"
"It amounts to the same thing, Lizelle."
"Of course, but it doesn't seem quite so unpleasant that way, now does it?"
"Oh, very clever."
"I thought so myself. Try not to get lost out there."
He went off into the darkness, muttering to himself. "How long do you think the soldiers will keep searching, Grandfather?" Geryon asked. The old man scratched absently at his bearded chin.
"It's hard to say. Malloreons don't have the same kind of brainless tenacity that Murgos do. But if the orders came from someone with enough authority, they probably won't give up until they have gone at least through the motions of making a thorough search."
"Several days, then?"
"At least."
"And all of the time Zandramas is getting farther and farther ahead of us with my son."
"I'm afraid that cannot be helped. Don't you think the slavers' robes would deceive them, Belgarath? I don't believe I want to take the chance. Murgos have seen innocent slavers moving around down here for so many years that they don't give them a second glance. Malloreons are probably more alert. Besides, we don't know exactly what they are looking for. For all we know, they could be specifically looking for a group of slavers.
Silk quietly came back to the fire. "We've got company," he said. "I saw several campfires out there." He gestured off to the northeast. "How close?" Geryon asked quickly. "Oh, probably several leagues or so. I was up on top of that ridge, and you can see quite the distance. The fires are pretty well spread out."
Malloreons?
Dernick asked him. "Probably. I'd say that they are making a sweep through the woods." "Well, father?"
I don't think we can make any decisions until daylight. If they're just making a cursory pass, we can probably sit tight. If they are serious about it, we might have to think of something else. We'd all better get some sleep, though. Tomorrow might be hectic."
Silk was up the next morning before daylight. As the rest of them rose together about the fire in the growing light of the dawn, he came back down the ridge. "They are coming, and they are combing the woods inch by inch. I think we can be fairly sure that some of them will come up this ravine." Belgarath stood up.
"One of you, put that fire out. We don't want the smoke to lead them right to us."
As Dernick quickly shoveled dirt over their cook fire, Toth stood up and peered off across the basin. He tapped Belgarath on the shoulder and pointed.
"What did he say, Dernick?"
the old man asked. The smith and his huge friend exchanged a series of somewhat obscure gestures.
"He says that there's a bramble thicket on the other side of that pond," Dernick interpreted. "He thinks that if we go back around to the side where the cliff comes down behind it, we might be able to find a good place to hide."
"Go look, then," Belgarath said shortly,
"while the rest of us brush out any traces to show where we have been."
It took about a quarter of an hour to break down their tents, to obliterate any footprints that might alert the soldiers to the fact that someone had spent the night in this area. As Silk was giving the campsite a critical last scrutiny, Dernick and Toth returned.
"It's adequate," the smith reported. "There's an open place in the center of the thicket. We won't leave any tracks if we're careful getting in there with the horses."
"What about from up there?" Geryon asked him, pointing at the top of the cliff.
"We can cover the open place over with brambles," Dernick replied. "Shouldn't take too long."
He looked at Silk.
"How much time do you think we have? How close are the soldiers?"
Probably about an hour away."
"Well, that's more than enough time."
"All right," Belgarath said.
"Let's do it. I would rather hide than run anyway."
It was necessary to push the brambles aside to lead the horses into the center of the thicket. As Geryon and Silk carefully rearranged them to conceal the game trail that had given them access to the hiding place, Dornick and Toth cut enough of the long, thorny tendrils to roof over the opening in the center. In the very midst of the task, Toth stopped suddenly. His eyes grew distant, as if he were listening to something. His expression became oddly reluctant. Then he sighed.
"Oh, what's the matter, Toth?"
The giant shrugged and went back to his work. "Grandfather," Geryon said, "if there are Grolums with the soldiers, won't they look for us with their mines?" "It's not very likely that any Grolums would be along, Geryon. This is a fairly small expedition, and the church and the army don't get along very well in Malloreon," Silk told him. "They are coming, father," Polgara said to Belgarath.
"How far are they?"
"A mile or so." "Let's work our way out to the edge of the thicket," Silk suggested to Geryon. "I would sort of like to keep an eye on things." He dropped to the ground and began to worm his way among the roots of the prickly brambles. After a few yards, Geryon began to mutter a few choice curses. No matter which way he twisted, the sharp thorns managed to find any number of sensitive spots. "I don't want to interrupt your devotions," Silk whispered to him, "but it might be a good time for a fair amount of silence." "Can you see anything?" Geryon whispered back. "Oh, not yet, but you can hear them crashing around at the mouth of the ravine. Stealth is not a Malloreon's strong point."
Faintly from far down in the ravine, Geryon could hear several men talking. The sound, distorted by echoes bouncing off of the twisting rock walls, came in odd bursts. Then there was a clatter of hooves on the rocks beside the tumbling brook as the Malloreons began their search of the narrow course. There were a dozen or so soldiers in the party. They wore the usual red tunics, and they rode their horses stiffly, like men who were not at all comfortable in the saddle.
"Did anybody ever say why we are looking for this people?" one of them asked, sounding a bit surly about it. "You've been in the army long enough to know better than that, Breck," one of his companions replied. "They never tell you why. When an officer tells you to jump, you do not ask why, you just say, 'How far?'"
"Ha! Officers,"
Breck spat. "They get all the best of everything. They never do any work. Someday, the ordinary soldiers like you and me are going to get sick of it. Then all of those fine generals and captains had better look out." "You're talking mutiny, Breck," his companion said, looking around nervously. "If the captain hears you, he will have you crucified on the spot."
Breck scowled darkly.
"Well, they had better look out, that's all," he muttered again. "A man can take being pushed around for just so long."
The red-clad soldiers rode directly through the campsite Geryon and his friends had carefully obliterated, and rode along the edge of the pond.
"Sergeant," Breck said in his complaining voice to the heavy man in the lead, "isn't it about time to stop and rest?" "Breck," the sergeant replied, "sometime, not too far off. I would like to get through a day without hearing you whine about everything that happens." "You don't have any reason to talk to me like that," Breck objected. "I follow my orders, don't I?" "But you complain, Breck. I am so sick of hearing you sniveling about everything that happens, that about the next time you open your mouth, I'm going to bash in your teeth." "I will tell the captain what you just said," Breck threatened. "You heard what he told you about hitting us." "How do you plan to make him understand you, Breck?" the sergeant asked ominously. "A man mumbles when he does not have any teeth. Now, water your horse, and keep your mouth shut."
Then a stern-faced man with iron-gray hair astride a raw-boned horse came cantering up the ravine and into the basin.
"Any signs?" he demanded curtly. The sergeant saluted. "Nothing at all, Captain."
The officer glanced around.
"Did you look into that thicket?" he asked, pointing toward the place where Geryon and the others were concealed. "We were just about to, sir," the sergeant replied. "There aren't any tracks, though." "Tracks can be brushed out. Have your men go look." "Right away, Captain."
As the soldiers rode up to the thicket, the officer dismounted and led his horse to the pond to drink.
"Did the general say anything about why he wants these people captured, sir?" the sergeant asked, also dismounting. "Nothing. That concerns you, Sergeant."
The soldiers were riding around the thicket, making some show of peering through the brambles.
"Tell them to get off of their horses, Sergeant," the captain said disgustedly. "I want that thicket thoroughly searched. That white-haired man back at the village said that the ones we are looking for would be in this part of the forest."
Geryon muffled a sudden gasp.
"Vard," he whispered to Silk. "He told them exactly where to find us." "Yes, so it would seem," Silk breathed back grimly. "Let's get back a little farther into the thicket. Those soldiers are likely to get a bit more serious about this now."
"The thicket is all thorn bushes, Captain,"
Breck shouted back his report.
"We can't get in there at all."
"Use your spears," the captain ordered. "Poke around. See if you can flush anyone out."
The Malloreon troopers untied their spears from their saddles and began to stab them into the thicket.
"Keep down," Silk whispered.
Geryon pressed himself closer to the ground, wincing as he found a fair number of thorns in his thigh.
"It's solid brambles, Captain,"
Breck shouted after several moments of probing.
"Nobody could possibly be in there, not with horses."
"All right," the officer told him. "Mount up. Come on back down here. We will try the next ravine."
Geryon carefully let out the breath he had been holding. "That was close," he said to Silk. "Yes, too close," Silk replied. "I think I'll have a talk with Vard about this." "Why would he betray us like that?" "That's one of the things we're going to talk about when I see him." As the soldiers reached the pond, the captain swung up into his saddle. "All right, Sergeant, form up your men. Let's move on." Then, directly in front of him, there was a peculiar shimmering in the air, and Serradus, robed and cowled, appeared. The officer's startled horse reared, and the man kept his saddle only with difficulty. "Thorax teeth," he swore. "Where did you come from?"
"That is of no moment," she replied. "I have come to aid thee in thy search."
"Look out, Captain," Breck called warningly. "That's one of those Dalasian witches. She will put a curse on you if you are not careful."
"Shut up, Breck," the sergeant snapped.
"Explain yourself, woman," the captain said imperiously. "Just what did you mean by that last remark?"
Serradus turned until she was facing the bramble thicket. She raised her hand and pointed.
"The ones you seek are concealed there," she told him.
From somewhere behind him, Geryon heard Senedra gasp.
"We just searched there," Breck objected. "There's nobody in that thicket."
"Thy sight is faulty, then," she told him.
The captain's face had grown cold.
"You are wasting my time. I watched my men make that search with my own eyes."
He gave her a narrow glance.
"What is a Cirrus from Kel doing here in Tol Murgos?" he demanded. "You people are neither wanted nor welcome here. Go home. Fill your mind with the shadows of brain-sickly imagining. I have no time for the babblings of adolescent witches."
"Then I must prove to thee that my words are true," she replied.
She lifted her face and stood quite still. From somewhere behind where Geryon and Silk lay concealed, there came a crashing sound, and a moment later, the huge Toth, responding to the silent summons of his mistress, burst out of the bramble thicket carrying the struggling Senedra in his arms. The captain stared at him.
"That's one of them, Captain. That's the big one you told us to look for, and the red-haired wench."
"It is as I told thee,"
Serradus said.
"Seek the others in the same place."
And then she vanished.
"Take those two," the sergeant commanded,
and several of his men jumped down from their saddles and surrounded Toth and the still struggling Senedra with drawn weapons.
"What are we going to do?"
Geryon whispered to Silk.
"They've got Senedra."
"I can see that."
"Well, let's go then."
Geryon reached for his sword. "Use your head," the little man snapped. "You will only put her in more danger if you go running down there."
"Geryon! Silk!"
Belgarath's whispered voice came to them.
"What is happening?"
Geryon twisted around to look back over his shoulder and saw his grandfather peering through the brambles.
"They've got Toth and Senedra," he reported softly. "It was Serradus, grandfather. She told them exactly where we are."
Belgarath's face went stony, and Geryon could see his lips shaping a number of curses. The Malloreon captain rode up to the thicket with the sergeant, and the rest of his men closely behind him.
"I think that the rest of you had better come out of there," he ordered. "I have your two friends already, and I know that you are in there."
No one answered.
"Oh, come now, be reasonable. If you don't come out, I will just send for more soldiers and have them cut down the thicket with their swords. No one has been hurt yet, and I give you my word that none of you will be harmed in any way if you come out now. I will even let you keep your weapons, as a gesture of good faith."
Geryon heard a brief whispered consultation back in the center of the thicket.
"All right, Captain,"
Belgarath called in a disgusted tone of voice.
"Keep your men under control. We are coming out. Geryon, you and Silk too."
"Why did he do that?" Geryon asked. "We could have stayed hidden and worked out a way to get them all free again."
"The Malloreons know how many of us there are," Silk answered. "That captain has got the upper hand for the moment. Let's go." He started to worm his way out of the thicket. Geryon swore, then followed him. The others emerged from the back of the thicket and began to walk toward the Malloreon officer. Dernick, however, pushed past them, his face livid with anger. He strode quickly down the slope to confront Toth. "Is this your idea of friendship? Is this the way you repay all of our kindnesses?" Toth's face grew melancholy, but he made no gesture of reply or explanation. "I was wrong about you, Toth," the smith continued in a dreadfully quiet voice. "You were never a friend. Your mistress just put you in a position where the two of you could betray us. Well, you won't get that chance again." He started to raise his hand, and Geryon could feel the surge as he gathered in his will. "Dernick!" Polgara cried. "No!" "He betrayed us, Paul. I'm not going to let him get away with that." The two of them stared at each other for a long moment, their eyes locked. In that moment, something passed between them, and Dernick finally lowered his gaze. He turned back to the mute. "You and I are through, Toth. I'll never trust you again. I don't even want to see your face any more. Give me the princess. I don't want you touching her." Wordlessly, Toth held out Sinedra's tiny form. Dernick took her, then deliberately turned his back on the huge mute. "All right, Captain. What now?" "My orders are to escort you all safely to Rakvakat, ancient Belgarath. The military governor there awaits your arrival. It will, of course, be necessary for me to separate certain of your companions from you, just as a precaution. Your power, and that of Lady Polgara, is well known. The well-being of your friends will depend upon your restraint. I am sure you understand." "Of course," Belgarath replied dryly. "And do the plans of your military governor involve dungeons and the like?" Silk asked him. "You do his excellency an injustice, Prince Keldar," the captain told him. "He has been instructed to treat you all with the utmost respect." "You seem remarkably well informed as to our identities, Captain," Polgara observed. "The one who ordered you detained was most specific, my lady," he answered with a curt military bow. "And just who might that have been?" "Can there be any doubt in your mind, Lady Polgara? The orders come directly from His Imperial Majesty, Kal Zakath. He has been aware of the presence of your party in Tol Murgos for some time now." He turned to his men. "Form up around the prisoners," he ordered. Then he turned back to Polgara. "Forgive me, my lady," he apologized. "I meant guests, of course. The military vocabulary is sometimes blunt. A ship awaits you at Rakvakat. Immediately upon your arrival there, you will set sail. His Imperial Majesty awaits your arrival at Rakhaga with the keenest anticipation." Here ends Book 2 of the Malloreon. Book 3, Demon Lord of Koranda, will reveal what the Emperor Zakath intends for the company, and lead us further into the dark designs of Zandramas and the strange ways of demons. For Books in Motion, in Spokane, Washington, I'm Cameron Byerly. Thanks for listening.